everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Welcome to Novels Wonderland, DanMachi. Is it wrong for a mafia boss to go to the dungeon? Chapter 1-50 Synopsis. Sawada Tsunayoshi, an ordinary high schooler, and the highly reluctant heir to the world's most powerful mafia syndicate, wants nothing more than a peaceful life. But his grueling, life-threatening daily training takes a bizarre turn when he touches a mysterious, glowing cube that instantly transports him to an entirely different world. Note, this is an unofficial translation. All rights to the original work belong to its rightful owner. Patreon.com/negative translation. Chapter 1, Lost. 1074 words. Chapter 1, Lost. 2 years had passed since the end of the representative Battle of the Rainbow. Deep within a certain mountain in Namimori, a boy with spiky brown hair lay sprawled face down in the dirt, completely battered and bruised. So tired. He groaned. His name was Sawada Tsunayoshi. Most people simply called him Tsuna. To the world at large, he was an ordinary first-year high school student. However, Tsuna carried a massive secret. He was the prime candidate to become the next boss of the Vongala Familia, the most powerful mafia syndicate in the world. To sit upon the Vongala's throne, one had to carry the blood of its founders. Currently, Tsuna was the only legitimate heir capable of taking the mantle, as he directly inherited the bloodline of the Vongala Primo, Jato. Don't start whining over something this trivial. Gah! A merciless kick slammed into the exhausted teenager's face. The culprit was a baby wearing a black fedora with a shape-shifting chameleon resting on the brim, a yellow pacifier hanging around his neck. This was Reborn. He was Tsuna's home tutor, and the world's strongest hitman. Under the strict orders of the Vongala Nono, the current ninth boss of the Familia, Reborn had traveled to Japan to forge Tsuna into a respectable mafia leader. Reborn's educational methods went far beyond simply being Spartan. Ever since he arrived, Tsuna had constantly been forced to walk the thin line between life and death, nearly kicking the bucket on multiple occasions. Though his methods were entirely unreasonable, Reborn was a hitman deeply trusted by the Nono, a man hailed for his divine command, and his tutelage had undeniably driven Tsuna to achieve massive personal growth. Do you really think you can become the boss of the Vongala looking that pathetic? I have absolutely no intention of becoming a mafia boss. Tsuna desired nothing more than an ordinary, peaceful life, and had no intention of inheriting the Vongala. Yet, despite knowing his students' feelings, Reborn remained fiercely dedicated to his mission, continuing his daily hellish training to mold Tsuna into the perfect Don. Stop your complaining and get up. We're continuing the training. Huh. We're still going. Tsuna cried out in disbelief at the hitman's casual declaration, especially considering his body was already entirely black and blue. Obviously. We've barely even scratched the surface. Grumble. The sun had long since set after they began their after-school training. Reborn was fully prepared to keep going, but his body was honest. His stomach growled loudly in the evening air. We're going home for dinner. We're stopping because you're hungry. It's an emergency. Brushing off Tsuna's exasperated retort, Reborn let the chameleon on his hat seamlessly transform into a hang glider. Leon was Reborn's shape-shifting partner, capable of perfectly memorizing and mimicking the form of any object he had seen. I'm going on ahead. See ya. Wah. Hey, wait. Reborn. Ignoring Tsuna's desperate protests, Reborn took to the sky on his hang glider, soaring away toward the Sawada household and leaving his student behind. Forced to make the trek alone, Tsuna picked up his school bag and began trudging down the dark mountain path. Seriously, that damn Reborn. He grumbled and muttered complaints under his breath as he descended. Reborn's selfishness was nothing new, but it still managed to endlessly infuriate him. Ouch! Something hard suddenly fell squarely onto Tsuna's head. He squatted down on the spot, pressing both hands against the throbbing lump forming on his scalp. What the? Huh? When Suna opened his eyes, he noticed a black, cube-shaped machine resting on the ground in front of him. What is this? Curiosity getting the better of him, Suna reached out toward the bizarre device. The moment his fingers brushed against the metal surface, it abruptly began to emit a blinding light. What? He hadn't even done anything, yet the machine was glowing intensely. Panic flared in his chest. My body won't move. He tried to let go of the strange cube, but his body was completely paralyzed. It felt as if he had been bound by invisible chains, trapping his hands against the smooth surface. The light grew overwhelmingly bright, swallowing Suna whole. A moment later, the blinding flash faded. But it wasn't just the light that vanished, Suna was gone as well. Only the silent, dark mountain path remained. It was famously known as the Labyrinth City, the city of heroes, and the center of the world. It was the only city on the globe that housed a massive, subterranean labyrinth known as the dungeon. Countless monsters lurked within its depths, constantly attempting to claw their way up to the surface. To combat this threat and seek their fortune, brave individuals willingly ventured into the dungeon to slay beasts and harvest their cores. In Orario, these daring men and women were known as adventurers. I am exhausted. A lone boy with stark white hair trudged through the bustling streets of Orario, carrying a brown sack and wearing light armor. His name was Bel Cranel. He had left his rural village and traveled to the Labyrinth City seeking a fateful, heroic encounter. Now, as a rookie adventurer, he spent his days diligently grinding away in the dungeon. But this is all so I can catch up to her. Bel had an adventurer he deeply admired. His driving goal was to reach her level and stand proudly by her side. That ambition fueled him, pushing him to fight through the pain and exhaustion. Panting softly, he navigated the familiar route back to the place he called home. After a 15-minute walk, his destination came into view, a dilapidated, ruined church where he currently lived with just one other person. Ha! The moment he spotted the church entrance, Bel froze in his tracks. A boy with spiky brown hair was lying face down on the ground right in front of the doors. Hey, are you okay? Bel rushed over in a panic, dropping to his knees to check the boy's condition. Thank goodness, he's alive. He carefully rolled Suna onto his back and pressed an ear against his chest to listen for a heartbeat. Finding a steady, rhythmic thump, Bel sighed in relief. The boy was simply unconscious. I need to get him inside. Knowing he couldn't just leave a stranger passed out in the dirt, Bel wrapped an arm around Suna and began hauling him into the church. Chapter 2, Transcendental Being. 1660 words. Chapter 2, Transcendental Being. Bel dragged the unconscious Suna through the ruined church doors, struggling slightly under the extra weight. Hey, Bel. Welcome wait, what happened? A young woman with a youthful face and black hair tied into twintails rushed out to greet him, but her cheerful expression shattered the moment she saw the boy slung over his shoulder. This was Hestia, the goddess who lived with Bel. What exactly is the situation here, Bel? He was collapsed out front. His life doesn't seem to be in danger, but he's completely out cold. All right. Get him on the sofa, quickly. Why yes, goddess. Following Hestia's urgent instructions, Bel carefully laid Suna down on the worn-out cushions. I think I still have that potion Mayak gave me. Here it is. Hestia rummaged through a nearby drawer and pulled out a small glass vial filled with a glowing blue liquid. She popped the cork and carefully dripped the potion over the boy's visible bruises and scrapes. The moment the liquid made contact, the injured flesh knitted itself back together before their eyes. That should take care of the worst of it. Yeah. But why was he passed out in front of our church? Who knows? More importantly, we need to figure out who he is. Without a second of hesitation, Hestia grabbed the school bag Suna had dropped and began to rummage through it. Gee goddess. You can't just snoop through his things without asking. This kid was passed out in the streets, Bel. For all we know, his family or his familia are out there worried sick about him right now. Well, I guess you have a point. Belle tried to stop her from invading the boy's privacy, but Hestia's logic was sound enough that he couldn't completely disagree. Hestia unceremoniously dumped the contents of the bag onto a nearby table. What in the world is this? I have no idea. Hestia held up a smartphone and a pair of headphones. Both of them stared at the strange, sleek devices in complete bewilderment. Shrugging, she set them aside and pulled out the next item. A book. She grabbed one of the textbooks and flipped it open, her brow furrowing as she scanned the pages. This isn't Koine, and it's not hieroglyphs either. What kind of writing is this? You can't read it either, goddess. Not a single letter. What about you, Belle? Hinged on the slight hope that Belle might recognize it, she held the open textbook out to him. I have no clue. Actually, I've never seen anything like this before in my life. He stared intensely at the Japanese characters, but it was completely alien to him. Realizing it was a dead end, Hestia swapped it for another book from the pile. What is this? The next one she grabbed was a geography textbook. As she flipped through the glossy pages, her eyes widened in profound shock. What's wrong, goddess? Look at this, Belle. What in the... Hestia shoved the open book toward him. Belle gasped, instantly understanding her sheer astonishment. The pages were filled with incredibly vivid images of towering glass skyscrapers, sprawling concrete cities, and landscapes unlike anything they had ever seen. What is all this? I've never seen anything like these buildings. Right? But that's not even the craziest part. Look at the pictures themselves. What do you mean? The images of the buildings and the people. They're far too intricate and realistic to just be paintings. It looks exactly like someone perfectly captured a slice of reality and plastered it onto the paper. Now that you mention it. Completely unfamiliar with the concept of photography, Hestia and Belle were deeply unsettled by the hyperrealistic images. They continued to pore over the geography textbook, completely engrossed. Suddenly, a quiet groan broke the silence. Ugh. Goddess. It looks like he's waking up. Suna slowly stirred, his eyes fluttering open. Belle and Hestia let out a collective sigh of relief. Are you feeling okay? Belle asked gently. Where am I? You're in my home. You were passed out on the ground right in front of the door. Passed out? I was? Yeah. Do you think you can sit up? Why, yeah. Still horribly confused about his situation, Suna slowly pushed himself up into a sitting position. Drink this. Thank you. Belle handed him a cup of water he had prepared earlier. Suna took it gratefully and gulped it down, soothing his dry throat. Well then. Sorry to bombard you right after you wake up, but do you mind telling us a bit about yourself? Hestia asked. Oh, sure. First off, what's your name? Sawada Tsunayoshi. Sawada Tsunayoshi-kun, huh? Oh right, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. My name is Hestia. I'm the head of this familia. And this boy here is Belle Cranel. He's the one and only member of my familia. Familia? Suna immediately latched onto the strange terminology. They hadn't said familia in the Italian mafia sense, but used it as a proper noun. Are you guys acquaintances of Reborn by any chance? Despite the odd phrasing, he couldn't shake the suspicion that these two might be mafia associates tied to his Spartan tutor. Reborn, X2. They don't know him. Belle and Hestia stared at him blankly, clearly never having heard the name before. Suna blinked, entirely perplexed by their genuine confusion. Is this Reborn person a friend of yours? Hestia asked. He's more like my teacher. He just knows a ton of weird people all over the place, so I figured maybe. Sorry, but the name doesn't ring a bell. What does he look like? He wears a black fedora, has a yellow pacifier around his neck, and he's a baby. A baby, X2. The description was so wildly unexpected that both Belle and Hestia shouted in unison. He isn't. As utterly ridiculous as the story sounded, Hestia's divine intuition told her that Suna believed every word he was saying. Goddess. Do you think the hit to his head messed with his memories? Belle whispered anxiously. The thing is, he's not lying. Really? Yeah. I thought it was a load of nonsense too, but he's telling the truth. Suna watched the two of them whisper furiously to each other, feeling more out of place by the second. Sorry about that, Hestia said, turning back to him. Unfortunately, neither of us has any idea who this reborn person is. I see. Don't look so down. I can always ask around and see if any of my acquaintances know anything. But. No buts. Extending a helping hand to lost children is simply what a god does. A god. Hestia puffed out her chest and placed a hand over her heart, looking incredibly proud of herself. Suna, on the other hand, was slightly weirded out by this teenager shamelessly calling herself a deity. Is she actually crazy? He knew it was rude to think that about someone who just saved him, but he couldn't stop himself from looking at her like she was a massive suspicious weirdo. What's with that look? You're staring at me like I'm completely insane for calling myself a god. And no, I'm not. Don't look away from me. Suna tried to play dumb when she accurately read his mind, but Hestia wasn't letting him off the hook. I know we're a dirt poor familia with only Belcoin in it, and it might not look like much. But I swear to you, I am a bona fide god. All right. Stop looking at me like that. I'm really a god. You have to believe me. Whoa. Please calm down. He just woke up. Tears pricked the corners of Hestia's eyes as she grabbed Suna by the collar, and began violently shaking him back and forth. Belle frantically intervened, trying to pry the indignant goddess off their guest. Seriously, what is wrong with this person? Suna felt like he was losing his mind. With Belle acting as a mediator, Hestia finally managed to regain some semblance of composure. Tsunayoshi-san. It might sound crazy, but she really is a goddess. Even he's spouting this nonsense. Belle earnestly tried to defend Hestia's honor, but having the seemingly normal boy back up her delusional claims only shocked Suna further. It's no use, Belcoin. No matter what we say, he clearly doesn't believe I'm a deity. Realizing she wasn't getting through to him, Hestia immediately began to pout like a petulant child. Of course I don't. How could anyone believe that? There's no such thing as gods in this world. X2. The moment the words left Suna's mouth, Belle and Hestia froze, their eyes widening in pure shock. Tsunayoshi-kun. Did you just say that gods don't exist in this world? Do you truly believe that? What's with the sudden intensity? Just answer the question. Why yes, I meant it. If gods actually existed, it would be a massive global uproar. He isn't lying. Does this boy really not know of our existence? Intimidated by Hestia's sudden overwhelming presence, Suna answered honestly. Hearing his genuine conviction, Hestia was left reeling in disbelief. What exactly is going on here? We're in Orario. It's impossible for him not to know about gods. No, if that were the case, he wouldn't remember that reborn person either. She racked her brain, trying to figure out why this boy was completely oblivious to the fundamental reality of their world. Suddenly, her eyes landed on the geography textbook resting on the table. Could it be? She remembered the bizarre, otherworldly landscapes and the hyperrealistic images they had seen just moments ago. All the puzzle pieces slammed into place. That would completely explain Tsunayoshi-kun's story. Goddess? Did you figure something out? Belle asked, tilting his head. Tsunayoshi-kun, Hestia said, locking eyes with him. There is a very high probability that you came here from another world. Ha! Chapter 3, Another World, Orario. 1227 words. Chapter 3, Another World, Orario. The words another world hung heavily in the air. Suna stared at Hestia, completely dumbfounded. Another world. What are you even talking about? But Suna wasn't the only one shocked. Belle looked equally blindsided by the revelation. It's perfectly natural that you don't believe me, Hestia said calmly. But we have undeniable proof. She reached across the table and picked up the geography textbook. The proof is right here in this book. That's the book from earlier. Belle murmured. He recalled the bizarre, alien cityscapes and impossible towers pictured within its pages. I'm sorry for digging through your belongings, but we needed to figure out who you were. And looking through this book made it abundantly clear that you aren't from around here. How does a textbook prove I'm from another world? To Tsuna, it was just a standard, boring geography textbook. It made zero sense. First of all, neither Belle nor I can read a single character written in this book. Well, isn't that normal? Different countries have different languages. With a name like Tsunayoshi, he was obviously Japanese. Hestia and Belle sounded like foreign names. Even if they could speak Japanese, reading and writing it was an entirely different hurdle. To Tsuna, this wasn't strange at all. Based on your phrasing, it seems that in your world, language changes depending on the country. Yeah, of course it does. Actually, not just the writing, but the spoken languages are completely different too. In our world, communication is fundamentally unified. We use a single, universal language and writing system known as Koine. What I'm speaking to you right now is Koine. There are isolated groups that still use their own unique dialects, but the vast majority of the global population uses Koine exclusively. Suna was floored. The concept of an entire planet sharing a single unified language was completely incomprehensible to him. Second, there's these pictures. Hestia pointed to an aerial photograph of Tokyo's sprawling metropolis. These images are far too precise. It's as if someone literally ripped a piece of reality and glued it to the page. I've certainly never seen a painting this vivid. Wait, are you saying you don't know what a photograph is? A photograph, X2. Yeah. It's a technology used to record people and places. It's not something drawn by hand, it's captured using a machine called a camera. X2. They really don't know. Belle and Hestia stared at the textbook, their expressions screaming that such a concept was utterly impossible. Looking at their genuine bewilderment, Suna realized they truly had no concept of photography. Anyway, let's move on, Hestia coughed, recovering her composure. The third piece of evidence. I assume the country pictured here is your homeland. Yeah. It is. We possess absolutely nothing close to this level of advanced architectural technology in our world. It's safe to say we operate on entirely different levels of civilization. But it's not like every single country in my world has buildings like this. Fair enough. But the fourth piece of evidence is the absolute clincher. Hestia flipped through the textbook, showing Tsuna various pages. This book uses the technology you call a photograph. It clearly shows various countries, as well as the people who live in them. But there is a massive discrepancy. A discrepancy. There are no other races pictured anywhere in this book. This world is populated by numerous different races. Elves, dwarves, Palams, beast people. The list goes on. Under our classification, you would be categorized as a human. Elves and dwarves. But those are just mythical creatures from fantasy games. I see. So even if they are just fantasy to you, you at least know what they are. In that case, do you want to see for yourself? Do you want to see if they actually exist? Hestia stood up and turned to Belle. Belkuin, I'm going to take him out for a bit. Watch the house for me. Eh? But. Don't worry, we'll be right back. Besides, you have to dive into the dungeon again tomorrow, right? You need to rest your body while you can. You understood. Dungeon? The unfamiliar RPG terminology only deepened Suna's overwhelming confusion. Suna followed Hestia out of the ruined church. The moment he stepped outside, Suna froze solid, his jaw practically dropping to the cobblestone floor. His eyes darted around frantically. The streets were paved with stone, the architecture looked like something straight out of medieval Europe, and looming dead center in the city was an impossibly massive, heaven-piercing tower. Everything was completely alien. It genuinely felt like he had been sucked into a fantasy video game. This is Orario. It's the most prosperous city in the entire world. Orario. Come on, let's take a walk. Still reeling from the shock, Suna numbly followed Hestia through the winding streets. It's real. After 10 minutes of walking, they arrived at a bustling marketplace lined with merchant stalls. And right there, walking casually among the crowds, were people with long pointed ears, short stout men with massive beards, and people with actual animal ears and tails. Elves, dwarves, and beastmen were haggling, laughing, and living their lives completely naturally. Nobody batted an eye. It cemented the reality of Hestia's words. I've never seen any of this stuff. The food being roasted on skewers, the bizarre magical items on display, it was all completely foreign. The money is different too. He watched a customer hand over several unfamiliar coins and paper bills to a stall owner. And the writing. He looked up at the wooden signs hanging above the shops. The characters painted on them were elegant and jagged, bearing zero resemblance to Japanese, English, or any alphabet he knew. And that huge building. He tilted his head back, staring at the monolithic tower in the center of the city. I really am in another world. It was a structure so unimaginably massive that it could be seen from anywhere in the city. A building of that scale would undeniably be a famous World Heritage Site back on Earth. The fact that he had never even heard of it was the final, crushing proof. Do you believe me now? Do you understand that you're in another world? Yeah. Suna's voice was barely a whisper, his expression plunging into profound despair. He had no friends here. No family. And absolutely no idea how to get back to Namimori. The harsh reality of his situation crashed down on him. All right, let's head back to the church for now. Okay. Wanting to talk things over calmly, Hestia guided the deeply depressed boy back through the marketplace, retracing their steps toward home. You don't need to worry so much. Leave it to me. Sensing Suna's crushing anxiety on the walk back, Hestia offered him a warm, reassuring smile. I told you, didn't I? Extending a helping hand to lost children is simply what a god does. I'll take responsibility for you and make sure you have a place here until we find a way to get you home. But. Of course, it won't be a free ride. I deeply sympathize with your situation, but I'm going to need you to work. As you can see, our familia isn't exactly swimming in Valis right now. Thank you so much. Chapter 4, Familia. 1591 words. Chapter 4, Familia. Back within the quiet walls of the ruined church, Suna and Hestia sat down to discuss his immediate future. First things first, Hestia began, crossing her arms. Until we figure out a way to get you back to your world, I'm going to have you join my familia. It really is the only logical choice for right now. Belle agreed with a supportive nod. You mentioned it earlier, but what exactly is a familia? Suna asked. Right. We should probably start with that. But to explain a familia, I first need to explain the gods. Right. So you're genuinely a real goddess? Yep. In fact, in this world, countless gods coexist directly alongside mortals. Gods are that common here. Originally, we gods lived exclusively in a higher realm known as heaven. We didn't always live down here with the mortals. But honestly, life in heaven was so eternally boring that we decided to descend to the lower world just for a change of pace. You came down here because you were bored. We couldn't help it. I know it sounds arrogant, but gods are perfect, transcendent beings. We can do essentially anything with our power, and we lack for nothing. Because of that, nothing was unpredictable or exciting. But the mortals down here are different. They're incomplete, constantly struggling, and restricted by their limitations. That very struggle fascinated us, so we decided to descend and live among them permanently. So basically, the lower world was more entertaining than heaven, so you all just moved in. Exactly. But if gods are perfect beings, wouldn't everything just be the exact same down here? To Tsuna, an omnipotent being would be omnipotent regardless of where they lived. It seemed like the change of scenery wouldn't fix their boredom. That's the catch. When we descend to the lower world, we are strictly forbidden from using our arcanum, our divine power. There are a few minor exceptions, but if a god uses their true power, they are forcefully deported back to heaven. So, down here, our physical capabilities are practically identical to normal humans. I see. However, there is one divine power we are allowed to use, one that is highly sought after by the people of the lower world, Fauna, the blessing of the gods. Fauna. By using our blood, ichor, as a medium, we engrave divine script called hieroglyphs onto a mortal's back. This unlocks their latent potential. It drastically improves their physical abilities, allows them to level up, and can even awaken special powers known as skills or magic. Whoa! You can actually do that. Tsuna's eyes widened. Just receiving a god's blood was enough to gain superhuman strength. It sounded like something straight out of a comic book. But Fauna is strictly a catalyst. It gives you the foundation, but you don't instantly become a master swordsman overnight. Earning experience, getting stronger, and discovering skills all depends entirely on the individual's hard work. So does everyone in this world have this Fauna? Not everyone, no. Generally, a god gathers a group of followers and grants them Fauna. That organization, that group united under a single god, is what we call a familia. Okay, I get what a familia is now, but what do they actually do? That completely depends on the familia. There's no single set purpose. For example, there are commercial familias that focus on merchants and food production, blacksmithing familias that forge weapons, and medical familias that brew potions. It varies wildly. There are even massive state familias that essentially run entire countries. Entire countries. The sheer scale of a country being run by a single god's faction blew Tsuna's mind, cementing just how deeply Fauna was ingrained in this world's society. For the record, we are an exploration-type familia, Hestia added. What does an exploration-type familia do? Our primary focus is diving into the dungeon, a massive underground labyrinth, and fighting the monsters that spawn inside. Monsters. It was crazy enough that elves and dwarves existed, but actual monsters too. Tsuna was fully convinced he had somehow been dragged into an RPG. Exploration familias are the most common type here in Orario. It's an incredibly dangerous job, with a high risk of death. But if you succeed, you can earn massive amounts of wealth and fame. Those who brave the labyrinth are called adventurers. Adventurers. Don't worry, though. You have a home you need to return to, and people waiting for you. I'm not going to force you to risk your life in the dungeon. Instead, I'll talk to my boss at my part-time job, and see if they can hire you to help out. A part-time job. But you're a goddess. The revelation that a divine being worked a mundane part-time job was profoundly jarring. Gods come in all shapes and sizes. Some of us work shifts at food stalls, some sit on golden thrones ruling over mansions, and some just lock themselves in their rooms and play games all day. Heck, I can't even stand up to my boss at work. I really didn't need to know that. In Tsuna's mind, a god was a majestic, awe-inspiring entity. Hearing that this goddess got chewed out by her retail manager was a reality check he wasn't prepared for. Also, I forgot to ask earlier, Hestia said, shifting the topic. Do you remember exactly what happened right before you arrived here? Let's see. I was walking home after my training with Reborn. And then this weird, square device fell on my head. A square device? Yeah. When I touched it, it started glowing like crazy, and the next thing I knew, I was lying in front of this church. Suna finished recounting the events leading up to his arrival. From his story, Hestia deduced that the mysterious square device was undeniably the cause of his transportation to this world. Then it's highly likely that device is the reason you were transported here. Belkuin, did you see a square machine lying around him when you found him? No, I didn't see anything like that. The only thing near him was his bag. It's possible the device materialized somewhere else in the city. I'll ask around my network and see if any of the regulars at work have heard rumors about it. Thank you. We still have a lot of ground to cover, but we can handle the rest later. First things first, I need to update your status and grant you my fauna, officially making you a member of the Hestia family. Wait. Goddess, this is really bad. What's wrong, Belkuin? Hestia had been rolling up her sleeves, eager to gain a new familia member, but Bel suddenly panicked, his face draining of color. Hestia blinked at him, entirely confused. Tsunayoshi-san didn't go through the proper immigration procedures at the gates. And he wasn't born in Orario either. If we just register him right now, he'll be flagged as an illegal immigrant and immediately deported from the city. Oh crap. You're right. You've got to be kidding me. Hestia clutched her head as the gravity of the oversight hit her. Suna let out a miserable wail. Being stranded in another world was bad enough, but now he was an international criminal on top of it. This is definitely a problem. Hestia muttered, pacing back and forth. Even if we hide him, if the guild finds out, it's game over. She racked her brain, desperate to find a loophole that would let Suna stay legally. We have no choice. We'll have to go negotiate directly with Auranas. Auranas? He's the god who founded Orario. We'll bypass the standard channels, explain your entire situation directly to him, and ask for special permission to let you stay. So whether I end up homeless in the wilderness, or not depends entirely on this Auranas guy. Auranas is the founder, but he doesn't actively rule the city like a tyrant. His philosophy is reign, but do not govern. He's remarkably level-headed, and won't make unreasonable demands just for his own amusement. I'm sure he'll at least hear us out. But even if I tell him I'm from another world, there's no way he's actually going to believe me. You don't need to worry about that. We gods can instinctively tell when a mortal of the lower world is lying. He'll know you're telling the truth. The real problem is actually getting an audience with him. Because he's the founder, it's super hard to meet him. Exactly. To see Auranas, we need explicit permission from the guild's executives. Since I'm a goddess, they might give me some leeway, but you're a human with no official backing. Since we can't tell the guild staff you're from another world, because they wouldn't believe you, we just have to demand a meeting without giving a reason. And the odds of them allowing that are astronomically low. But it's our only option, right? Yeah. I won't sugarcoat it, the situation is grim. If the staff gets suspicious and runs a background check on you before we reach Auranas, your status as an illegal immigrant will be exposed, and you'll be exiled from Orario. It's a massive gamble. Suna fell silent, weighing the massive risks of attempting to bluff their way into the guild's deepest sanctum. I'll do it, Suna said, his eyes hardening with sudden resolve. Sitting around doing nothing won't fix anything. All right. If you're resolved, then let's get moving immediately, Tsunayoshi-kun. Right. Chapter 5, Auranas. 1397 words. Chapter 5, Auranas. To secure Tsuna's right to remain in the city, the two of them set out to confront the supreme authority of Orario, Auranas. This place is. Suna tilted his head back, staring straight up. They stood at the base of the colossal, white limestone tower that pierced the clouds, dominating the city's skyline. This is Babel, Hestia explained. Babel? Do you see that massive staircase over there? She pointed toward a sprawling, cavernous entranceway leading deep underground. That's the entrance to the dungeon. Adventurers head down those stairs to fight monsters. Babel was constructed directly over the labyrinth's maw to act as a definitive lid, preventing the monsters from escaping onto the surface. No, seriously. Isn't this building way too ridiculously tall just for a lid? Even as a barrier against monsters, building a skyscraper so high that the peak was lost in the clouds seemed utterly excessive. Well, Babel serves a lot of other functions too. It houses the guild's main branch, the currency exchange, massive shower facilities for returning adventurers, high-end commercial familia shops, the Donatus Hall where the gods hold our regular meetings, and luxury residential floors for the wealthier deities. I see. By the way, one of my part-time jobs is located in this building. One of. Wait, you're working multiple jobs. Well, yeah. Hestia looked away awkwardly, scratching her cheek. Are you okay? You're a goddess, but you're working multiple shifts. I mean, our familia is really poor. Realizing that she was practically working herself to the bone just to keep a roof over her head, Suna couldn't help but feel incredibly worried for her. Her reaction is completely different from earlier. Suna noticed she was acting much more embarrassed and ashamed of her jobs than she had been back at the church. You should be worrying about yourself right now, not me. If we fail here, you're getting deported. And if you get thrown out of Orario, you'll probably just die in the wilderness outside the walls. Oh right. Chatter ends here. From this point on, it's a high-stakes gamble with your life on the line. Are you ready? Yes. Stealing his nerves, Suna followed Hestia into the sprawling, pristine lobby of the guild's headquarters within Babel. This is the guild's reception hall. The guild manages the city's administration, oversees the adventurers and regulates the dungeon. As Hestia explained their surroundings, her eyes locked onto a young woman standing behind one of the polished counters. She had emerald green eyes, brown hair, and distinctly long, pointed ears. Advisor Cohen is here. Advisor Cohen? That half-elf girl with the glasses over there. She's Belle Cohen's personal dungeon advisor. I know her fairly well, so if we're going to ask for a massive, unreasonable favor, she's our best bet. Come on. Okay. Deciding that a familiar face was significantly better than a random stranger, Hestia marched straight toward the young woman's counter, Suna trailing nervously behind her. Hey there, Advisor Cohen. Do you have a minute? Goddess Hestia. Yes, what can I do for you? Her name was Ina Tool. As a half-elf born between a human and an elf, she possessed sharp administrative skills, and was incredibly popular among the adventurers she managed. Did something happen? Ina asked, noticing their tense demeanor. Well, you could say that. Is that boy a new recruit for the Hestia Familia? Are you here to process his registration paperwork? Ah haha, that's something we do need to do eventually, but... Then what exactly brings you here today? Well... Question mark. Seeing Hestia nervously fumbling for words, Ina tilted her head in confusion. We need you to arrange a meeting between this boy and Aurena's. The demand was so utterly absurd that Ina shot up from her chair, slamming her hands on the desk and screaming in shock. The sudden outburst echoed through the quiet lobby, instantly drawing the stares of every adventurer and guild employee in the vicinity. Realizing she had made a scene, Ina flushed bright red, cleared her throat, and slowly sat back down. What is the meaning of this? She hissed, leaning over the counter and keeping her voice to a harsh whisper. You can't just waltz in here and demand an audience with Lord Aurenas. I know that, but I can't tell you the reason. You can't tell me. Please. I'm begging you. Please help us. Hestia slammed her hands on the counter and bowed her head deeply. Seeing the goddess bow, Suna immediately followed suit, bowing at a perfect 90-degree angle. Aina was completely taken aback. It was one thing for a rookie adventurer to beg, but for a divine being to lower her head in the middle of the guild lobby was unheard of. Why you need authorization from the guild executives to meet Lord Arenas? I'll talk to my superiors and see what I can do, so please, raise your heads. Realizing there had to be some profound, unavoidable circumstance driving the goddess to act this way, Aina promised to try her best. Suna and Hestia finally straightened up. Even if I ask, there's absolutely no way the executives will grant an audience with Lord Arenas for a single, unregistered human with zero justification. Despite her promise, Aina knew the request was entirely hopeless. But then, I grant those two permission for an audience. X3. A deep, resonating male voice suddenly echoed directly into the minds of everyone in the guild hall. A massive wave of shock and murmurs rippled through the crowd. I have an interest in that human. Let them through. But, Lord Arenas. Aina stammered. I will speak to Royman myself. You understood. Still reeling from the direct divine intervention, Aina shakily stood up and unlocked the heavy gate next to her counter, gesturing toward the back corridors. Right this way. Looks like we cleared the biggest hurdle, Hestia whispered to Tsuna with a sigh of immense relief. They stepped through the gate, plunging into the heart of the guild. Escorted by guild personnel, Suna and Hestia descended deep beneath the guild headquarters. The pristine marble of the upper floors gave way to ancient, unrefined stone. The winding path grew incredibly narrow, swallowed by a heavy darkness illuminated only by the sparse, flickering light of wall-mounted torches. This place is... Eventually, the narrow corridor opened up into a massive, cavernous chamber. Four towering braziers burned in the corners, casting long, dancing shadows across the room. And there, sitting atop a monolithic stone throne upon a raised altar, was an imposing man with stark white hair and a flowing white beard, staring down at them with piercing eyes. This is the god who founded Orario. Arenas was entirely emotionless, radiating an overwhelming, oppressive aura of absolute authority that Hestia completely lacked. The sheer pressure of his presence sent a spike of intense anxiety through Tsuna's chest. It has been a while, Hestia. Yeah, Arenas. Has it been 1,000 years since we last met? 1,000 years. Hearing them casually throw around a millennium caused Tsuna to yelp in shock. Hestia didn't even bat an eye. 1,000 years is nothing to us gods. We're immortal, eternal beings. We experience time on an entirely different scale. Arenas shifted his gaze from Hestia down to the trembling teenager. Since you are accompanied by Hestia, I assume she has briefed you on my identity. But I shall introduce myself regardless. I am Arenas, the god who established Orario. His voice boomed through the chamber, echoing off the stone walls. Tell me your name. Why yes. My name is Sawada Tsunayoshi. Suna squeaked out, his voice cracking violently from the sheer tension. Arenas, thank you for agreeing to see us on such short notice, Hestia interjected smoothly, stepping forward to draw the pressure off Tsuna. And forgive the sudden intrusion. It's a massive emergency. I need you to listen to this boy's circumstances. Very well. But before we get to that, there is something I must ask him. Do you mind? No, go right ahead. Given that they were the ones begging for a favor, Hestia respectfully yielded the floor to the founding god. Arenas leaned forward slightly on his throne, his ancient eyes locking onto Tsuna with an intensity that seemed to pierce right through his soul. Sawada Tsunayoshi. Do you know a man named Jado? Chapter 6, Ancestor, Jado. 1,633 words. Chapter 6, Ancestor, Jado. Hearing the name, Jado, fall from Arenas's lips struck Tsuna like a physical blow. Why do you know that name? Jado. The true name of Vongala Primo, the founder of the Vongala familia, and Suna's direct ancestor. Though he was Italian, Giotto had stepped down from his position as boss and retired to Japan. After naturalizing into Japanese society, he had taken the name Sawada Ieyasu. It seems my suspicions were correct. Is this the work of fate as well? Auranas muttered, seemingly satisfied. What are you talking about? Explain it so I can understand too. Hestia cried out, the only one completely lost in the conversation. Giotto is the name of my ancestor. Are you saying your ancestor has been to this world? That is exactly what I am saying, Auranas confirmed, nodding at the goddess's bewildered expression. Several centuries ago, Giotto arrived in the land of Orario. At the time, the city was economically exhausted. Likely as a result of that poverty, violent conflicts between citizens and familias were a daily occurrence. Amidst that chaos, Giotto suddenly appeared and fought to put an end to the strife. Primo was fighting in another world too. Auranas' words brought back the history Tsuna had learned about the founding of his familia. The Vongala familia hadn't started out as a mafia syndicate. They had originally been a vigilante group. Giotto's town had been poor, but he had loved the place where he grew up. However, the town was constantly ravaged by outlaws and thugs. The police had capitulated to the criminals, leaving the citizens entirely helpless. In the midst of that despair, a fellow resident, and the future boss of the Simon familia, Simon Cazzato, suggested they form a vigilante group to protect the town themselves. Taking Cazzato's proposal to heart, Giotto, along with his childhood friend G and Cazzato, founded the Vongala familia. That was their origin. From there, the Vongala rapidly expanded. Under the grand banner of protecting the people, they systematically purged corrupt nobles, outlaws, politicians, and police. But everything changed with the second generation. Vongala Secondo devoted himself entirely to war and conquest, transforming the organization created to protect their loved ones into a terrifying mafia syndicate that silenced even crying children. When rumors of Giotto reached my ears, I investigated the men, Auranas continued. And what I found astounded me. Despite lacking fauna, he was fighting on equal footing against those who had received the grace of the gods. He didn't have fauna. Then how on earth was he fighting? Hestia gasped. Giotto already possessed a special power before he arrived in this world. He used that power to fight and quell the conflicts. A special power. He called it the Dying Will Flame. He described it as life energy where the flames themselves possess destructive power. The Dying Will Flame. Sawada Tsunayoshi. Do you by chance possess the same power as Giotto? That's. It seems you do. Auranas effortlessly deduced that Tsuna wielded the Dying Will Flame. Tsuna hesitated to admit it, but he quickly realized it was impossible to deceive the piercing eyes of a god. Could you show me that power here and now? Rest easy. This is merely an appraisal. I wish to witness your power with my own eyes to determine how you shall be treated moving forward. I have no intention of telling another soul, much less exploiting your strength. I promise you this upon the name of the god Auranas. I understood. Knowing his very survival hinged on this moment, Tsuna reached into his pocket and pulled out a pair of woolen mittens with the number 27 foot stitched onto them. He slipped them onto his hands, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. X2. In an instant, the woolen mittens transformed into sleek, red gauntlets. A vibrant orange flame ignited upon his forehead, and his eyes shifted to a matching, intense orange hue. Hestia and Auranas widened their eyes in sheer shock. This was hyper-Dying Will mode. By drawing out his quiet fighting spirit, this state completely removed the internal limiters placed on his physical body. Normally, entering hyper-Dying Will mode required being shot with a special rebuke bullet or swallowing 2 Dying Will pills. However, following his grueling training after the representative Battle of the Rainbow, Tsuna had learned to enter the state entirely under his own willpower. Furthermore, the gauntlets he wore were the Vongala gear, an upgraded form of the X-gloves originally used by Giotto. They were born from the same foundation, but had been evolved to combat overwhelming enemies. Oh. This isn't the time to be impressed, Arenas. He's on fire. His head is literally on fire. While Arenas was deeply moved by the nostalgic sight of a power so identical to Giotto's, Hestia was completely panicking at the sight of flames erupting from Suna's skull. Calm yourself, Hestia. That is simply the nature of his power. It poses no harm to the human body. Are you sure? The drastic shift in Suna's entire atmosphere left Hestia deeply unnerved. Is this what they call a split personality? The contrast between the timid boy from a moment ago and the calm, imposing figure standing before her was so stark she couldn't help but suspect he had multiple personalities. He is strong, exceeding even the elites of the Zeus and Hera familias. To think he possessed this level of power. Looking at Suna, Arenas recalled the legendary warriors of the two most powerful familias that had once ruled Orario. I have grasped the extent of your power, Arenas declared, addressing the hyper-mode Suna. I shall now pass down my decision regarding your treatment. First, Sawada Tsuneyoshi's residency in Orario is officially approved. Hestia, I will process the paperwork to officially recognize him as a member of your familia. You have no objections? None at all. That was the plan from the start. For appearances, Sawada Tsuneyoshi must be treated as a standard member of your familia. Therefore, you must engrave your fauna onto him. Understood. And your faction is an exploration-type familia, correct? Yeah. But Tsuneyoshi-kun has people waiting for his return. I understand. There is no need to force him into the dungeon. Respect his own will on the matter. However, he will be registered as an adventurer with the guild. I owe you one, Arenas. However, if he meets the requirements for a rank up, do not allow him to level up. You understand why, correct? Yeah. Got it. Rank up. Suna mentally noted the unfamiliar term, having no idea what it meant. I assume this goes without saying, but speak to no one about his otherworldly origins. And ensure you properly educate him on the workings of this world so he does not arouse suspicion. Will do. That is all from me. Do you have any questions? Arenas asked, concluding his directives. Just one, Suna said smoothly. What is it? Primo, what happened to Giotto after that? Ah, yes. A lapse in memory on my part. I suppose I must pass that tale down to you. Realizing he had forgotten a crucial detail, Arenas pressed his right hand against his forehead in mild regret. When I first heard the rumors of Giotto, I met with him directly and learned that he hailed from another world. I then granted him permission to stay in Orario. To hide the fact that he was an otherworldly visitor, I bestowed my fauna upon him. Wait, you gave him your fauna? Why are you so surprised? It is hardly unusual for a god to grant fauna. Hestia was visibly stunned by the revelation, though Tsuna couldn't quite grasp why it was such a big deal. Since founding Orario, I have maintained a stance of absolute neutrality, Arenas explained. Therefore, I grant my fauna to only a very select few. Then why give it to Giotto? Because I granted his request. His request. He told me he wished to fight to protect the peace of Orario, and asked for permission to remain in the city to do so. I accepted his plea. But to ensure no one realized he didn't belong to any familia, I gave him my fauna. Officially, he was treated as an adventurer hailing from a familia outside of Orario. But why fight to protect Orario's peace? From Giotto-kun's perspective, he had absolutely no reason to involve himself in our conflicts. He told me that Orario in its current state reminded him of his hometown, and he simply could not ignore it. Thanks to his efforts, the conflicts were suppressed. People joined hands, and the exhausted economy eventually recovered. He was an incredible person. This Giotto-kun. Once order was restored to Orario, Giotto vanished without a trace. I searched for him, but I couldn't find a single clue as to where he went. He likely returned to his own world. How can you be so sure? Before he vanished, he told me something. He said that if he ever managed to return to his world, he planned to retire to a country called Japan. He had spent his life fighting, and he wished to spend his remaining days living freely. In short, if he had not successfully returned to your world, you would not exist here right now. Japan. So Primo came to this world right before he stepped down as boss and retired. Piecing together Arenas' story, Suna pinpointed the exact timeline of Giotto's arrival. Unfortunately, I do not know the method he used to return home, Arenas said. However, I will investigate the matter personally. If I learn anything, I will inform you. I appreciate it. Are there any other questions? No. That's all I needed to know. Thank you. Chapter 7, Fauna. 1773 words. Having successfully secured his right to stay in Orario, Suna finally left the guild headquarters. Thank goodness. We didn't get deported. He seriously is a completely different person. Suna and Hestia were currently walking back to the church. Released from the crushing anxiety of potential exile, Suna had completely reverted to his usual, timid self. Hestia eyed him, deeply unsettled by the jarring whiplash in his personality. Say, Tsunayoshi-kun, are you, by any chance, suffering from a split personality? And no, I'm not. I know it probably looked that way, but... Suna frantically denied the accusation, though his voice wavered, acutely aware of how weird he must have seemed. It still feels super weird. Can you just go back to talking the way you were earlier? I couldn't possibly speak like that to a goddess. It's not like everyone calls gods Lord or uses formal speech. I mean, personally, I'd love it if you worship the ground I walk on like Belcoin does, but I'm not going to force you. Actually, in your case, it throws my rhythm off when you're super polite. So just talk to me normally. You under. Hestia. While he felt a bit guilty dropping the honorifics with a divine being, he decided to honor her request and speak casually since she preferred it. By the way, in your world, can people just use powers like that without fauna? No. That's not exactly how it works, but... Suna wore a conflicted expression, struggling to find the right words. Sensing there was more to the story, Hestia decided not to pry any further. Hey, Tsunayoshi-kun. Do you mind if we take a little detour? There's something I want to talk to you about. Sure. Though slightly puzzled by the sudden request, Suna agreed to follow her lead. Hestia led him to a quiet, deserted fountain plaza. The two of them sat down on a nearby bench. What did you want to talk about? I know I have no right to ask this, and I fully expect you to be angry. It's completely fine if you say no. Question mark. Seeing Hestia looking so uncharacteristically hesitant, Suna tilted his head in confusion. I want you to become an adventurer. Me? Yeah. I want you to use your power to help Belcoin. What do you mean? Belcoin has someone he deeply admires, and he's pushing himself to the absolute limit trying to catch up to them. But my familia barely has any members. Because of that, Belcoin is always forcing himself to take on dangerous risks alone. I'm just so terribly worried about him. He doesn't have anyone to fight alongside him. Strictly speaking, he isn't alone. But the girl who goes with him is from another familia, and she's a supporter. Basically, she handles rearguard logistics. She isn't a combatant. He doesn't have anyone who can stand on the front lines with him. When I saw your power today, I immediately thought, maybe Tsunayoshi-kun could be the strength Belcoin needs. I see. I know your situation. I know you just want to go home, and asking this of you is shameful and completely disqualifies me as a god. Even so, I'm begging you. Won't you lend Belcoin your strength? Hestia leaped up from the bench and bowed her head deeply toward him. I don't mind. Eh. Suna agreed instantly, without a second of hesitation. Hestia, who had fully braced herself for rejection, or at least a drawn-out negotiation, was left completely dumbfounded. Were you even listening to me? I'm asking you to fight monsters. You could literally die. Do you understand what you just agreed to? Well, I don't know all the details yet, but if my power can help, I think it's fine. And besides. Never mind. It's nothing. Suna swallowed the rest of his sentence. I shouldn't make her feel guilty. Exploration familias are the most common type here in Orario. It's an incredibly dangerous job, with a high risk of death. But if you succeed, you can earn massive amounts of wealth and fame. Those who brave the labyrinth are called adventurers. I mean, our familia is really poor. He recalled Hestia's exact words from earlier. He knew her familia was struggling financially, and that adventurers could earn a lot of money if they were successful. Suna was strong, but he hated fighting, and he had absolutely no desire to use his power for personal gain. However, despite not being wealthy, Hestia had unconditionally taken in a complete stranger like him. If becoming an adventurer meant he could make life a little easier for Hestia and Belle, then that was the best way he could repay his debt. He knew that if he told her this, Hestia would immediately tell him not to worry about them, so he kept his true motivations hidden. Anyway, I'll give being an adventurer a shot. If it ends up being completely impossible, I might have to quit, though. Are you really sure? If you're okay with it, I won't say another word. Hestia knew he was hiding something, but since he genuinely seemed willing to become an adventurer, she decided not to press the issue. With Suna's decision finalized, the two returned to the church. I'm home. We're back, Belkuin. Tsunayoshi-san. How did it go? Perfectly. We secured Tsunayoshi-kun's permission to stay in Orario. Oh, thank goodness. Hestia flashed a bright smile, and a V sign in response to Belle's anxious question. Hearing that Suna wouldn't be deported, Belle let out a massive sigh of relief. Also, it seems Tsunayoshi-kun is interested in becoming an adventurer. What do you mean? Exactly what I said. Our Inas already went ahead and registered him as an adventurer with the guild. So Belkuin, as his senior, make sure you teach him the ropes. Wait a minute. Tsunayoshi-san has people waiting for him to come home. That's true. But this is Tsunayoshi-kun's own decision. No one has the right to object to that. But. Are you really okay with this, Tsunayoshi-san? Well, think of it as a new experience. I won't know unless I try. That's the spirit. Look, we can just treat it as a trial run. If it doesn't work out, I still plan to ask my boss to hire him. For now, you guys can just head into the upper floors and see how it goes. That should be fine, right? I understand. Though Belle was initially completely against the idea, Hestia's reassurances managed to somewhat placate him. I'm sorry, making you ask him that for me. Belle whispered to Hestia when Suna was out of earshot. You didn't want to make him worry, she replied softly. Thank you. Hestia had deliberately played the role of the enthusiastic recruiter to prevent Belle from realizing she had essentially begged Suna to protect him. Belle, understanding her intent, didn't blame her. All right then. It's time to engrave my fauna. Tsunayoshi-kun, take off your shirt and lie face down on the sofa. Following her instructions, Suna took off his shirt and lay flat on his stomach. Hestia climbed onto the sofa, straddling his lower back so she could comfortably reach his shoulder blades. Hold still. This will be over in a second. She pulled out a small needle and lightly pricked her right index finger. A tiny drop of divine blood, ichor, welled up. She pressed her bleeding finger directly against Suna's back. Instantly, glowing characters written in hieroglyphs began to materialize across his skin. Okay, the hieroglyphs are engraved. Now I just need to translate them into koine so everyone can read them, so keep holding still. Hestia grabbed a piece of parchment and a pen, preparing to transcribe the divine text glowing on Suna's back. What is this? Her eyes widened in absolute disbelief as she stared at the newly formed characters. I'm done writing, you can get up now. Clearing her throat to mask her shock, Hestia climbed off the sofa. Suna got up from the sofa and quickly put his jacket back on. What's written here is your status. Think of it as a numerical representation of your abilities. Since you can't read koine, I'll read it out loud for you. Hestia pointed to the characters on the parchment and began to translate. Sawada Tsunayoshi. LV, 1. Strength, I0. Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Magic. Skills. That is your current status, Hestia explained. Excelia basically, by accumulating experience through various actions and battles, these numbers will increase, and you might awaken new skills or magic. And if you meet certain requirements, you can undergo a rank up. Ranking up increases your overall level. In short, you can get ridiculously strong. It really is just like a video game. As Hestia explained the mechanics of his status and how to acquire magic, Suna couldn't shake the feeling that he was listening to a tutorial on how to level up in an RPG. A lot happened today, but with this, you are officially a member of my familia. I'd love to throw a welcome party right now, but it's getting late. Let's just get some rest to prepare for tomorrow. Both Suna and Belle were visibly exhausted from the day's events, so Hestia proposed they turn in for the night. Agreeing wholeheartedly, Suna and Belle prepared to sleep on the sofa, while Hestia retreated to her own separate bedroom. Inside Hestia's room. There's just no way. Hestia lay on her bed, staring up at the ceiling, as she recalled the true status engraved on Suna's back. Sawada Tsunayoshi. LV, 1. Strength, I0. Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Magic. Skills. Blood of Vongala. Accelerates growth. Increases strength with every battle. Affects scale with the strength of the opponent. First Belkoen, and now Tsunayoshi-kun manifests a rare skill, and it's basically a vastly superior version of Belkoen's. This has to be some kind of joke. Plus, unlike Belkoen's, it doesn't even have any restrictive activation conditions. Hestia had intentionally omitted Suna's newly awakened skill when writing down his status on the parchment. The skill he possessed was absurdly powerful and incredibly rare. If word ever got out that he had such an ability, there was a very high chance that unsavory factions would try to kidnap or exploit him. To protect him, she had decided to keep it an absolute secret. Besides, what the heck does Blood of Vongala even mean? Just who exactly are you, Tsunayoshi-kun? Chapter 8, Dungeon. 1451 words. Chapter 8, Dungeon. The day after Tsuna arrived in Orario. Ugh. Tsuna slowly blinked awake on the sofa. There was only one bed in the church, which naturally belonged to Hestia, leaving Tsuna and Belle to sleep on the couches. Good morning, Tsunayoshi-kun. Morning, Tsuna. By the time he woke up, Hestia and Belle were already awake, and had finished preparing breakfast. Having both received Hestia's fauna, Tsuna and Belle had agreed the previous night to drop the formalities and treat each other as equals. I completely slept in. Don't worry about it, Hestia smiled. You were already battered and bruised when you got here, and then you got dragged into the sheer madness of being transported to another world. The physical and mental strain on your body must have been massive. Honestly, it would be more worrying if you couldn't sleep. Getting proper rest is a good thing. Comforted by her reassurance, the three of them sat down and enjoyed their morning meal. Thank you for the meal. They pressed their hands together in gratitude as they finished eating, Like I promised yesterday, I'll take care of the dishes, Suna said, gathering the plates. Sorry to make you do chores, Tsunayoshi-kun. But honestly, it's a huge help. Getting ready for my shifts has been a nightmare lately. It's the least I can do since you're letting me stay here. Thanks. I'm heading off to work then. See ya. With a wave, Hestia left the church and headed toward her part-time job. I am going to head out and do some training. I'll be back later, Bell announced, quickly strapping on his light armor before rushing out the door. Once they were both gone, Suna finished washing the dishes. Phew. With the chores done, he sat down at the table, picked up a pen, and began practicing on a scrap of paper. He couldn't read or write a single character of this world's language. Therefore, he had decided to spend his free time studying Koine. When you think about it, just being able to go to school was a massive privilege. While school districts did exist in this world, acting as educational institutions, admissions were strictly limited, meaning not just anyone could attend. When Suna casually mentioned that anyone could go to school in his country, Bell had been genuinely shocked. Suna hated studying and didn't exactly have fond memories of school, but realizing that simply being taught how to read and write was considered a luxury here gave him a profound sense of gratitude for his old life. 2 hours passed as he diligently copied characters at the table. I am back. Welcome ho, wait, what happened to you, Bell? Bell had left early in the morning claiming he was going to train, but he returned looking absolutely battered, covered in dirt and fresh bruises. Suna jumped up from the table in shock. It's nothing. I just pushed myself a little too hard, I guess. Is that so? Suna had a million questions about what kind of training leaves you looking like you got hit by a truck, but he hesitated to pry. I can still go to the dungeon today. Don't worry. No. No matter how you look at it, I should definitely be worried. Despite Bell's weak reassurances, he clearly looked like he was one stiff breeze away from collapsing. Suna couldn't help but yell at him. We can go to the dungeon some other time. Right now, you need to rest. I can't. Going into a combat zone in such a battered state was nothing short of suicidal. Suna tried to convince him to postpone the dive, but Bell flatly refused. If I stop now, I won't get anywhere. If I stay like this, I'll never get stronger. I have to do everything I possibly can. Bell-kun has someone he deeply admires, and he's pushing himself to the absolute limit trying to catch up to them. But my familia barely has any members. Because of that, Bell-kun is always forcing himself to take on dangerous risks alone. I'm just so terribly worried about him. Hearing Bell's desperate plea, Suna recalled Hestia's words. He was destroying himself just to reach the person he admired. I'm sorry. You were just worrying about me and I. Snapping out of his tunnel vision, Bell realized he had been completely disregarding Suna's genuine concern, and immediately apologized. I don't know the exact details, but you really want to get stronger, don't you? Yeah. Then go to sleep until it's time to head to the dungeon. We still have time, so get some rest. I'll wake you up when we need to leave. But just do it. If you don't rest properly now, you'll regret it later. Besides, my teacher always used to say that resting is just another part of training. So sleep. Suna. Thank you. Grateful for Tsuna's kindness, Bell decided to take him up on the offer. He stripped off his armor, changed into casual clothes, and laid down on the sofa. Exhausted from his grueling training, he was asleep within seconds. I guess I'm not really in a position to lecture him. Listening to Bell's soft snoring, Suna reflected on his own past. He, too, had constantly subjected himself to reckless, life-threatening training under Reborn. Unlike Bell, Suna was forced to get stronger because if he didn't, his precious friends would die. The circumstances demanded it. But the ultimate choice to embrace that strength had been his own. Because he understood that drive, he decided to respect Belle's resolve. 2 hours passed. Belle. NGH. Suna gently shook the sleeping boy's shoulder. Belle slowly fluttered his eyes open. It's time to head to the dungeon. Ah, we said I would sleep until it was time. Still groggy, Belle rubbed his eyes as he recalled their conversation. He hopped off the sofa, stretched his arms above his head, and quickly splashed some water on his face to wake himself up. Once his armor was securely fastened, they were ready to go. Leaving the church behind, Suna and Belle headed toward Babel, the entrance to the dungeon. Along the way, Suna listened intently as Belle explained the basic rules and layout of Orario. After a 15-minute walk, they arrived at the plaza in front of the colossal tower. Oh yeah, Hestia mentioned earlier that someone else was going to the dungeon with us. Yeah. Her name is Lily. Belle-sama. Just as Belle was about to explain, a voice called out his name. Suna turned to see a petite girl completely shrouded in a heavy cloak, lugging a ridiculously oversized backpack toward them. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I got held up with a few things, HM. The girl bowed her head in apology, but suddenly paused, blinking in confusion at the unfamiliar boy standing next to her employer. Is this an acquaintance of yours, Belle? Suna asked. This is my supporter, Lily. This little girl. Suna was genuinely shocked that their third-party member for exploring a deadly, monster-infested labyrinth was a child. Belle-sama. Who might this gentleman be? Ah. This is a new member who joined our familia yesterday. He's going to be diving into the dungeon with us starting today. Excuse me. The girl named Lily shrieked, staring at Suna with wide eyes. Nice to meet you. I'm Sawada Tsunayoshi. I look forward to working with you. Ah, the pleasure is mine. I am Belle-sama's supporter, Lily Ruka Arde. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Wait, no. Belle-sama. Reflexively returning Suna's polite greeting with her own practiced courtesy, Lily quickly snapped back to reality and whirled on Belle. What is the meaning of this, Belle-sama? You didn't tell me anything about adding a new member today. He just arrived in Orario yesterday, and only joined last night, so I didn't have time to introduce you. Last night? And you're dragging him straight into the dungeon on his very first day. Well. He said he was interested in being an adventurer, so I figured today could just be a trial run. This is the dungeon we are talking about. Do you understand how dangerous this is? If it looks like it's too much for him, we'll turn back immediately. Ugh, fine. I understand. Realizing that arguing with him was pointless, Lily let out a heavy sigh and reluctantly agreed. Listen closely. Belle-sama might be taking this lightly, but I will not. The second I judge that you are becoming a hindrance, I will forcefully send you back to the surface without a moment's hesitation. You had better be prepared. I'll do my best. Chapter 9, Anomaly, Genio. 1696 words. Chapter 9, Anomaly, Genio. Suna finally descended the massive staircase and stepped foot into the dungeon. So this is the dungeon. He gazed around in awe. A sprawling, seemingly endless cave system stretched out before him, the distant, echoing roars of unseen monsters bouncing off the damp stone walls. The dungeon was broadly categorized into 4 main sections: upper floors, middle floors, lower floors, and deep floors. Floors 1 through 12 were the upper floors. Floors 13 through 24 were the middle floors. Floors 25 through 36 were the lower floors, and everything below that was the deep floors. Currently, they were on the first floor, the shallowest and safest level of the entire labyrinth. As one descended deeper, the monsters grew exponentially stronger, and the environment became increasingly hostile. This meant that the first floor was objectively the easiest and most forgiving area. Listen well, Tsunayoshi-sama. If you feel even the slightest bit overwhelmed, do not let your pride get in the way. Call for help immediately. Got it. Despite her earlier complaints, Lily made sure to properly warn Suna to ensure his safety. With that said, she pulled down the hood of her cloak. Her head was finally visible, revealing dark hair, and a pair of distinctly feline ears perched atop her head. I thought she was human, but she's a different race entirely. Suna realized she wasn't a human at all, but some kind of beast person. But something feels. As he looked at her, an inexplicable, nagging sense of wrongness tickled the back of his mind. However, knowing he needed to focus on the dungeon, Suna pushed the thought aside, reached into his pocket, and slipped the 27-foot mittens onto his hands. Incoming. Goblins. At Belle's shout, 3 small, grotesque humanoid monsters with green skin charged out from the shadows. These were goblins, the weakest monsters in the dungeon. Remember what I said, Tsunayoshi-sama. Do not push yours, Lily was about to reiterate her warning, but her words died in her throat, her face freezing in absolute shock. Belle mirrored her expression perfectly. The 3 goblins that had been charging at them mere seconds ago had vanished entirely. Instead, standing a few paces ahead of them, was Tsuna's back. They're down. X2. Suna slowly turned around. His woolen mittens had transformed into sleek gauntlets, a brilliant orange flame burned fiercely on his forehead, and his eyes glowed with the same intense light. The sudden, impossible transformation left Belle and Lily utterly speechless. You're on fire. Your head is literally on fire. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Of course I'm going to worry about it. And how are you so calm when your head is on fire? Because these flames don't burn me. While Belle and Lily practically hyperventilated over his hyper-dying will mode, Suna replied with chilling calmness. He glanced down at the spot where the goblins had fallen. 3 small, purple crystals rested on the stone floor. He crouched down and picked one up. What are these? Those are magic stones. Magic stones. Seeing him inspect the crystal with genuine curiosity, Lily cautiously spoke up, explaining their significance. Magic stones were crystallized cores of magical energy found inside every monster. They acted as a monster's heart and power source. Once extracted, they were strictly regulated and exchanged for currency at the guild. Naturally, stronger or rarer monsters yielded far more valuable magic stones. Furthermore, these stones were heavily refined and utilized to power modern conveniences, such as igniters and magical cooling units. They were the lifeblood of Orario's daily life and industry. So when you said adventurers could earn massive wealth if they were successful, this is what you meant. Exploration familias are the most common type here in Orario. It's an incredibly dangerous job with a high risk of death. But if you succeed, you can earn massive amounts of wealth and fame. Those who brave the labyrinth are called adventurers. Recalling Hestia's words, Suna fully understood the value of the crystals and scooped up the remaining 2. Suna. Yeah. How exactly did you beat those goblins? It wasn't anything special. Having completely missed the fight, Belle desperately asked for an explanation. Suna simply ignited the flames on his gauntlets. I used the flames as propulsion to instantly close the distance, and then just punched them head-on. Like this. The moment he finished his sentence, he blasted a burst of flame backward. His body vanished in a blur of motion. Belle and Lily gasped in shock as he completely disappeared from their line of sight. Do you understand now? X2. Using high-speed propulsion, Suna had instantly maneuvered directly behind them. Hearing his voice coming from their blind spot caused both of them to violently flinch. Please don't scare us like that. It's bad for the heart. Sorry about that. I just give these magic stones to Lily, right? Why yes. Apologizing for startling them, Suna dropped the goblin cores into Lily's outstretched hands. So the basic flow is, we move forward, kill monsters and collect these stones. Is that right? Why yeah. Oh, but sometimes monsters drop parts of their own bodies, those are called drop items. If you see any, collect those just like the magic stones. Understood. Hold on just a minute. Lily suddenly yelled. What is it? Don't what is it me? Just who exactly are you? Is this really your first time in the dungeon? Seeing him effortlessly obliterate monsters mere hours after receiving fauna, Lily couldn't hold back her incredulous demands. I had plenty of combat experience before I ever came to Orario. Enemies at this level aren't an issue. That doesn't explain anything. How are you already perfectly mastering magic? Assuming his dying will flames were a form of magic granted by his fauna, Lily aggressively pressed him for answers. That's a secret. What? Invoking his right to remain silent regarding his flames, Suna completely shut her down. Lily flushed with indignation at being stonewalled. What is that supposed to mean? Are you mocking me? Not at all. I just want to keep the nature of my power a secret. Just like you're keeping yours a secret. What are you? Lily flinched, her eyes darting nervously. The moment I saw your head, I felt it. It was like I was looking at something that wasn't your true form. How? I never told him anything about my magic. A violent wave of panic washed over Lily. Belle, who also knew her secret, looked equally terrified. It's probably some kind of illusion or transformation ability. I have no idea why you're hiding your real appearance, but I'm assuming you have your reasons. That's. I have no intention of prying. I don't get a bad vibe from you, anyway. So I won't ask about your secrets, and you don't ask about mine. Sound fair? Why yes. Bonded by mutual secrecy, the two agreed to a silent truce regarding their respective mysteries. With the matter settled, the trio continued deeper into the labyrinth. Belle-sama. Did you tell him about my magic? I didn't say a word. I'm just as shocked as you are. As they walked, Lily and Belle furiously whispered to each other in the back. Concluding that Suna had somehow seen through her flawless disguise purely on instinct, they were left deeply unnerved. Suna's ability to pierce through Lily's facade was thanks to his hyper-intuition, a bloodline trait passed down through the bosses of the Vongala. It was the absolute power of the blood of Vongala that allowed the user to instantly see through any deception or illusion. The nagging sense of wrongness he had felt earlier was his hyper-intuition screaming at him. Unaware of this legendary ability, Belle and Lily were left anxiously wondering if he knew everything about them. However, Jaya, Gohaya, Gagya, X2. They were currently on the 9th floor. The walls were caked in thick moss, and the terrain had opened up into a sprawling underground pasture covered in short grass. Ever since they entered the dungeon, Suna had been instantaneously slaughtering every single monster that spawned before it could even initiate an attack. Belle and Lily had been reduced to glorified scavengers, doing nothing but picking up magic stones and drop items in his wake. They stared at Suna's overwhelming display of force in utter stupefaction. What do I do? Goddess Hestia told me to teach him the ropes, but I feel like I'm the one who needs to be begging him for lessons. What a terrifyingly arrogant fool I was. To think I actually called this monster a hindrance. Belle's desire to act as a mentor had completely evaporated, replaced by a deep desire to become his student. Meanwhile, Lily trembled in sheer terror at her earlier disrespect. Any lingering suspicion she had toward Suna was entirely overwritten by primal fear. My body feels incredibly light, and power just keeps surging through me. So this is the power of fauna. Suna stared at his right hand, slowly clenching and unclenching his fist, marveling at the unnatural strength coursing through his veins. I could keep going for hours. He knew he had plenty of stamina left, but he figured it was best not to push his luck on his first day. It was time to head back to the surface. Lily. Why yes. Excellent work today, Tsunayoshi-san. Are you injured anywhere, sir? If you are thirsty, I have water prepared immediately. What's with the sudden change? Completely broken by his sheer dominance, Belle and Lily had instinctively adopted a tone of absolute reverence and servitude. Baffled by their sudden subservience, Suna blinked in confusion. I was thinking it's about time we head back to the surface. You understood. We shall return at once. Please allow me to carry your bags, sir. No, seriously, why are you talking to me like that? And I'm not even carrying any bags. You're the one carrying everything, Lily. For the entire trek back up to the surface, Belle and Lily treated Suna like a mob boss, acting like terrified underlings eagerly catering to his every whim. Chapter 10, Pride, Orgullo. 2,592 words. Chapter 10, Pride, Orgullo. After leaving an overwhelmingly dominant impression during his first dungeon dive, Suna and his party returned to the surface. Their first stop was the guild headquarters to exchange their loot for cash. 70,000 Valis. X2. Having finished the exchange, the trio sat around a table in a nearby cafe. When they opened the leather pouch provided by the guild and counted the golden coins inside, Belle and Lily were paralyzed by the sheer amount. Valis was the standard currency of the world. To put its value into perspective, a hearty meal cost around 50 Valis. Hestia's part-time job paid a mere 30 Valis an hour. Is that a little? And no. I just never imagined we could earn this much in a single day. Assuming their stunned silence meant the payout was disappointingly low, Suna asked hesitantly. Belle frantically corrected him. I suppose it makes sense. Even if they were only upper-floor monsters, if you completely eradicate every single spawn across 9 floors, it adds up. Lily recalled the absolute massacre Suna had unleashed. Individually, upper-floor monsters were incredibly weak, making their magic stones and drop items relatively cheap. However, through sheer, unprecedented volume, they had amassed a small fortune. It was vastly more than what a normal worker could earn in months. We just split this evenly down the middle, right? Suna asked. But this all belongs to you, Tsunayoshi-sama. Lily felt incredibly guilty at the prospect of taking an equal cut. The reason was obvious, Suna had single-handedly annihilated every threat, while she had contributed absolutely nothing to the combat. Aren't we a team? Suna genuinely didn't understand why she was hesitating to take her share. Lily stared at him, utterly stunned by his nonchalant generosity. This person is just as ridiculously soft-hearted as Belle-sama. She quickly realized that Suna was an incredibly trusting and good-natured person. Tsunayoshi-sama. If I were a bad person, I could easily exploit you right now. That wouldn't happen. Like I said, I don't get a bad vibe from you. You mentioned that earlier, but what exactly do you mean by bad vibe? It's kind of hard to explain, but when I'm around bad people, I get this awful, chilling sensation. Like a shiver down my spine. I don't feel anything like that from you, so I know you're fine. I have no idea what you're talking about. Lily shot him a flat, deadpan stare, entirely unconvinced by his abstract, feeling-based logic. I understand. As you suggest, Tsunayoshi-sama, I will accept my half of the share. Is that acceptable to you, Belle-sama? Why, yeah. After parting ways with Lily, Suna and Belle headed back to their home base at the ruined church. Suna. What's wrong, Belle? As they walked through the city streets, Belle mustered his courage and called out to him. I have a favor to ask. A favor? Please train me. Train you? Suna was completely blindsided. Being asked to act as a mentor was the last thing he expected. I can't do that. I've always been the one getting trained. I've never taught anyone anything before. Please, I'm begging you. Just sparring with me normally is fine. Seeing Belle press his hands together and bow his head so desperately, Suna was entirely at a loss. All right, fine. Really? Thank you. Considering how much Belle and Hestia had helped him, and understanding Belle's desperate desire to grow stronger, Suna decided to do whatever he could to aid his new friend. Where should we do it? Having only arrived in Orario the day before, Suna had zero knowledge of the city's layout. He had no idea where they could train without causing a public disturbance. If that's the case, I know a place. Following Belle's lead, Suna arrived at their makeshift training ground. This is on top of the wall. They had climbed up onto the massive city wall encircling Orario. It was completely deserted, offering a sweeping, panoramic view of the sprawling city below. While the walkway wasn't exceptionally wide, it provided more than enough space for a sparring match. The colossal circular wall served to physically isolate Orario from the outside world, preventing both external monsters and unauthorized intruders from breaching the city. No one ever comes up here. I see. Confirming their isolation, Suna slipped the 27-foot mittens onto his hands. Then let's get started. He instantly entered hyper-dying will mode, signaling his readiness. What an overwhelming presence. When they were in the dungeon, Belle had only been able to stare in awe at Suna's destructive power. But facing him head-on was completely different. Even though Suna was simply standing there, the sheer pressure radiating from him threatened to crush Belle's spirit. But this was training. He couldn't back down. Belle drew both of his knives and dropped into a combat stance. In his left hand, he held his standard Baselard dagger, the Schweizerdegan. It was a high-quality weapon Lily had splurged on for him, costing a hefty 19,000 Valis even after aggressive haggling, more than enough for a rookie adventurer. In his right hand, he held a knife inscribed with hieroglyphs, the Hestia knife. Hestia had begged her divine friend, Hephaestus, the goddess of forging, to craft it specifically for Belle. Forged directly by the ultimate artisan, its durability was unparalleled. Infused with Hestia's hair and ichor, the blade was alive. In the hands of anyone else, it was a dull piece of scrap metal. But when wielded by a member of Hestia's familia, its attack power scaled directly with the user's own strength. Its true value was a staggering 200 million Valis. Since Hestia obviously couldn't pay up front, she had signed a 35-year, 420 installment loan. To pay off the crushing debt, she secretly worked a second job at the Hephaestus Familia's shop in Babel. Naturally, Belle was entirely oblivious to this. Knives, huh? Sorry, but I don't know the first thing about swordsmanship. I can't give you any technical advice. If you want to get stronger, you'll have to find the path yourself through our clashes. Alright. Don't hold back. Come at me from any angle. Come at me with the intent to kill. Please take care of me. With a fierce battle cry, Belle launched himself straight at Suna. Ha-ya! The moment he entered striking range, Belle swung his reverse-gripped Schweizerdegan in a horizontal arc from left to right. It was one of the 9 fundamental strikes of swordsmanship, the right sweep. However, Belle's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Suna had casually blocked the blade using only his right index finger. With one finger. And it won't budge. Belle poured all his strength into his left arm, but the blade remained completely immobile against the teenager's digit. Suna had perfectly condensed his dying will flames into his finger, creating an impenetrable barrier. You're wide open. Suna straightened his left fingers into a knife-hand strike, and gently pressed it against Belle's throat. In a real fight, you'd be dead. Combat is an endless series of unpredictable variables. The moment you realize your attack won't work, you need to immediately disengage and plan your next move. Trying to overpower an opponent who clearly outclasses you in raw strength is pointless. Unable to argue with the flawless logic, Belle slowly lowered his blade, pulling it away from Suna's finger. Next. Alright. Looking slightly dejected, Belle retreated to his starting position. A frontal assault won't work. In that case, Belle charged straight at Suna again. But this time, the moment he closed the distance, he dropped into a rapid slide tackle. I'll take his legs first. Using his momentum, Bell aimed to sweep Suna's footing. Anticipating the low strike, Suna simply leaped into the air. I knew it. Bell wasn't deterred in the slightest. He had fully expected Suna to dodge. This is the real attack. By forcing Suna into the air, Bell had successfully secured his blind spot. Utilizing the momentum of his slide, Bell kicked off the ground, rocketing higher than Suna. He raised both knives above his head and brought them down in a vicious, plunging strike. It was another of the 9 fundamental strikes, the head cleaver. However, Suna calmly raised his right arm, blocking the dual downward slash with his gauntlet. In a fluid motion, Suna swept his arm outward, knocking Bell away. Bell tumbled through the air but managed to land safely on his feet. I thought I had him perfectly, but he blocked it effortlessly. Even after exploiting a blind spot with a perfectly timed feint, his attack hadn't even grazed Suna. Bell was left entirely stunned. Not a bad sequence but entirely predictable. You realized during our first exchange that a direct attack was useless, which meant your next logical move would be a sneak attack. I deliberately jumped to dodge your slide, intentionally creating an opening for you to exploit. He read me. He predicted all of that from the very beginning. Bell was horrified to realize that Suna had been manipulating his movements before he even launched his aerial strike. Also, don't you have some kind of skill or magic? Use whatever you have. But I told you not to hold back. You want to get stronger, don't you? You understood. Following Suna's urging, Bell reversed his grip on his knives and dropped back into a combat stance. This time, he began to sprint in a wide circle around Suna. First, I need to create an opening. He aimed to disrupt Suna's breathing rhythm to force a vulnerability. The moment Bell slipped into Suna's blind spot and Suna turned his head to track him, Bell thrust his right hand forward. Firebolt. A blast of flame shaped like a jagged lightning bolt erupted from his palm. Firebolt was Bell's singular, no-chant magic. Normally, casting magic required reciting an incantation. However, Firebolt was a rapid-fire spell that only required the user to call its name. While its raw power was lower than chant-based magic, its instantaneous cast time made it an exceptional combat asset. Despite the sudden projectile, Suna remained completely unfazed. He simply tilted his head slightly to the left, allowing the blazing bolt to streak harmlessly past his ear. This time for sure. The firebolt hadn't been meant to hit, it was a smokescreen to blind Suna. Using the distraction, Bell instantly circled behind him. Firebolt. He fired a second blast directly at Suna's exposed back. He's being cautious. This time, Suna tilted his head to the right, effortlessly dodging the second blast. Bell wasn't mindlessly rushing in after taking Suna's back, he was carefully layering his attacks. However, Suna's hyper-intuition saw right through the strategy. The moment Suna dodged the flame, Bell was already lunging forward, the Schweizerdiegen thrusting toward Suna's face. The ranged attacks were meant to force my attention, making it impossible to predict that he would immediately close in for a melee strike. Having completely deconstructed Bell's multi-layered feint, Suna casually caught the blade of the Schweizerdiegen with his right hand, completely stopping its momentum. I planned for this too. Even with his blade trapped, Bell didn't panic. He continued his forward assault. Ha-ya! Using his forward momentum, Bell launched himself into a brutal flying knee strike aimed at Suna's chest. Suna caught the incoming knee with his left palm. Both of his hands are occupied. With Suna's right hand holding the dagger and his left hand blocking the knee, Bell's right arm was free. He swung the Hestia knife down with everything he had. It's a good strategy. But... Before the Hestia knife could connect, Suna violently shoved forward with the left hand that was holding Bell's knee. Her balance shattered in midair, Bell was sent flying backward, crashing hard onto his back. Once you launch yourself into the air, you lose all leverage to brace yourself. You made a fatal error in judgment. Even after all that. Bell slowly sat up from the stone floor. He had used his swordsmanship, his magic, and his physical martial arts. He had thrown everything he had at the boy, yet he hadn't landed a single scratch. He hadn't even forced Suna to take a single step backward. The sheer, insurmountable gap in their abilities left Bell in complete shock. Don't be so pessimistic. Though I know that's hard to hear. Your tactics weren't bad at all. But in your case, there's a much deeper problem. A problem? You are terrified of something. Bell physically flinched, his eyes widening as Tsuna ruthlessly struck a nerve. Feeling fear isn't a bad thing. In fact, fighting without fear is just reckless stupidity. But your fear is paralyzing you. That terror is acting as a lid, sealing away your true potential. No matter how physically strong you become, if you let fear control you, it's all meaningless. Until you conquer that terror, you will never achieve true strength. Unable to deny the harsh truth of Tsuna's words, Bell lowered his head in silence. What is your pride? My pride. Hearing the unexpected word, Bell slowly lifted his gaze. Your pride is what you refuse to compromise on. The one thing you will not yield, no matter what happens. The thing I won't yield. Exactly. If you can figure out what your pride is, you should be able to overcome your fear. Bell looked down at his hands, desperately searching his heart for the answer. But he couldn't grasp what his true pride was. You don't need to find the answer right this second. But until you do, you will never defeat your fear. Tsuna remembered his own struggles. During his war against his close friend, Kazato Enma, and the Simon Familia, he had been forced to fight with his pride on the line. He remembered the agonizing internal conflict he endured before finally understanding what his pride truly was. What is your pride, Tsuna? My friends. Your friends. Yeah. No matter what happens, I will never yield when it comes to my friends. That's why I can fight without giving in to fear. That's why you're so strong. I'm not strong at all. Because I wasn't strong enough to protect everyone. I've let people die. Bell stared at Tsuna in shock, completely taken aback by the sudden, heavy confession. I trained desperately to get stronger so I could protect my friends. But even then, I couldn't save them. They died right in front of me. Tsuna closed his eyes, the painful memories of Uni and Gamma sacrificing themselves to restore the world's order during the battle against Byakuran flashing through his mind. And the man who caused me to lose my friends. I killed him. I couldn't forgive him. He sacrificed countless innocent lives and stole the lives of my friends. Consumed by rage and hatred, I killed him. I always said I fought to protect my friends, but in the end, I was just a murderer. I was no different from him. Tsuna recalled the final clash against Byakuran, where he had vaporized the Milfiori boss, leaving not even a single trace behind. Hearing the incredibly dark, blood-soaked past of the gentle boy sitting before him, Bell was left utterly speechless, his mouth hanging open in horror. Sorry, I didn't mean to dump all that on you. Anyway, back to training. Alright. Chapter 11, Sword Girl. 2,419 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative-translations. Chapter 11, Sword Girl. Tsuna continued his training session with Bell. After the grueling sparring match, Bell desperately clung to Tsuna, pushing himself to the absolute limit, but he was completely unable to force Tsuna to take a single step backward. Phew. Currently, Tsuna was back at the church practicing his koine writing, while Bell was dead asleep on the sofa. After their training, Bell's exhaustion had peaked, forcing them to return home so he could rest. Using magic consumed an energy known as mind. If an adventurer pushed themselves too far and depleted their mind entirely, they would suffer a forced loss of consciousness known as mind down. While Bell hadn't suffered a mind down during their sparring, he had still expended a massive amount of mind-casting firebolt, placing a severe strain on his body. I'm home. Ah, welcome back, Hestia. Oh, you guys are back early. How did your first trip to the dungeon go? Yeah. We made it down to the 9th floor, but... The 9th floor? Suna casually answered her question, but hearing that they had reached the 9th floor on his very first day caused Hestia to shriek in disbelief. What were you thinking? Going all the way down to the 9th floor on your first dive? Hestia, keep your voice down. You'll wake Belle. Sorry about that. Realizing Belle was asleep on the sofa, Hestia frantically lowered her voice to a whisper. Fortunately, Belle didn't stir, and both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Wait, what happened to him? He looks completely exhausted. Did something happen in the dungeon? No. I was the only one fighting in the dungeon, so nothing happened there. But... I feel like you just casually dropped a completely terrifying piece of information, but we'll shelve that for now. If nothing happened in the dungeon, then what happened to him? He asked me to train him. Train him? Yeah. We sparred for a while, but he completely wore himself out and fell asleep as soon as we got back. I see. So what's your assessment? How does Belcoen look to you? I think he'll definitely get stronger as he gains more experience. But right now, it seems like more of a mental block. A mental block? Yeah. It looked like he was terrified of something. That fear is holding him back and preventing him from bringing out his true potential. If he can overcome whatever is scaring him, I don't think he'll have any problems in a fight. Is that so? Something about Suna's observation seemed to strike a chord with Hestia. Her expression grew somber as she looked down at the sleeping boy. Well, I'm just glad nothing bad happened in the dungeon. But don't let your guard down, okay? Just because you're strong doesn't mean you should get cocky. Yeah, I know. That's exactly why I decided to turn back at the 9th floor. Alright. It was practically unheard of for a rookie adventurer to reach the 9th floor on their first day. Normally, adventurers started on the 1st floor and slowly, painstakingly worked their way down over weeks or months. Hestia was slightly taken aback by how casually Tsuna treated the achievement. He said he decided to turn back at the 9th floor. Does that mean he could have kept going deeper if he wanted to? Just how ridiculously strong are you, Tsunayoshi-kun? The sheer, nonsensical scale of Tsuna's power left Hestia utterly speechless. Ah, right. Here's our cut of the reward from today. Tsuna picked up the leather pouch he had left on the table, untied the string, and dumped the golden coins out onto the wood. We earned 70,000 valis total, and I split it evenly with Lily, so our share is 35,000 valis. 35,000 valis. Hestia. Your voice. Your voice. Hearing the massive sum, Hestia let out her loudest, most ungodly shriek yet. Once Belle finally woke up, they used their newly acquired wealth to treat themselves to a massive, luxurious dinner. The next day. I'm heading out to train. Alright. After Hestia left for her part-time job, Belle trudged out of the church, his face practically pale with exhaustion. Tsuna watched him go with a deeply concerned expression. Is he really going to be okay? Anyone with eyes could see that Belle was pushing himself way too hard. I should go check on him. Curious to see exactly what kind of grueling training Belle was subjecting himself to, Tsuna decided to secretly follow him. Tsuna slipped out of the church and quietly tailed Belle from a safe distance, making sure to stay out of sight. This route. Tracking Belle through the city streets, Tsuna noticed that they were heading toward a very familiar location. Because it was so early in the morning, there was barely anyone around. I knew it, this is. They had arrived at the same city wall where he and Belle had sparred the day before. Tsuna hid behind a nearby building, and watched as Belle began climbing the long stone staircase leading up to the ramparts. Does he just want a place where no one will bother him? There was absolutely nothing on top of the wall. If Belle just wanted a place to train alone, there were certainly better spots than this. Suna figured Belle chose this secluded location specifically to avoid any interruptions. Making sure his footsteps were completely silent, Suna slowly crept up the stairs. He paused just a few steps from the top, keeping his head below the edge of the wall. "I'm sorry, Ace-san. Did I keep you waiting?" "Don't worry about it. I just got here myself." A woman's voice. From his hiding spot on the stairs, Suna heard Belle talking to a woman he had never heard before. Curious, Suna crouched down low and carefully peeked over the top step. "Are you all right? You look incredibly exhausted," the woman noted. "Actually, someone new joined my familia recently, and I've been training with him too." "I see. What do you want to do? Should we take today off?" "No, I'm fine. There are things I can only learn from you, Ace-san." "All right. But tell me if it gets to be too much. We'll make sure to take proper breaks." "Yes." Standing next to Belle was a beautiful young woman with long, flowing golden hair, a finely crafted sword resting at her hip. This was the woman Belle had called Ace. "I've never seen her before." Wondering who this mysterious woman was, Suna stared at her intently from his hiding spot. But then... "Who's there? Crap. She noticed me." Sensing Suna's gaze, Ace instantly dropped her hips, gripping her scabbard with her left hand, and the hilt of her sword with her right, shifting seamlessly into a flawless combat stance. Panicking, Suna quickly ducked down completely, curling into a tight ball on the stairs and clamping both hands over his mouth. "Come out quietly. Do so, and I won't harm you." What's wrong, Ace-san? "There's someone hiding there." This could be bad. If someone finds out we've been meeting like this. What should we do? If they refuse to come out, I'll have no choice but to knock them out and erase their memories." "No, wait. You can't do that." Why did this suddenly turn into a violent hostage situation? He hadn't even done anything wrong, yet this woman was casually suggesting giving him a concussion to induce amnesia. Suna was absolutely terrified. "It's me." Deciding that coming out with his hands up was vastly preferable to getting brain damage, Suna hurriedly scrambled up the remaining stairs and revealed himself. "Why are you here? An acquaintance of yours?" Ace asked, her grip on her sword loosening slightly. "This is the new familia member I was just telling you about." "So this is the boy." Knowing he was Belle's ally, Ace quietly relaxed her stance and took her hand off her hilt. "Why are you here, Suna?" I was just worried about you, Belle. I wanted to see what kind of crazy training you were doing." "I can't believe this. I was so focused on getting stronger that I ended up making Suna worry about me." Realizing his reckless desperation was causing his friend's genuine distress, Belle felt a sharp pang of guilt. "So you're having her train you?" Suna asked, gesturing to Ace. "Why, yeah, that's right. Is there a problem with that?" Suna hadn't asked a particularly weird question, but Belle was visibly hesitating to answer. Suna immediately sensed there were complicated circumstances at play. "You must have arrived in Orario very recently," Ace said, stepping in to explain. "Well, yeah. Familias are strictly forbidden from meddling too deeply in the affairs of other familias." "Meddling deeply?" "Yes. If rival factions form overly intimate connections, it can lead to massive conflicts of interest and factional disputes. That's why deep fraternization between different familias is taboo. And I," she continued, "am a member of the Loki familia. If my familia finds out I've been secretly training an adventurer from another faction, it will cause a massive incident." "Then, why are you doing it?" "Because I caused this boy a great deal of trouble recently. I'm teaching him how to fight for a limited time as an apology." "I see. So please, I'm asking you to keep this a secret." "Please. I am begging you to, Suna." Ace bowed her head deeply, asking him to keep their secret. Seeing her bow, Bell frantically bowed his head as well. Hey, it's fine. I was just worried about Bell. I have absolutely no intention of telling anyone. Suna. Hearing that Suna would keep his mouth shut, Bell let out a sigh of relief and smiled brightly. Thank you. Your name is Tsuna, right? My real name is Sawada Tsunayoshi, but pretty much everyone calls me Tsuna, so that's fine. I see. I am Ace Wallenstein. You can just call me Ace. Equally relieved, Ace formally introduced herself. With the misunderstanding cleared up, Bell and Ace began their training session. Since he was already there, Suna decided to sit on the edge of the wall and observe. However, within minutes, Suna watched in horror as Ace delivered a brutal kick directly to Bell's stomach, instantly knocking him completely unconscious. Oh, one hit. Suna was dumbfounded. She had literally knocked him out cold with a single, devastating blow. Ace gently rested the unconscious Bell's head on her lap. I'm sorry, she muttered, looking up at Suna with a deeply apologetic expression. I'm really bad at holding back. It always ends up like this. Bell mentioned yesterday that you were training him too. How do you do it? Basically, I just let Bell attack me, and I focus entirely on defending. Since I don't know the first thing about swordsmanship, my goal is to just force him to figure out how to get stronger through the clash itself. I'm not very good at teaching either, so my method is pretty similar to yours. But since I'm actively attacking, I always end up knocking him out. Maybe I shouldn't attack him either. I don't think what you're doing is wrong, Ace. And the fact that you actually feel bad about it makes you infinitely better than my teacher. Reborn would never, ever feel an ounce of guilt. Reborn. My home tutor. That guy doesn't know the meaning of the phrase, holding back, and he certainly doesn't feel sorry about almost killing me. Do you have any idea how many times I've almost died since he showed up? Is it really that bad? Bad doesn't even begin to cover it. I've had assassins targeting my life on a daily basis. He blew me up with dynamite whenever I got a math problem wrong. I've almost died from eating literal poison cooking. I caught an incurable skull disease. I was almost crushed by a giant turtle. I was thrown into the ocean with man-eating sharks. I was used as a human punching bag. He told me to infiltrate an enemy Mafia base by myself. I was electrocuted underwater. He threw me onto a mountain where only 1 in 100 people survive, left me stranded, and then the mountain caught on fire. I had to climb a sheer cliff face without a safety rope, fell off multiple times, and got crushed under massive boulders. I'm pretty sure a normal person would have died from any one of those things. As Tsuna numbly listed off the endless litany of life-threatening abuse he had suffered under Reborn, Ace stared at him, genuinely bewildered as to how he was still drawing breath. A few minutes later, Bell finally regained consciousness. He scrambled to his feet, and the sparring resumed. But the outcome was entirely identical. Bell and Ace would clash for a few seconds, Bell would get knocked out, he would wake up, they would clash again, and he would get knocked out again. It was an endless, brutal cycle. After nearly an hour of getting repeatedly concussed, Bell was sprawled flat on his back, gasping for air. Having reached his absolute physical limit, they were forced to take a proper break. Ace, on the other hand, wasn't even breathing heavily. She looked like she was merely out for a stroll. What about you? She asked, turning to Tsuna. You're going into the dungeon too, right? Don't you need to train? I'm fine. I don't mind teaching you since you're keeping our secret. And no, really. I'm good. The dungeon is full of unpredictable dangers. It never hurts to be prepared. It'll be fine. We're just going to spar. It's not difficult. Why is she being so aggressively pushy about this? For some reason, Ace seemed entirely dead set on fighting him. Tsuna was completely bewildered by her intense persistence. Looking closely, her face practically screams, "I want to teach you." Despite her usual blank, emotionless expression, Suna's intuition picked up on her subtle excitement. As a high-ranking veteran, she clearly possessed a deep, burning desire to act as a mentor to the struggling rookies. All right. Please take care of me. Support this fanfic by leaving reviews, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/negative-translations. Chapter 12, Sky, Suna, vs. Sword Princess, Ace. 2,510 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative-translations. Underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 12, Sky, Suna, vs. Sword Princess, Ace. Unable to resist Ace's intense, silent pressure, Suna reluctantly agreed to spar with her. Are you ready? Why yeah. I can't believe Suna is actually going to fight Ace-san. As Ace asked for confirmation, Suna reached into his pockets and pulled out the 27-foot mittens. Belle watched from the sidelines, both incredibly shocked that this was happening, and intensely curious to see how a clash between these two monsters would unfold. Phew. Suna slowly closed his eyes and took a deep, centering breath. The 27-foot mittens transformed into his sleek, red Vongala gear gauntlets. A brilliant orange flame ignited upon his forehead, casting a warm glow over his features, and his eyes shifted to match the intense, blazing color. Let's begin. The drastic shift in his entire demeanor, the transforming gauntlets, the literal fire erupting from his skull, it was entirely too much to process at once. Ace stood frozen, her mouth slightly agape as she stared at him in utter bewilderment. What's wrong? No. Your head is on fire. It's fine. This is my power. All right. She had a mountain of questions she wanted to ask, but since Suna assured her it was fine, she shook her head to clear her thoughts and focused on the fight. Ace drew her sword, desperate, gripping it with both hands and holding the blade squarely in front of her. It was the middle stance. One of the 5 fundamental stances used in swordsmanship and naginata arts. By using this neutral position as a baseline, a warrior could seamlessly transition between offense and defense, allowing them to instantaneously react to any shifting variables in combat. Because it offered very few openings, it was widely taught as the foundational stance in modern kendo. The match began, but neither Suna nor Ace moved to attack. They stood imperfectly still, carefully observing the other's movements. He has no openings. Ace had originally intended to wait for Suna to make the first move so she could counter him. However, as she analyzed his stance, she realized there was absolutely no vulnerability to exploit. This boy is incredibly strong. Ace-san is sweating. A single bead of sweat rolled down Ace's cheek. Watching from the sidelines, Belle was utterly stunned to see the untouchable sword princess exhibiting signs of pressure before the fight even started. Deciding she couldn't wait any longer, Ace kicked off the stone floor and charged straight at Suna. Ace-san initiated the attack. Despite this supposedly being Suna's training session, Ace had been forced to make the first move. Belle was completely bewildered. The current dynamic made it look less like Ace was training Suna, and more like Suna was testing Ace. Ha! Closing the distance in a flash, Ace swung her sword in a rising diagonal arc from lower left to upper right. It was one of the 9 fundamental strikes of swordsmanship, the right upward cut. But the moment Ace executed the strike, that Suna standing in front of her vanished entirely, her flawless slash cutting through nothing but empty air. He disappeared. Ace's eyes widened in profound shock at his instantaneous disappearance. Over here. Suna's voice came directly from behind her. Reacting with honed instinct, Ace whipped around and unleashed a blindingly fast flurry of Godspeed thrusts. Coup! He's dodging every single one of Ace-san's strikes. Suna was swaying and weaving through the torrential rain of thrusts, using the absolute minimum amount of movement required to avoid the deadly blade. Realizing none of her attacks were connecting, a look of genuine desperation flickered across Ace's face. Belle watched in awe. The stoic, emotionless sword princess, who had effortlessly completely dismantled him, was actually panicking. Not yet. Realizing thrusts were ineffective, Ace seamlessly shifted her style, unleashing a torrential barrage of slashes from every conceivable angle. How about this? It was a relentless storm of Godspeed slashes. Yet, despite the overwhelming volume of attacks, Suna casually deflected and parried every single blade strike using the armored backs of his gauntlets. In that case, mid-flurry, Ace abruptly halted her blade inches from Suna's guard. The sudden, unnatural pause in her momentum caused Suna's expression to sharpen. Using the halted momentum, Ace instantly dropped into a low crouch and launched a devastating, full-force horizontal sweep aimed directly at Suna's legs, utilizing centrifugal force to maximize the damage. Anticipating the low strike, Suna leaped high into the air. He dodged it, but I have him now. Having successfully forced Suna into the air, where he had no footing, Ace aimed her blade skyward and unleashed another barrage of Godspeed thrusts. Since it was impossible to dodge in midair, she was absolutely certain she had trapped him. But then... Suna's body vanished into thin air yet again. Ace stared up at the empty sky, completely stunned that he had managed to evade her while airborne. Impressive. Realizing he had taken her back a second time, Ace spun around and instantly unleashed a right sweep. But Suna simply blasted himself backward before the blade could reach him, effortlessly escaping her striking range. Ha! Ace-san is out of breath. During her hours of training with Belle, Ace hadn't shown a single sign of fatigue. Yet now, after less than a few minutes of sparring with Suna, she was visibly panting. I finally understand how he's moving like that. Ace had finally figured it out. Suna was disappearing instantaneously by using those strange flames as a form of high-speed propulsion. Just who exactly are you? Ace Wallenstein. A core executive of the Loki Familia, the largest and most powerful faction in Orario. Known by her alias, the Sword Princess, she held the absolute record for the fastest level up in history, reaching LV2 in a single year. Among the countless adventurers in Orario, she was one of the incredibly rare first-tier adventurers to reach LV. There was scarcely a soul in the entire city who didn't know her name or fear her blade. Yet, this legendary adventurer was completely outclassed by a boy who claimed he had just arrived in Orario. Ace found it entirely impossible to believe he was just some rookie. I don't think I need to answer that. So what do you want to do? Should we call it a day here? Not yet. Even after hearing Suna's offer to end the match, Ace refused to back down. As a high-ranking adventurer, Ace never grew arrogant or looked down on others. She was a deeply dedicated warrior who constantly pushed herself to reach greater heights. And precisely because of that relentless drive, being so thoroughly outmatched ignited a burning, unyielding frustration within her heart. But what should I do? I can't win like this. Should I use my magic? But using that against another person in a spar is... Ace knew she had absolutely no chance of winning without her magic. But she hesitated, knowing the sheer destructive output of her spell could cause catastrophic damage to a human opponent. There's no need to hesitate. Come at me with the intent to kill. Show me everything you have. Hearing Suna accurately read her hesitation and directly challenge her, Ace's doubts vanished. She resolved to use her magic. She slowly sheathed desperate, then unclipped the scabbard entirely from her waist. A flurry of attacks won't work against him. She dropped her hips low, sliding her right foot forward. She gripped the scabbard tightly in her left hand, her right hand resting gently on the hilt of her sword. So she's planning to settle this with a single, high-speed drawing technique. Reading her stance, Suna instantly understood she was betting everything on a single, decisive Iajutsu strike. Awaken, Tempest. As Ace whispered the activation chant, a violent, swirling vortex of wind erupted around her, violently wrapping around her body. Aerial. This was Aerial, Ace's singular, unique magic. It was an enchantment spell that cloaked her body and weapon in hypercompressed wind, drastically augmenting her offensive power, defensive capabilities, and overall speed. Because it was a super short chant with low mind consumption, it was an incredibly versatile and powerful spell. However, the sheer density of the wind placed an immense, crushing burden on both the user's body and their weapon. Ordinary swords would shatter under the strain of Aerial. Therefore, her beloved sword, Desperate, was forged with the Durandal attribute, ensuring it would never break. Even so, continuous use would dull the blade, meaning the drawbacks couldn't be entirely ignored. Aerial was an incredibly powerful magic, but it came with significant risks. With her magic fully activated, the sword princess in the Iajutsu stance vanished. She's too fast. I can't see her at all. Utilizing her level 6 leg strength enhanced to its absolute limit by her wind magic, Ace had achieved a speed that completely eclipsed Belle's dynamic vision. He couldn't track her movements, he could only hear the explosive sound of her tearing across the stone. Suna, however, didn't panic. He closed his eyes and relied entirely on his senses. Behind me. His hyper-intuition instantly detected Ace's bloodlust spiking from his blind spot. He spun around just in time to see Ace, accelerated by her wind, rocketing straight toward him through the air. Then, Ace vanished again, instantly teleporting behind Suna once more. With Aerial, Ace was capable of executing the exact same high-speed, mid-air directional changes as Suna's flames. She didn't draw her sword. Having completely bypassed his guard, Ace thrust her weapon at Suna's back, but her sword was still securely locked inside its scabbard. Suna had fully expected a lethal Iajutsu draw from his blind spot. Caught off guard by the blunt strike, he barely managed to catch the scabbard with his left hand. Ace had deliberately adopted the Iajutsu stance to trick Suna into anticipating a drawing strike. This is the real attack. The moment Suna grabbed the scabbard, Ace drew Desperate with blinding speed, unleashing a devastating, centrifugal force-enhanced horizontal slash directly at his torso. It was a full-power strike utilizing her level 6 status and her wind magic, perfectly executed after a flawless feint. However, Suna had already brought up the scabbard he was holding in his left hand, blocking the blade of Desperate. And roaring along the surface of the scabbard was Suna's orange flame. The dying will flame wasn't normal fire, it was ultra-compressed life energy that possessed physical mass and destructive force. By coating a weapon in the flames, the user could drastically increase its lethality or, in this case, its defensive power. My wind is. The moment Ace's blade clashed against the flame-coated scabbard, the violent vortex of wind surrounding Desperate completely dissipated. The dying will flame was divided into 7 distinct attributes: sky, storm, rain, sun, lightning, cloud, and mist. The sky was orange. The storm was red. The rain was blue. The sun was yellow. The lightning was green. The cloud was violet. The mist was indigo. Furthermore, each attribute possessed a unique characteristic. The storm was disintegration. The rain was tranquility. The sun was activation. The lightning was hardening. The cloud was propagation. The mist was construction. The unique characteristic of the sky flame was harmony, a state without contradiction or flaws. Suna had used his sky flames to harmonize Ace's magical wind with the surrounding atmosphere, completely neutralizing the enchantment cloaking her blade. It's over. Suna unleashed a flame-propelled right straight directly at Ace. Stripped of her wind armor, Ace was completely defenseless against the blazing fist hurtling toward her face. I win. I lost. But Suna's fist didn't connect. It stopped mere millimeters from her nose. Forced to confront the undeniable reality of her defeat, Ace stood frozen in shock. He beat Ace-san. Watching from the sidelines, Belle was equally paralyzed by disbelief. Ace Wallenstein wasn't just a high-ranking adventurer to Belle, she was his idol. She was the singular goal he was desperately striving to reach. And, though he rarely admitted it out loud, the woman he had developed deep romantic feelings for. Here, I'm returning this. How did you do it? How did you erase my magic? Suna tried to hand the scabbard back to her, but Ace completely ignored it, desperately demanding to know how her ultimate trump card had been so casually dismantled. My flames possess a characteristic called harmony. I harmonized your magic with the surrounding air, neutralizing it. That's all. Harmony. Having explained his technique, Suna powered down, the flames on his forehead and gauntlets extinguishing as his eyes returned to their normal brown. Well, I guess my training is done. Ace was originally here to train Belle. Suna stepping in to fight her had been entirely impromptu. He figured it was best to give the remaining time back to Belle so they could resume their actual training. It's not over. Excuse me. Ace muttered an incredibly ominous phrase. Hearing the dark intensity in her voice, a terrible sense of foreboding washed over Suna. Still fight. I can't let it end like this. And no, seriously, I'm done. You should focus on Belle's training. Next time, I will win. Oh God. She still hasn't given up. Despite her stoic exterior, Ace was a fiercely competitive sore loser. At that moment, her brain was entirely consumed by a singular, obsessive thought, defeating Suna. True to her word, the sparring continued until Ace's stamina was completely depleted. But tomorrow, definitely win. No. I'm not coming tomorrow. In the end, Ace had failed to land a single strike on Suna, and was left leaning heavily on her sword, gasping for air. Yet, her obsessive determination to secure a victory hadn't diminished in the slightest. Suna had only come today because he had been worried about Belle. He had confirmed that the training, while brutal, wasn't actively malicious or genuinely life-threatening, so he had absolutely zero intention of returning. I need to. Wait, is she actually strategizing right now? Completely ignoring Suna's protests, Ace began muttering to herself, running through countless combat simulations in her head to figure out a way to break his defenses. Witnessing her terrifying, single-minded obsession, Suna genuinely felt a shiver of fear run down his spine. Inevitably, Suna was dragged back to the wall the next day. Bonus. Ace-san, is something wrong? You seem incredibly exhausted. Next time, if I strike there, no, I should deliberately faint. But if I do that, he'll read the trajectory and... Eek. Ace had been training one of her junior familia members later that day. However, because she was so deeply engrossed in muttering murderous strategies on how to defeat Suna, her terrifyingly intense aura ended up completely traumatizing her poor junior. Underscore 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 underscore. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 13, City Girl, Seer. 1,438 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Currently, there are 70 advanced chapters of this book available on my Patreon. 80 more chapters are coming. Patreon.com/negative translations. Underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 13, City Girl, Seer. Having thoroughly defeated Ace, Suna had unwittingly painted a massive target on his own back. After wrapping up their grueling early morning training session on the wall, Suna and Belle returned to the church to rest. Once they had recovered, it was time for their daily dungeon dive, so the two of them set out into the city. You really are incredible, Suna. I mean, you actually beat Ace-san. Is Ace really that big of a deal? Suna obviously knew firsthand that she was incredibly strong. But when Belle talked about her like she was an untouchable legend, Suna couldn't quite grasp the full scope of her reputation, having no real knowledge of Orario's hierarchy. Ace-san is a core executive of the Loki Familia, the largest and most powerful faction in Orario. She's a level 5 adventurer famous across the entire city under the alias Sword Princess. She was that famous. Suna gasped, genuinely shocked to learn he had just beaten up a local celebrity. While she was actually a level 6 adventurer, that information hadn't been made public yet, so Belle wasn't technically wrong. Oh crap, am I going to be okay? Are they going to think I was picking a fight with their entire faction? Even if it was just training, completely humiliating a high-ranking executive of the city's strongest syndicate could easily be interpreted as an act of war, inviting massive retaliation. Ace had explicitly told him to keep their training a secret because she would be in trouble if her familia found out, so he knew she wouldn't leak the information herself. Even so, Suna swore to himself to be incredibly careful not to let slip what had happened. Compared to you, I'm completely useless. Instead of landing a single strike on Ace, Belle had spent the entire morning getting repeatedly concussed. Even knowing that Suna had a completely different background, witnessing that overwhelming display of power had inevitably planted a deep seed of inferiority in Belle's heart. I think you're plenty strong, Belle. Even when we were fighting, I could tell you were adapting and growing during the clash. Why, you really think so? Yeah. Like I said before, your issue is entirely mental. Suna gave his honest assessment, but it wasn't enough to completely wipe away Belle's lingering feelings of inadequacy. What kind of training did you do, Suna? Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Well, I wanted to use it as a reference for my own training. Seeing Suna wield enough power to casually dismantle the Sword Princess, Belle figured that if he followed Suna's training regimen, he might be able to reach those same heights. Honestly, I'd rather not tell you. I only got this strong because I had to. My friends were in danger, and I needed to get incredibly strong in a very short amount of time. Because of that, my training methods were completely insane. Suna recalled the sheer hell he had endured. When the Vongola's elite assassination squad, the Varia, had challenged him for the rings, Reborn had forced him to climb a sheer cliff face without a safety rope, subjected him to lethal sparring matches, and forced him to master the 0-point breakthrough while constantly on the verge of death. During the future arc, in order to combat Byakuran, he had been trapped in a sealed, oxygen-deprived spherical room and forced to endure the Vongola trials, a horrific mental assault where he was forced to witness the bloody, unforgivable sins his familia had committed throughout history. It was a trial that could easily kill a man, or leave him permanently insane. I want you to get stronger using proper, normal methods, Belle. Honestly, even if you wanted to copy my training, you probably couldn't. Suna's training regimen had essentially been a continuous series of near-death experiences. It was the only way to force explosive growth in a ridiculously short time frame. He didn't want Belle to emulate that suicidal path. He wanted him to grow steadily and safely. Belle-san. Suddenly, a cheerful voice called out to Belle. The two of them turned to see a young woman with silver hair, wearing a white and green apron and a white headdress, standing outside a nearby tavern. Seer-san. Are you heading to the dungeon today? Yes. We're on our way there right now. I see. Is this person a member of your party? Why, yes. He arrived in Orario recently and joined our familia. Oh, really? I'm sorry for the late introduction. My name is Seer Flova. I'm Sawada Tsunayoshi. Feel free to just call me Tsuna. Tsuna and Seer exchanged polite introductions. What is this? Just like Lily, I don't get a bad vibe from her, but something feels. And it's a completely different kind of off than what I felt with Lily. Tsuna's hyper-intuition flared, picking up a distinct, unnatural anomaly surrounding Seer. But because it was so radically different from the illusionary disguise Lily wore, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Goddess. The word slipped out of Tsuna's mouth completely unconsciously. He had absolutely no idea why he had said it. Seer-san isn't a goddess, she's a human, Belle quickly corrected him. Alright. Sorry about that. I don't know why I said something so weird. Foo-foo. It's quite alright. Honestly, being mistaken for a goddess is quite the compliment. Tsuna quickly apologized for his bizarre outburst, but Seer didn't seem offended in the slightest. In fact, she looked rather pleased. But just because you flattered me doesn't mean I'll give you a discount, okay? A discount? Yes. I work here at this tavern, the hostess of fertility. I hope you'll come by and become a regular customer. Ah, sure. Caught off guard by her seamless transition into a sales pitch, Tsuna gave a vague, non-committal nod. Ah, I almost forgot. I prepared a lunchbox for you today as well, Belle-san. Please wait right here. As if suddenly remembering her original purpose, Seer quickly ducked back inside the tavern to retrieve the food. She seems like a really nice person, making you lunch and all. Why, yeah. I guess. While Tsuna was genuinely impressed by her kindness, Belle's face had gone slightly pale. Thank you for waiting. Here you go. Thank you as always, Seer-san. It's my pleasure. Seer returned and handed Belle a wrapped lunchbox. Despite his earlier pallor, Belle forced a bright smile and accepted the package. I included an extra pair of chopsticks for you, Tsuna-san. Please feel free to share it with him. I can have some too. Of course. But in exchange, you have to promise to come eat at our tavern, alright? Ah, I see. She's basically giving away free food as a hook to guilt-trip us into spending money at her restaurant. Tsuna quickly realized that the lunch wasn't an act of pure, selfless charity. It was a calculated business move. He couldn't help but be slightly impressed by her shrewdness. With the lunchbox in hand, the two of them left the hostess of fertility and resumed their trek toward Babel and the dungeon entrance. I can't believe there's someone else who says things exactly like she does. Watching Tsuna and Belle walk away, the image of a certain red-haired woman flashed through Seer's mind. The lower world really is fascinating. Bonus. Are you sure you're okay, Tsuna? When it was time to eat, Tsuna and Belle sat down to share Seer's lunchbox. Watching Tsuna casually chew and swallow the food without immediately collapsing, Belle was absolutely horrified. The truth was, Seer's cooking skills were catastrophically bad. It was a well-known fact among the tavern staff that anyone who ate her cooking was gambling with their life. Belle only managed to choke down her daily lunches through sheer willpower and a high pain tolerance. I mean, the taste is definitely pretty awful. But compared to what my acquaintance makes, this is practically gourmet. At least this won't instantly melt my internal organs. Is that so? Learning that there was actually someone out there whose cooking was significantly more lethal than Seer's, Belle was both terrified and deeply awed by Tsuna's ironclad stomach. underscore 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 underscore. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters, patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 14, Jealousy. 1843 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 14, Jealousy. It was the 5th day since Tsuna had been roped into training with Ace. Lily had personal business to attend to today, so their dungeon dive had been cancelled. Consequently, Tsuna was stuck spending the entire day sparring with the Sword Princess. Ha-ya! Ace unleashed a blindingly fast tempest of slashes. Tsuna remained perfectly composed, effortlessly parrying and blocking every single strike with his gauntlets. Having reached his physical limit much earlier, Bell had already finished his portion of the training. He was now sitting on the sidelines, watching Tsuna and Ace clash. Ha! Just like yesterday, Ace had exhausted every conceivable tactic and technique in her arsenal, relentlessly pressing the attack. But the effort was catching up to her. She was heavily panting, her shoulders heaving with every breath. Conversely, Tsuna hadn't broken a sweat. He casually dismantled her entire offensive repertoire with a calm, unbothered expression. His reaction time is faster than yesterday. He's definitively stronger than he was yesterday. Ace quickly realized that Tsuna had grown significantly sharper in the span of a single day. The speed of his evolution was terrifying. Bell's growth rate is also incredibly fast. There were 2 reasons Ace had offered to train Bell. The first was to apologize for the trouble she had caused him. The second was her intense curiosity regarding his unnatural growth rate. Bell had only been an adventurer for less than a month, yet he had already reached the 10th floor. For a normal adventurer, such rapid progress was mathematically impossible. That anomaly had caught her attention. And as she trained him, she was continually shocked by how quickly he absorbed and adapted. Bell possessed a rare skill called Liara's freeze. As long as his feelings for the person he admired, Ace, remained pure and unwavering, his growth rate was drastically accelerated. But Tsuna's is even faster. Ace could tell that Tsuna was evolving at a rate that eclipsed even Bell's anomalous progression. Tsuna's skill, the blood of Vongala, accelerated his growth and caused his strength to exponentially increase with every battle he fought. It was a skill designed for rapid, explosive evolution. However, even without the Falna skill, Tsuna had always possessed the innate ability to rapidly adapt and grow stronger in the heat of combat. The Falna merely took his already monstrous latent potential and hyper-accelerated it. I felt it yesterday too, but it's like he's reading my mind. Ace had also realized that Tsuna's incredible reaction time wasn't purely a result of his physical speed. There was an underlying mechanism allowing him to perfectly predict her movements, though she couldn't figure out exactly what it was. You're constantly analyzing the fight and instantly formulating new strategies on the fly. Very impressive. And yet, I still can't reach you. I wouldn't be so sure about that. If you were actually experienced in fighting other people, the outcome might have been different. Ace looked genuinely confused by Tsuna's assessment, which in turn caused Tsuna to tilt his head in confusion. So you really aren't aware of it? Aware of what? Your swordsmanship isn't suited for fighting other people. It's a style specifically honed to kill monsters. Ace's eyes widened, clearly struck by the accuracy of his observation. How did you know? Because you fight completely differently than the swordsman I used to know. Tsuna thought back to Genknight, the elite illusionist and swordsman of the Milfiori Familia's 6 funeral wreaths, whom he had fought in the future. You're a lot like him, you have incredibly sharp senses, and the calm, restrained judgment necessary to convert those senses into perfectly efficient movements. But the weight behind your blade is fundamentally different from his. That's how I knew. Was that person really that strong? He and you are pretty much the only people I've ever fought who I'd actually call swordsmen, but yeah, he was strong. His blade was heavy, yet incredibly precise. And it wasn't just his swordsmanship, he was also a master of martial arts and illusions. He ended up losing his cool, and couldn't focus on the fight properly at the end, but if he had stayed calm, I might have lost. X2. Hearing that someone had pushed the overwhelmingly powerful Tsuna to the brink of defeat left both Ace and Belle in absolute shock. His sword was definitively forged to kill humans, Tsuna explained. I didn't feel that from you. Which means the only other option is that your sword was forged to kill monsters. It's highly optimized for slaughtering beasts, but it leaves you vulnerable against human opponents. Though to be fair, an average person still wouldn't stand a chance against you. Unable to refute Tsuna's flawless analysis, Ace fell completely silent. Well, the path you choose to get stronger is entirely up to you. If your goal was to kill monsters, then your style isn't wrong. If you want to overcome your weakness against human opponents, then you just have to train. Right? Yeah, you're right. Taking Tsuna's advice to heart, Ace readied her blade and resumed their training. By the time noon rolled around, the three of them were starving. They descended from the city wall and headed toward the bustling commercial district to grab lunch. Where are we going? Tsuna asked. The northern main street. Tiona told me there's a good Jagamaru-kun stall around here, Ace replied. Jagamaru-kun? You just got to Orario, right, Tsuna? Jagamaru-kun are deep-fried, mashed potato snacks. Ah. So they're croquettes. Croquettes. Ah, no. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Realizing that croquette wasn't a word in this world, Tsuna frantically waved his hands to dismiss the slip-up before Ace could question it further. A few minutes later, Ace stopped in front of a food stall. They had arrived at their destination. Welcome to our STA, The employee who stepped out to greet them froze in her tracks, her jaw dropping open. Tsuna mirrored her expression perfectly. The girl wearing the apron was none other than Hestia. Belle, having clearly known that Hestia worked at this specific stall, awkwardly averted his eyes and stared at the ground. I'll take 3 red bean cream Jagamaru-kuns, please. Completely oblivious to the tense atmosphere, Ace casually placed her order. Her brain short-circuiting, Hestia mechanically took the money, bagged the food, and handed it over with a glazed expression. She really is working part-time. Tsuna had known she worked multiple jobs, but seeing a literal goddess wearing an apron and selling fried potatoes on the street filled him with an incredibly complicated mix of pity and disbelief. What do you think you're doing with them? I am so sorry. Snapping out of her daze, Hestia erupted like a volcano. Faced with his goddess's absolute fury, Belle immediately burst into tears and began frantically apologizing. To prevent Hestia from finding out that they were heavily associating with Ace, Belle and Tsuna had kept their training sessions a strict secret. Hestia's incandescent rage stemmed from 2 primary factors. The first was her intense, mutual hatred for Loki, the patron goddess of Ace's familia. The second and far more significant factor was that she knew Belle harbored deep romantic feelings for Ace. To Hestia, Belle wasn't just her first familia member, he was the boy she had fallen head over heels in love with. Consequently, Ace Wallenstein was nothing more than a hated romantic rival. Lily was also firmly categorized as a rival. Belle desperately tried to calm her down, but Hestia's jealousy was a raging inferno. I'm just teaching him how to fight. Also, Tsuna has been training me, Ace explained honestly, hoping to defuse the situation. But her blunt honesty only threw gasoline on the fire. Don't you dare try to sink your claws into my Belle-kun. I found him first, you hear me? Goddess, what are you saying? Belle panicked as Hestia aggressively staked her territorial claim right in front of the girl he liked. "Hey, Hestia-chan. Take your lover's quarrel somewhere else. You're blocking the customers," the stall owner yelled from the back. "Sorry, auntie. Belle-kun, Valin-something-kun, come with me. Tsunayoshi-kun, watch the stall while I'm gone." "Excuse me." Hestia grabbed Belle and Ace by the arms and dragged them into a nearby alleyway, completely ignoring Tsuna's protests, as she unceremoniously abandoned her post. A few minutes later, the three of them returned. It seemed an agreement had been reached. Initially, Hestia had demanded that Belle cut all ties with Ace immediately. However, under the condition that she be allowed to observe their training, she granted them permission to continue for exactly 2 more days. Despite her intense jealousy, Hestia couldn't bring herself to crush Belle's genuine desire to grow stronger. Of course, her demand to observe was entirely motivated by her desire to fiercely monitor them and prevent any romantic developments. The scene shifted back to the top of the city wall. Having finished her shift, Hestia sat on the edge of the rampart, watching their training. As she watched Belle get repeatedly knocked unconscious, she angrily protested to Ace. However, respecting Belle's determination, she didn't forcibly put an end to the sparring. But when it came time for Tsuna and Ace to fight, Hestia was left utterly speechless. The sheer intensity of their clash, and the undeniable reality that Tsuna was actually overpowering the Sword Princess, left her completely terrified of her own familia member. As the sun began to set, the 4 of them wrapped up the training and headed home. "I couldn't win again." Walking back through the city, Ace muttered in frustration, her face drawn with exhaustion. She was deeply annoyed that she had failed to land a single hit on Tsuna once again. "Tomorrow for sure." Seriously, we don't have to keep doing this. I haven't lost yet. As long as my spirit isn't broken, it's not a loss." Oh God. She still hasn't given up. Despite being thoroughly dismantled over and over again, Ace's determination remained absolutely unshaken. "I still can't believe he's stronger than that Valin-something-kun. And he hasn't taken a single hit from Ace-san's sword this entire time. Tsunayoshi-kun, just how strong are you?" Hestia knew he was powerful, but she never imagined he would effortlessly dominate one of the few level 6 adventurers in the city. She had moved past shock and settled into a state of numb acceptance, feeling genuinely sorry for Tsuna now that he was locked in the sights of the obsessive Sword Princess. Meanwhile, on the roof of a building overlooking Orario. "They're here right on schedule. We proceed as planned. Don't order me around. Stop acting so high and mighty. You savage cat person. The only one who has the right to give us orders is her." Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters, patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 15, Ambush, Freya Familia. 3,211 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 15, Ambush, Freya Familia. Tsuna, Belle, Ace, and Hestia were walking home together after concluding their training session. The group turned down a quiet, deserted back alley in the northwestern sector of the city. "We're being watched. I've got a really bad feeling about this." The moment they entered the alley, Ace felt the distinct prickle of hostile eyes on her, while Tsuna's hyper-intuition flared with a sharp warning of imminent danger. Belle and Hestia, however, remained completely oblivious, happily chatting with each other. "Tsuna." "Yeah." Ace and Tsuna abruptly stopped walking. Ace rested her hand on the hilt of Desperate, while Tsuna reached into his pockets and slipped on the 27-foot mittens. Noticing the 2 veterans halt, Belle and Hestia quickly stopped as well. What's wrong, Tsuna?" Did something happen?" "Enemies. X2. Tsuna's blunt declaration, coupled with his immediate shift into hyper-dying will mode, instantly spiked Belle and Hestia's anxiety. "Come out. I know you're there. From the shadows of the narrow corridor between the buildings, a figure stepped forward. He wore dark armor with a visor, a dark inner suit, and carried a long silver spear. Perched atop his head were a pair of feline ears, and a long tail flicked behind him. This man was a cat person, a demi-human race characterized by their feline traits. Similar races existed alongside the cat people, distinguished by the animal ears on their heads: renards, foxes, werewolves, wolves, boas, boars, and chianthropes, dogs. Collectively known as beast people, they possessed incredibly sharp senses and naturally high physical capabilities. Their base status and innate abilities varied depending on their specific animal lineage. The man standing before them was Alan Frommel. He was an elite level 6 first-tier adventurer, known by his alias, Vanna Freya. He was a terrifyingly powerful warrior, who held the absolute title of the fastest adventurer in the city. He's strong. Do you know who he is? Suna asked. I have no idea. Seeing the man step out with absolute confidence despite his ambush being exposed, Suna immediately recognized him as a high-level threat. He asked Ace if she recognized him, but she shook her head. Protect Belle and Hestia. I'll handle him. But you're exhausted from our training. You're nowhere near top condition right now. So please, leave him to me. What are you saying, Tsunayoshi-kun? Their target is obviously Valen something-kun. We shouldn't get involved. Let's just run. Assuming this was an assassination attempt targeting the famous sword princess, Hestia urgently suggested that they, as unrelated bystanders, flee the scene immediately. We can't. We're already surrounded. They planned it this way. Surrounded, X2. Suna's hyper-intuition had already detected the presence of several other enemies lurking in the shadows. Alan wasn't acting alone. Belle and Hestia gasped in terror. Look around. The magic stone lamps lighting this street have been deliberately smashed, and he's wearing dark equipment designed specifically for night combat. This is a highly coordinated ambush. The fact that they chose to strike while we were with her means they're likely planning to use us as hostages to force Ace into submission. Running isn't an option. No. Just stay put and don't move. Ace is your bodyguard. Keep your eyes peeled for an opening. Understood. Analyzing the tactical situation and Ace's depleted stamina, Suna issued the most logical set of orders to keep everyone alive. Alan slowly began walking toward Suna. Matching his pace, Suna walked forward to meet him. Alan made the first move. The moment his boot kicked off the stone pavement, his body vanished. In a fraction of a second, he materialized directly above Suna. Drop dead. Alan violently thrust his long spear downward, aiming to impale Suna through the skull. He reacted. Suna didn't flinch, he simply leaped backward. The silver spearhead plunged deep into the cobblestone, where he had been standing a millisecond prior. Alan's eyes widened in shock at Suna's reaction speed, but he instantly let go of his spear. Using the embedded weapon as a springboard, he kicked off the shaft with his left foot, rocketing into Tsuna's immediate striking range, and launching a devastating flying knee strike with his right leg. This guy. Unfazed, Tsuna jumped, using Alan's incoming knee as a stepping stone to launch himself high into the air. Being used as a literal footstool visibly infuriated the cat person. Too naive. The moment Tsuna launched himself into the air, 4 small figures wielding a spear, a hammer, a sword, and an axe leaped out from the rooftops, completely surrounding him in midair. These 4 attackers were Palams. Even in adulthood, they barely reached 100 celci in height, roughly equivalent to 100 centimeters in Tsuna's world. Palams were generally inferior to other races in terms of raw strength and durability, leading them to be widely regarded as the weakest race in the world. Very few Palams ever managed to make a name for themselves as adventurers. These 4, however, were an exception. They were quadruplets. The eldest, Alfred, wielded a spear, the second, Dvalin, wielded a hammer, the third, Berling, wielded an axe, and the youngest, Gr, wielded a sword. They were masters of coordinated combination attacks, collectively known by their alias, Bringer. You thought you dodged, but that was a foolish move. A foolish move indeed. Far too foolish. So foolish it's not even funny. The four brothers mocked Suna's decision to jump, simultaneously bringing their weapons down upon him for the kill. X4. The brothers had surrounded him perfectly. But in the blink of an eye, Suna vanished. The four Palams stared at the empty space in utter shock. He used those flames for reverse propulsion to dodge right before the attacks connected. Watching from below, only Alan was fast enough to comprehend how Suna had escaped the mid-air trap. That bastard. He used me as bait to draw them out. Suna had intentionally jumped into the air, deliberately creating an opening to lure Alfred and his brothers out of hiding. Realizing he had been used as a pawn, Alan's rage boiled over. You're the ones who made a foolish move. Gah, X2. Suna dive-bombed from above, slamming both of his feet into Grr and Berling. The twin impacts sent the two brothers crashing violently into the stone pavement below. Next. Gah. Suna grabbed the shaft of Alfred's spear with his right hand, using the eldest brother as a makeshift flail. He swung Alfred around and smashed him directly into Dvalin, sending the hammer wielder plummeting to the ground. You're next. TCH. Determined to finish the job, Alan rocketed up into the air toward Suna. In response, Suna hurled Alfred directly at the incoming cat person. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, Alan didn't hesitate. He brutally kicked Alfred out of his way, using the recoil to flip backward and land safely on his feet. Gah. Do. The kicked Alfred flew back toward Suna, but Suna met him with a devastating roundhouse kick, sending the eldest brother crashing directly on top of the downed Valen. That bastard. I'll kill him. Even though it was his own fault for dropping his guard, being kicked away like trash by Alan infuriated Alfred. You're the only one left. Suna glanced back at Belle and the others. The remaining ambushers who had tried to flank them lay unconscious on the ground, having been swiftly dealt with by Ace. What exactly is your objective here? Suna demanded. A warning. A warning. Yeah. But for the Sword Princess, not you. And yet, you decided to get in the way and make things complicated. You guys ambushed us first. You have some nerve acting like the victim. I have no business with you. Move out of the way. Not going to happen. Then die. Alan violently kicked off the ground. In an instant, his figure blurred into nothingness, leaving only the sharp, tearing sound of his high-speed movement echoing through the alley. No matter how fast he reacts, he'll slip up eventually. And when he does, he's dead. Alan's strategy was simple: maintain his absolute maximum speed, and barraged Suna with attacks until his reaction time faltered. You're fast. But high-speed movement isn't your monopoly. Blasting a burst of flame from his gauntlets, Suna instantly vanished, reappearing directly behind Alan. The cat person's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. This guy. He's faster than he was before. Alan realized that Suna was moving significantly faster now than when he had dodged the brothers' ambush. Don't underestimate my speed. Don't get cocky. Enraged by Suna's provocation, Alan pushed his acceleration even further. But Suna matched his pace instantly. I can't shake him. Alan desperately tried to outrun him, but Suna casually stayed right on his heels, not even breaking a sweat. Alan's face twisted into a mask of genuine panic. The Dying Will Flame excelled in both destructive power and mobility. Among the 7 attributes, the Sky Flame possessed the absolute highest propulsion capabilities. There was practically no one alive who could outpace Suna in a contest of pure speed, not even the fastest adventurer in Orario. What's wrong? Is that your limit? Mocking me? I am the fastest adventurer in the city. And above all else, I am her chariot. I will absolutely not lose. His pride deeply wounded, Alan roared in fury, shifting into his absolute top gear. But Suna simply accelerated right alongside him. He's keeping up with my maximum speed. Alan was moving as fast as his level 6 body would allow, yet Suna was still trailing him effortlessly. A cold sweat broke out across Alan's forehead. What the hell is this? I can't catch him. Alan suddenly realized the horrifying truth. He wasn't running away from Suna. Suna was slowly pulling ahead. The fastest adventurer in the city was losing a footrace. I don't care what happens to me, but if I fail here, I'll bring shame to the goddess who granted me this power. I can't let that happen. Driven by sheer, desperate loyalty, Alan pushed himself beyond his limits, trying to close the gap. But it was useless, the distance between them only continued to widen. It's about time we end this. Gah! Suna vanished. An instant later, his fist slammed brutally into the center of Alan's back. The cat person's spine bowed violently inward under the impact. You piece of shit. Too slow. Gofu. Alan frantically twisted his body to sweep his spear at Suna, but Suna simply ducked underneath the blade and drove a savage uppercut directly into Alan's jaw. Ha! Gah! Using the momentum, Suna spun and delivered a crushing backhand strike directly into Alan's armpit. This guy. He's precisely targeting my jaw and armpit. The jaw and the armpit were critical human weak points. A solid strike to the jaw induces a severe concussion, while the armpit houses a dense cluster of highly sensitive nerves. Reeling from the consecutive critical strikes, Alan's consciousness began to fade. Biting down hard on his own tongue, he forced himself to stay awake through the pain. Go to sleep. Suna drove a devastating right straight deep into Alan's stomach, folding the cat person cleanly in half. But Alan refused to fall. Dropping his spear, he desperately grabbed Suna's right arm with both hands, and locked his grip, refusing to let go. Seeing an opening, Alfred and his brothers leaped from the rooftops, diving toward Suna's exposed back. Ha! X5. Faced with a coordinated 5-man assault, Suna didn't panic. He simply unleashed a massive burst of raw sky flames. The explosive shockwave roared outward like a hurricane, blasting Alfred away, and sending him crashing into a nearby wall. Won't let go. Despite taking the brunt of the blast, Alan didn't budge. Driven purely by spite and sheer willpower, he clung to Suna's arm, his grip tightening with enough bone-crushing force to shatter solid steel. I'll snap your damn arm in half. Suna's arm creaked ominously under the pressure. A bloody, defiant smirk spread across Alan's face as he poured every ounce of his level 6 strength into snapping the bone. X-cannon. Opening the palm of his trapped right hand, Suna fired a hypercondensed bullet of flame at point-blank range directly into Alan's chest. A massive explosion engulfed both of them in a violent cloud of smoke and fire. Suna, X2. Sunayoshi-kun. Seeing Suna caught in the blast, Belle, Ace, and Hestia screamed his name. As the smoke slowly cleared, Suna and Alan became visible once more. This guy. He knew he'd be caught in the blast, but he fired it anyway without a second of hesitation. Alan, whose entire front was heavily scorched and smoking, stared at Suna in absolute horror before his eyes rolled back in his head, and he collapsed backward onto the pavement. Suna, however, was largely uninjured. The clothes he was currently wearing were the same ones he had used during his training with Reborn. They were woven from Leon's shape-shifting thread, a material highly resistant to the dying wool flames. Because of this, Suna suffered minimal damage from his own point-blank explosion. You managed to stay conscious through that. Are you completely insane? Suna was genuinely surprised that Alan hadn't passed out immediately. Alan, meanwhile, was deeply terrified by the sheer, suicidal conviction of a boy willing to blow himself up just to secure a hit. That's my resolve. And you lost because your resolve was weaker than mine. True dying will means having the resolve to bite back, even if it means breaking your own body to do it. Suna recalled the words of the mysterious man who had taught him how to fight during the representative battle of the rainbow. It was because of those teachings that Suna was able to pull the trigger without hesitation. Besides, there was no way someone with hesitation in their heart was going to beat me when I'm fighting with dying will. Hesitation. Yeah. The hesitation festering inside you is putting a lid on your true strength. The moment Suna said that, the image of another cat person flashed vividly through Alan's mind. I threw her away so I could get stronger. That useless deadweight has nothing to do with this. Though Alan clearly knew exactly what Suna was talking about, he violently rejected the truth, refusing to confront his own guilt. It seems you know exactly what I mean. Shut the hell up. It's none of your damn business. It was painfully obvious that he had struck a nerve, but Suna decided not to press the issue any further. Consider this a warning. If you've learned your lesson, don't ever lay a hand on Ace again. If you do, I won't hold back next time. With that, Suna turned his back on the downed cat person, and began walking slowly toward Belle and the others. Wait. What? Why didn't you finish me off immediately? He hated to admit it, but Suna was faster and definitively stronger than him. If Suna had wanted to end the fight instantly, he easily could have. Alan couldn't understand why he had dragged it out. Because I knew that if I beat you instantly, it wouldn't break your fighting spirit. I figured the only way to completely crush your will to fight was to beat you head-on at your own game, speed. Well, your spirit didn't completely break, but I think I managed to convince you that going after Ace again is a terrible idea. Damn it. He intentionally provoked me into a speed battle just to prove he was better than me. Alan finally realized why Suna had taunted him during their high-speed chase. It was a calculated move to assert absolute dominance and crush Alan's pride. From the very beginning, Alan had been dancing perfectly in the palm of Suna's hand. It was the same with those four. I deliberately let them execute a flawless, guaranteed kill ambush, only to completely dismantle it and instantly turn the tables. It's the most effective way to demonstrate an absolute difference in power. He didn't just play me, he played them too. Realizing that Suna had manipulated the entire battlefield, completely controlling the flow of combat for all five of them, Alan was left utterly speechless. We're done here. If you don't want to get hurt again, I suggest you stay quiet. Leaving those final words behind, Suna rejoined Belle, Ace, and Hestia. The group quickly left the alley, taking a different route back to the church. Some time after Suna and the others had completely vanished from the area. I certainly didn't expect things to end quite like this. A white elf with pale skin, blonde hair, and glasses stepped out from the shadows, stopping next to the paralyzed Alan. Were you watching this whole time? Given how incredibly unpredictable you lot can be, I deemed it necessary to keep an eye on you. Though I must admit, I was treated to quite the entertaining spectacle. You bastard. Do not misunderstand. I find absolutely no amusement in watching you get beaten into the dirt. Although, if you were to vanish from this world entirely, that would be a different story. I'll kill you. Instead of defending himself, Hayden delivered a ruthless, cutting insult. Enraged, Alan glared at him with pure murderous intent, but because of the massive damage he had sustained from Suna, glaring was all he could do. What I found entertaining was the men you were fighting. He was completely aware of my presence the entire time. Even while fighting you and the Bringer, he never once dropped his guard against me. Had I intervened, he would have undoubtedly countered me. What did you say? Alan was genuinely shocked to learn that Suna had possessed enough surplus focus to monitor a hidden level 6 executive, while simultaneously fending off 5 high-level combatants. Even though I didn't actively participate, that men effectively won a 6-on-1 battle against us. I do not know of a single soul capable of such a feat, and yet, a man possessing that caliber of strength is completely unknown. It is an undeniable anomaly. That is why I found it entertaining. I don't give a damn about what you find entertaining. The real problem is that we failed to execute her orders. Regarding that, we have no choice but to report the truth exactly as it happened. Making an enemy of that man would be highly ill-advised. If we provoke him, her desires may never be fulfilled. Furthermore, the Sword Princess belongs to the Loki familia. They likely wish to keep her association with him a secret as well. It's highly probable they will cease these frequent training sessions moving forward. TCH. Knowing there was absolutely nothing he could do, Alan could only click his tongue in bitter frustration. However, with combat capabilities of that magnitude, he might prove useful in saving that person. Hayden adjusted his glasses, his gaze drifting upward, locking onto the monolithic peak of Babel piercing the sky. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters, patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 16, Kin of the Jester, Loki Familia. 1,558 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 16, Kin of the Jester, Loki Familia. The Night of the Ambush. After successfully fending off the Freya Familia, Sunna, and the others returned to their respective homes safely. 3 days left until the expedition. Inside an office within Twilight Manor, the home base of the Loki Familia, a blonde Palom muttered softly to himself. His name was Finn Dame. He was the captain of the Loki Familia, a level 6 first-tier adventurer known by the alias Braver. He was also one of the 3 original founding members of the faction. Blessed with immense charisma, unshakable leadership, and brilliant tactical acumen, he commanded absolute trust from his subordinates. Because he specialized in standing at the vanguard to inspire his troops, he was widely hailed as a genius at raising morale. "What is it, Finn? Muttering to yourself like that?" A woman with long, vibrant green hair responded to his quiet murmur. Her name was Riveriel Jose Alf. She was another founding member of the Loki Familia, serving as its vice-captain. Known as the most powerful mage in the city, she acted as a strict but caring mother figure to the Familia, earning her the alias Nine Hell. Riveria was royalty, a high elf. To the elven race, high elves were considered practically divine, and she was revered by elves across the world. If anyone were to ever raise a hand against her, they would instantly make an enemy of every single elf on the planet. However, Riveria herself despised being treated as royalty, and was utterly exhausted by the reverent, groveling attitude other elves showed her. She constantly told her surroundings to stop treating her like a princess, but to her endless exasperation, no one ever listened. "It's nothing." Finn sighed. "I was just wondering if we've truly done everything in our power to prepare for this expedition. After all, our goal this time is the 59th floor. I understand your anxiety, but we have gathered the absolute best members our familia has to offer," a deep voice rumbled. "We requested Durandal-class weapons from the Hephaestus familia, and we even hired a high smith to accompany us for maintenance. We also bought as much medicine from the Dien sect familia as we could. Even if we wanted to prepare more, there is simply nothing left to do." The man who spoke was Gareth Landrock, a heavily muscled, middle-aged man with brown hair and a thick brown beard. He was the final founding member of the Loki Familia. Known for his boisterous personality and incredibly aggressive fighting style, his alias was Elgarm. In terms of pure physical strength, he was said to be one of the top 2 strongest warriors in all of Orario. He was a dwarf. Dwarves were naturally gifted with immense physical prowess, boasting muscular, sturdy frames. While slightly shorter than the average human, they specialized in raw, overwhelming strength far exceeding any other race. "I just wish the Freya Familia would cooperate with us," Finn said, resting his right elbow on the desk and propping his chin on his hand with a heavy sigh. The Freya Familia was the only faction in the city capable of rivaling the Loki Familia. Together, they were recognized as the dual pillars of Orario's absolute strongest. "That is impossible, and you know it," Riveria stated flatly. "They harbor nothing but hostility toward us. They won't lift a single finger to help unless the goddess Freya explicitly orders them to." And that goddess is hardly the type to assist us out of the goodness of her heart. Even if they did agree to cooperate, fighting alongside them would be a nightmare, Gareth agreed. A divine order won't magically erase years of bad blood. Having them there would likely cause more harm than good. Unless a catastrophe on the scale of the Dark Age were to occur, a joint operation is a pipe dream. I know. Since Riveria and Gareth completely dismissed the idea without a second thought, Finn let out another deep sigh, knowing they were entirely correct. I know it's pointless to tell you not to worry, Gareth said, his tone softening. But the younger generation is growing strong. With them at our side, we will reach the 59th floor. Am I wrong? I don't doubt them for a second. Finn replied softly. But as their commander, I can't help but rack my brain looking for even the slightest advantage to keep them safe. Gareth understood where Finn was coming from. Even though his rational mind knew they had done everything possible, Finn couldn't simply switch off his anxiety. In fact, trying to stop thinking about it only made him obsess over it more. Well, speaking of the younger generation, Riveria sighed, crossing her arms. I'm having a rather difficult time dealing with them right now. They're far too fired up for this expedition, and many of them are pushing themselves dangerously hard in their training. We can't really blame them. They're just desperate to make sure the expedition is a success. I know that. But I worry their excessive enthusiasm will cause them to burn out or make a fatal mistake. Tioni and Tiona have been going at it non-stop. And it seems Bet has been secretly sneaking off to train on his own as well. Good grief. I wish they would act with a bit more self-awareness as executives. Discussing the recent state of the Familia, Gareth and Riveria rubbed their temples, clearly nursing incoming headaches. Watching the two of them stress over their subordinates, Finn couldn't help but chuckle. Now that you mention it, Gareth started, scratching his beard. I've been hearing rumors that Ace has been acting rather strange lately. Strange. Word is, she's been leaving the manor incredibly early every morning. So Ace has been secretly training away from the rest of us as well. Riveria sighed, pressing her hand to her forehead. I suppose that is very like her. Hearing Gareth's report, Riveria immediately deduced what Ace was doing and slumped her shoulders in exasperation. Like you said, she's definitely training, Gareth continued. But the strange part is, she comes back every single day looking completely exhausted. And according to the other kids, she's constantly muttering to herself. Muttering? About what? I don't know the exact details, but apparently, she keeps repeating, tomorrow I'll definitely win. The other members are so terrified by her intensity that no one dares to approach her, let alone ask her what she means. She says she'll win tomorrow. Riveria frowned in deep thought. Is she sparring with one of our own? If that were the case, someone would have noticed. Then she must be going to the dungeon. But if she's diving into the dungeon, she wouldn't be returning so quickly. And even if it was the dungeon, what kind of monster could possibly exhaust her to that extent without leaving severe injuries? Riveria rested a hand on her chin, analyzing the variables, but nothing seemed to add up. There's one other possibility, Finn interjected quietly. She's fighting someone from another faction. X2. Riveria and Gareth paled the moment Finn voiced his theory. Would certainly explain the circumstances, Riveria admitted, her voice tight. But there are very few people in this city capable of fighting Ace on equal footing. The only logical candidates would be the executives of the Freya Familia, and there's no way they would agree to friendly sparring matches. And even if they did, there's no way Ace would walk away from a fight with them completely uninjured, Gareth added, his brow furrowed. So just who in blazes is she fighting? Unable to identify a viable opponent, Riveria and Gareth were completely stumped. The answer is simple, Finn said, standing up from his desk. We just need to figure out where she's going every morning. That's true, but if she really is associating with another faction, she won't tell us willingly, Gareth grumbled. Loki could see through her lies, but if Loki finds out she's sneaking off with another Familia, who knows what that crazy goddess will do? Then our only option is to tail her and investigate, Riveria concluded. But the list of people capable of trailing Ace without her noticing is incredibly short. Furthermore, if Ace really is involved with another faction, some of our members might be quite heartbroken to learn the truth. Investigating Ace came with a multitude of risks and potential fallout, leaving Gareth and Riveria agonizing over how to proceed. I'll go, Finn offered, stretching his left shoulder with his right hand and cracking his neck. I haven't moved around much lately, and my body is feeling a bit stiff. You're certainly the most qualified for the job, Gareth nodded approvingly. Good grief. To think you'd end up making extra work for Finn, that foolish girl. It's vastly preferable to how she was when she was younger, Finn smiled softly. But please keep this strictly between us. Especially from Loki. Good grief, that's going to be a headache in and of itself. Ain't that the truth? Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 17, Braver. 2063 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 17, Braver. Early morning, the day after Tsuna and the others were ambushed. She's moving. Finn stood by the front entrance of Twilight Manor. Leaving the massive double doors open just a crack, he quietly watched Ace slip out of the gates and head into the city. All right then. Closing the door with absolute silence, Finn completely erased his presence and began trailing Ace, ensuring his footsteps made no sound. A few minutes into the tale, a sharp, piercing throb suddenly spiked through the thumb of his right hand. The moment he felt the ache, Finn vanished from the street. Must have been my imagination. Ace had suddenly stopped and glanced over her shoulder. Seeing no one there and sensing no presence, she dismissed the feeling. I guess I'm just being paranoid. She resumed her pace. Because she absolutely could not let the rest of her familia find out about her secret training sessions, she was already highly vigilant. But after the sudden, violent ambush the previous evening, her situational awareness was dialed up to the absolute maximum. Phew. Finn was currently crouched on the roof of a nearby residential building, watching Ace walk away with a quiet sigh of relief. Good grief, if it weren't for this, I would have been caught instantly. He stared down at his right thumb, deeply grateful for his unique trait. Whenever imminent danger or a threat approached him, his thumb would violently throb, acting as an absolute early warning system. Thanks to that innate precognition, he had sensed Ace was about to turn around and instantly leaped onto the rooftops, perfectly evading her detection. Tailing Ace early in the morning, this is going to be incredibly difficult. During the day or evening, the streets were packed, making it easy to blend into the crowds and tail a target. But in the early dawn, the streets were entirely deserted. There was no cover. Even for someone of Finn's caliber, trailing a level 6 adventurer under these conditions required absolute, flawless concentration. Dropping down from the roof, Finn slipped into a narrow alleyway between two buildings. Peeking out from the edge of the shadows, he carefully tracked her movements. Thankfully, Ace hadn't noticed him, and he successfully resumed his pursuit. The city wall. Finn watched as Ace began climbing the long stone staircase leading up to the top of the massive ramparts. I suppose no one ever comes up here. It's the perfect place to hide from prying eyes. Watching her ascend, Finn confirmed his suspicions. Ace was definitively doing something she needed to keep hidden. Wait, is that? Shortly after Ace reached the top, Finn spotted two other figures approaching the stairs, Belle and Tsuna. That white-haired boy. The one from back then. Finn had apparently seen Belle before. His eyes widened in recognition, as he watched the rookie adventurer approach the wall. Who is the other one? A member of his familia. Finn analyzed Tsuna, but having no prior knowledge of the boy, he couldn't identify him. The two boys proceeded to climb the stairs, following the exact same path Ace had taken. So she's been secretly meeting with them. But for what purpose? He now knew exactly why Ace was sneaking out to the wall every morning, but the actual objective of the meeting remained a mystery. Well, since I'm here, I suppose I'll just go up and ask her directly. Having successfully tracked her to her destination, all that was left was to confront her. Finn stepped out of the alley and made his way toward the stairs. On top of the city wall. Good morning, Ace-san. Good morning. Morning, Suna. Morning, Belle. Since this was the 5th day of their training routine, the three of them had grown quite comfortable with each other, exchanging casual greetings without any tension. Are you feeling all right? Does your body hurt anywhere? Ace asked, turning to Tsuna. I'm fine. Everything feels perfectly normal. I would have expected him to be seriously injured after pulling a stunt like that. Ace vividly remembered Tsuna firing a point-blank explosion with total disregard for his own safety. She had fully expected him to be suffering from severe burns or internal damage, but he was completely unharmed. She was quietly astonished by his sheer durability. While marveling at Tsuna's toughness, Ace's eyes suddenly widened in horror, staring blankly at the space behind them. Seeing her expression drop, Tsuna and Belle frantically spun around. Standing right behind them, with a pleasant, calm smile, was Finn. Hello, Ace. Finn. Ace froze completely solid, paralyzed by the shock of her captain suddenly appearing at her secret hideout. Wait, is he the... Tsuna asked, looking at Belle. Is he famous? He's the captain of the Loki Familia, the adventurer known as Braver. Realizing that this unassuming, smiling man was the supreme commander of Ace's faction, and the very person she was desperately trying to hide this from, Tsuna instantly understood how catastrophic the situation was. Why are you here? Ace stammered. It's quite simple, really. I heard you've been acting strangely lately, so I decided to come see for myself. I knew it. That weird feeling I got earlier wasn't my imagination. Ace finally realized that the fleeting sensation of being watched had been Finn flawlessly tailing her. Care to explain what you're doing up here? That's. I won't accept any excuses. Depending on your answer, I may have to determine a formal punishment. So please, tell me the truth. Right. Realizing that lying to him was impossible, Ace gave up and decided to come clean. Do you remember when we ran into that herd of minotaurs on our way back from the expedition? Of course. The minotaurs got scared of us and fled from their normal spawn floors. Because of that, this boy was almost killed by one on the upper floors. I managed to save him, but at the after-party that night, Bet got drunk and started mocking him, treating the whole thing like a joke. I see. What are they talking about? Hearing the context behind Ace's guilt, Finn instantly understood the entire situation, his expression softening into one of deep apology. Belle, clearly recalling the traumatic humiliation, looked down at the floor, biting his lip in silence. Tsuna, entirely out of the loop, simply looked back and forth between them in confusion. So, as an apology, I offered to train him until we leave for the next expedition. I understand the situation perfectly. Having heard the full story, Finn turned his attention to Belle. I am incredibly sorry that our familia caused you so much grief. On behalf of the Loki Familia, I offer my deepest apologies. Please raise your head, Finn-san. Finn bowed deeply toward Belle, sincerely apologizing for his subordinate's actions. Seeing the absolute pinnacle of adventurers bow to a complete rookie caused Belle to panic. The dungeon is full of unpredictable anomalies, Finn said, keeping his head lowered. But to claim we were entirely blameless would be a lie. And the fact remains that my subordinate deeply insulted you. The responsibility for a subordinate's poor conduct falls entirely upon the captain, who failed to properly educate him. Apologizing is the very least I can do. Finn-san. Despite his legendary status and the grand title of Braver, Finn didn't show an ounce of arrogance. He possessed the humility to recognize his familia's faults and bow his head to a weaker adventurer. Belle was deeply moved by his incredible character. "Are you a member of his familia as well?" Finn asked, turning to Tsuna. "Why, yeah. Then I must apologize to you as well for the trouble we caused your ally." "Ah, no. I only arrived in Orario recently, so I don't really know what's going on." "Is that so? Forgive me, I shouldn't have made assumptions." Finn formally apologized to Tsuna as well, assuming he had been affected by the incident. But upon learning Tsuna had no idea what they were talking about, he quickly retracted the apology with a polite smile. Under normal circumstances, deep fraternization between different familias is strictly forbidden, Finn stated, his tone shifting back to that of a commander. However, causing harm to another and refusing to make amends is a failing as a human being, which supersedes any guild rule. Therefore, I will overlook this matter. You will face no punishment. Finn, thank you, Ace replied, bowing her head in profound gratitude for his leniency. With the crisis averted, Ace and Belle prepared to begin their training session. Since he was already there, Finn decided to stick around and watch. However, what exactly is this? A few minutes into the session, Finn watched in absolute bewilderment as Ace casually delivered a brutal strike that instantly knocked Belle completely unconscious. Seeing Belle violently concussed without an ounce of hesitation, Finn's polite smile twitched. I'm really bad at holding back, Ace muttered, resting the unconscious Belle on her lap. So it always turns into a cycle of fighting, knocking him out, waking him up, and fighting again. Is this supposed to be an apology? Finn couldn't help but feel a massive wave of guilt. Instead of making amends for the emotional trauma that had caused, it looked like Ace was simply subjecting the poor boy to severe physical trauma. Eventually, as he always did, Belle reached his absolute physical limit and collapsed onto the stone in a star shape, entirely out of commission. I suppose given the massive gap in your levels, it can't be helped. Finn sighed. But I must commend him. To endure being knocked out repeatedly and still refuse to give up, he has incredible mental fortitude. Yeah. But because the training is so harsh, Belle is growing at an incredible rate. Is he now? Finn was relieved to hear that. If Belle wasn't actually getting stronger, then Ace was just repeatedly assaulting a rookie, completely defeating the purpose of an apology. But in terms of growth speed, Tsuna is even faster than Belle. Belle is growing incredibly fast through repetition. But Tsuna gets noticeably stronger with every single clash. His reaction speed now compared to the first time we fought is entirely different. Ace, were you training him as well? Yeah. He promised to keep my training with Belle a secret, so I offered to train him as well. But it ended up being the exact opposite. The opposite? Yeah. I haven't been able to win against Tsuna once. I haven't even landed a single attack. I even used my magic but I still lost. If anything, he's the one training me. He's training you. You? Yeah. After Belle finishes his session, Tsuna spars with me. Don't tell me, this boy is the reason Ace has been coming home completely exhausted every day. Learning that Ace had never beaten Tsuna, and that he was the sole cause of her bizarre behavior, Finn stared at the spiky-haired boy in sheer disbelief. Hold on a moment. Finn said, turning to Tsuna. You said you arrived in Orario recently, correct? Yeah. Were you part of a different familia before joining your current one? No, this is my first one. Neither this boy nor Ace appear to be lying. But is such a thing even possible? A boy who just received Fauna a few days ago can defeat Ace Wallenstein. Normally, a rookie who had just received the grace of the gods defeating a first-tier level 6 adventurer was categorically impossible. It defied all logic and reason. But because both of them spoke with absolute sincerity, Finn was profoundly shaken. That doesn't matter right now. If what Ace is saying is true. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Finn realized something far more important. A subtle, calculating smile touched his lips. Excuse me. Suna, was it? Yeah. My real name is Sawada Tsunayoshi, but everyone calls me Tsuna. I see. Sawada Tsunayoshi. If you've been fighting Ace every day, would you mind showing me? I'd very much like to see your true strength. Sure, I don't mind. Thank you. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters, patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 18, Quest. 1461 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 18, Quest. Intrigued by the unbelievable claim, Finn requested to watch Tsuna spar with Ace to verify his strength with his own eyes. Today, I will definitely win. Ace drew desperate from its scabbard, instantly dropping into the middle stance. Come at me with the intent to kill. Tsuna slipped the 27-foot mittens onto his hands and seamlessly transitioned into hyper-dying will mode. Just from his stance alone, I can tell. He is a hardened warrior who has survived countless brushes with death. While a normal person would be terrified by the sudden ignition of flames on Tsuna's head, Finn simply rested his right elbow in the palm of his left hand, pinching his chin with his fingers as he coldly and analytically assessed Tsuna's combat aura. Here I come. Gripping desperate with both hands, Ace channeled her strength and exploded forward, instantly breaching Tsuna's guard to deliver a lightning-fast thrust. But a fraction of a second before the thrust connected, Ace let go of her sword entirely. Gripping her scabbard tightly in her left hand, she whipped it around in a brutal horizontal sweep aimed directly at Tsuna's right cheek. Tsuna effortlessly blocked the heavy strike with his right forearm. Using the momentum of the block, Ace dropped into a low crouch, catching the falling desperate in her right hand before it hit the ground. Kicking off the stone, she launched herself upward, unleashing a vicious rising slash from below. It was a perfectly executed upward strike, but Tsuna simply tilted his head back, dodging the lethal blade by a paper-thin margin. Ace immediately let go of the scabbard with her left hand, gripping her sword with both hands to bring it down in a devastating overhead head cleaver. Anticipating the heavy strike, Tsuna blasted a burst of flame backward, instantly teleporting behind her. I knew you'd do that. Instead of completing the downward swing, Ace forcefully twisted her body in midair, using centrifugal force to unleash a massive, sweeping slash directly behind her. After fighting him for 5 days, Ace had meticulously studied how Tsuna dodged and countered. Based on his previous patterns, she had perfectly predicted that he would evade her overhead strike by taking her back. And I knew you'd know that. But Tsuna was one step ahead of her prediction. Instead of dodging, he crossed his gauntlets, catching the full force of Ace's sweeping slash. Using the sheer kinetic impact of her attack, he launched himself backward into the open sky. Reaching his arms out behind him, he fired a continuous, stabilized stream of flames, completely arresting his backward momentum and stopping dead in midair. He's flying. To think he was capable of this as well. Seeing Tsuna casually hovering in the empty air high above the wall, both Belle and Finn were left completely speechless. He stopped in midair. Is he actually flying? Up until now, Ace had assumed he was only using the flames for instantaneous, explosive bursts of speed. She hadn't realized he could continuously emit the flames to achieve sustained, omnidirectional flight. You're wide open. While Ace was frozen in shock, Tsuna utilized the flames to launch himself back down to the wall, instantly materializing behind her and pressing a knife hand strike firmly against her neck. You let your guard down. We're still in the middle of a fight. I yield. Unable to counter his logic, Ace hung her head and admitted defeat. Hearing her surrender, Tsuna lowered his hand and powered down. A truly magnificent display. Finn began to clap slowly, offering his genuine applause for a battle that had far exceeded his expectations. And thank you. It was a privilege to witness your power firsthand. I don't mind showing you, but what's your real angle here? If you specifically asked to see my power, you must have an ulterior motive. Astute. Yes, I do have a rather large favor to ask of you. I'll tell you right now, if this is a recruitment pitch, the answer is no. I have absolutely no intention of transferring to another familia. I wasn't planning on asking. Or rather, it's mechanically impossible for me to ask. Why? Transferring between familias, a process known as conversion, requires the adventurer to have served in their current faction for a minimum of 1 full year. So, no matter how much I might want you, I literally cannot recruit you right now. I see. Sorry for jumping to conclusions. Not at all. Now onto the main topic. I want you to accompany us on our expedition in 2 days. Finn. What are you thinking? Hearing his true objective, Ace, who rarely showed extreme emotion, shouted in genuine shock. An expedition? Suna asked. Familias are categorized into various ranks. Factions that reach a certain rank, specifically exploration-type familias, are periodically assigned mandatory missions by the guild. Missions? Mandatory missions are compulsory quests issued directly by the guild. In short, they are orders we absolutely cannot refuse. So you're asking me to help you complete this mandatory mission? Exactly. And what exactly are you supposed to do? The objectives vary. It could be establishing a new deepest reached floor, discovering new harvestable resources or ores, mapping an uncharted territory, and so on. Essentially, we are required to produce some kind of tangible, significant result for the guild. I see. And what is your familia trying to do? We intend to establish a new deepest floor. Our target is the 59th floor. The 59th floor. Suna hadn't ventured deeper than the 9th floor since his first day. Because Bell was always completely exhausted after his morning training with Ace, they had purposely avoided going below the 10th floor. As a result, Suna couldn't even begin to imagine what the 59th floor looked like. I won't lie to you, I cannot guarantee you will return alive. We have almost zero intelligence on what awaits us on the 59th floor. It is entirely uncharted territory. It's highly likely we could face casualties before we even reach our target. Therefore, you are completely free to refuse. However, if you agree, I will pay you a massive sum as a commission, regardless of whether the expedition is a success or a failure. And please rest assured, even if you refuse, I will not force Ace to stop training you too. That is a separate matter entirely. Finn clearly laid out the extreme risks, explicitly stating that Suna could decline without any negative consequences, while highlighting the immense financial reward if he accepted. Suna, you can't. The deep floors are incredibly terrifying. The monsters are overwhelmingly strong, and the environments are brutally harsh. Just like Finn said, there is no guarantee you'll survive. I know you're incredibly strong, but it's not a place for someone who just arrived in Orario. Ace-san is right. Besides, you have people waiting for you to come home, don't you? Both Ace and Bell vehemently opposed the idea of Suna risking his life in the deep floors. If you accept 2 conditions, I'll help you, Suna said, looking directly at Finn. Let's hear them. First, if the situation deteriorates to the point where I become a liability, I reserve the right to retreat immediately. And the second? No one looks into my background. What do you mean? Exactly what it sounds like. My origins, my bloodline, my history, the nature of my abilities, everything about me. You must explicitly order every member of the expedition to refrain from prying into my personal matters. If you agree to those 2 terms, I will assist you on this expedition. Understood. I accept your terms. Finn had no idea why Suna was so insistent on keeping his background a secret, but since the conditions were highly reasonable and didn't hinder the mission, he accepted without hesitation. Are you seriously going? Yeah. If my strength can be of use, then I want to help. Suna sounded noble, but his primary motivation was the money. He knew that a commission from the captain of the largest faction in Orario would be astronomical. He intended to use the reward to pay off his debt to the Hestia Familia, and make their lives significantly easier. I won't be able to dive into the dungeon with you until the expedition is over. Sorry, Belle, but you'll either have to go with Lily or take a break for a few days. Suna. Feeling the absolute, unshakable resolve in Suna's voice, Belle realized he couldn't say anything to stop him. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters, patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 19, Negotiate. 1,254 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 19, Negotiate. Suna officially accepted Finn's request. I am incredibly grateful that you've agreed to help us, Finn said warmly. However, we still need to inform your goddess about this. We obviously can't keep something this massive a secret from her. Do you know where she is right now? Goddess Hestia is working her part-time jobs right now, so she won't be back until tonight, Belle answered. That's unfortunate, then. Knowing he couldn't possibly discuss a highly dangerous, deep-floor expedition with her while she was working, Finn abandoned the idea of an immediate meeting. In that case, would it be alright if I visited your home base tonight? That's fine with me, but I have no idea how Goddess Hestia is going to react. I'll swing by her workplace today, and let her know I'll be visiting tonight, so she won't be caught off guard. Could you tell me where she works and the location of your home base? It would be a great help. All right. Belle quickly gave Finn the address of Hestia's food stall, and the location of the ruined church. Understood. I'll see you both tonight. That night, at the ruined church, the Hestia Familia's home base. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Finn Dame, the captain of the Loki Familia. Thank you for making time for me despite the sudden notice. Sitting politely on the worn-out sofa, Finn offered a flawless, respectful introduction. I brought a small token of my appreciation. He picked up a beautifully wrapped box of high-end pastries he had brought with him, and placed it gently on the table. Are you sure you're actually a member of that vulgar, scheming Loki's Familia? You're far too polite and well-mannered. Gee goddess. Just what kind of person, goddess, is this Loki if Hestia hates her this much? Because Finn was so incredibly polite and respectful, Hestia genuinely suspected he couldn't possibly belong to her hated rival's faction. Her blunt insult caused Belle to panic, while Suna couldn't help but wonder just how terrible Loki actually was. Finn, entirely unfazed by the insult directed at his patron deity, merely offered a wry, practiced smile. What business does the famous braver have with a dirt-poor familia like mine? I have a very important matter to discuss with you. Important matter? Yes. The truth is, I would like to borrow his strength. Finn nodded toward Suna. Tsunayoshi-kun's strength. I'm afraid you've got the wrong guy. He just arrived in Orario recently and only received my fauna a few days ago. He's a complete rookie. Are you sure you aren't mistaken? Realizing that Finn knew about Suna's power, Hestia deliberately played dumb, attempting to deflect the request. There is no need to hide it, Goddess Hestia. I am fully aware that he possesses an incredible amount of power. I also know that he is significantly stronger than our ace. Hestia's face paled, realizing that Finn knew about the secret training sessions. Please, rest assured, Finn continued smoothly, raising a placating hand. I have no intention of interrogating you about the secret training, nor do I plan to use this information as leverage to force his cooperation. In fact, my primary reason for being here is to apologize to you. Apologize? What for? To put it bluntly, members of my familia caused your Belle Cranel a great deal of emotional distress recently. Ace was secretly training him as a way to make amends for our misconduct. Therefore, I have decided to completely overlook the fact that you broke the non-fraternization rule. Are you sure about that? You're the captain of the largest faction in the city. If people find out you turned a blind eye to this, it could cause a massive scandal for you. I do not mind. Willfully ignoring the harm my subordinates cause simply because of a guild rule is a fundamental failing of basic human decency. Therefore, Goddess Hestia, please accept my deepest apologies for the trouble we caused you and your children. Finn stood up from the sofa and bowed deeply at the waist. Raise your head, braver Kuan. I understand your sincerity. Realizing that Finn's apology was entirely genuine and lacked any ulterior motives, Hestia permitted him to stand. Finn straightened up and sat back down. So what exactly do you mean by borrowing Tsunayoshi-kun's strength? As I mentioned, the Loki Familia is scheduled to depart on a major expedition in 2 days. I want him to accompany us. An expedition? Don't tell me. Yes. We are heading into the deep floors. Our absolute objective is to reach the 59th floor, a depth our Familia has never achieved before. The 59th floor. The sheer absurdity of the depth caused Hestia to shoot up from the sofa in shock. Are you seriously planning to take Tsunayoshi-kun down there? His power is an asset I want so badly I can practically taste it. Therefore, I am formally requesting your permission to borrow him for this mission. Of course, you have every right to refuse. However, he has already given his personal consent to join us. What? Is that true, Tsunayoshi-kun? Why yeah. What are you thinking? You have a home you need to return to. You have people waiting for you. Do you even understand how dangerous this is? I know it's dangerous. But I've already made up my mind to go. Seeing the absolute, unwavering resolve in Suna's eyes, Hestia realized she couldn't simply yell at him to change his mind. Goddess Hestia, Finn said gently. If you refuse, I will not take him with us. As a god, I know you cherish your Familia members as your own beloved children. However, if you grant us permission, I promise to pay a substantial commission for his services, regardless of whether the expedition succeeds or fails. Furthermore, he laid out a specific condition for his cooperation. If he ever feels he is no longer an asset and is in danger of becoming a liability, he will retreat immediately. I have sworn to honor this condition. We will not force him into any suicidal situations. I know this is incredibly sudden, but I must ask for your answer. Faced with a massive decision that could dictate Suna's life, Hestia fell silent, agonizing over the choice. I've made my decision. After several long minutes of silence, Hestia finally spoke. Since Tsunayoshi-kun has already made up his mind, I will respect his will. That is my answer. Are you truly certain? As his goddess, you have every right to prioritize your own feelings and forbid him from going. If I'm being completely honest, I absolutely do not want him to go. Tsunayoshi-kun is my precious child. But I refuse to trample on his resolve. So I will grant my permission. I see. But you must promise me one thing. You must ensure that Tsunayoshi-kun, and all of you, return alive. Even if we belong to different familias, all the children of the lower world are precious to us gods. I swear it upon the name of Braver. Finn placed his right hand over his heart and offered a deep, respectful bow. Tsunayoshi-kun, you have to promise me you'll come back alive too. Understood. Yeah. I promise. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 20, Chapter 20, 3 top. 1923 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 20, 3 top. The next day. The day before the expedition. Well, I guess this is it. Thank you so much for everything, Ace-san. Today marked the final day of their secret training sessions. Belle bowed deeply to Ace, expressing his profound gratitude for all the guidance she had given him. I never managed to beat you even once. But someday I will. Ahaha. Up until the very last minute, Ace had failed to secure a single victory against Suna. She hadn't even managed to land a scratch. Her violently competitive nature left Suna sweating nervously, offering only a dry, awkward laugh in response. Good luck tomorrow, Belle. Yes. I'll see you later, Suna. Yeah. With a final nod, Ace leaped down from the wall, heading back to her base ahead of them. After finishing their final training session, Suna and Belle returned to the church to wash up. Because of the impending expedition, Suna wasn't diving into the dungeon today. Instead, he was scheduled to visit Twilight Manor in the afternoon to be officially introduced as the expedition's special supplementary member. Shortly after noon, Finn arrived at the church to escort him. Following the Palom captain, Suna arrived at the Loki Familia's home base. We're here. It's massive. Suna stared up at Twilight Manor in awe. Befitting the home of the city's strongest faction, the compound was absurdly large, completely dwarfing every other building in the district. It was a sprawling estate comprised of several towering spires connected by grand, sweeping architecture. At the very peak of the highest tower flew a massive flag bearing the Familia's emblem, the profile of a grinning jester. It kinda reminds me of the Simon Familia's castle. The imposing, Gothic structure immediately reminded Suna of the massive fortress hidden beneath the deserted island, where he had fought his grueling war against the Simon Familia. Open the gates. He's my guest. Yes, Captain. At Finn's command, the two guards quickly unbarred the massive iron doors. Suna followed Finn into the courtyard. As they walked through the grounds, the various Familia members they passed stopped to stare, openly glaring at Suna with expressions that clearly screamed, "Who the hell is this guy?" Uncomfortable under the intense scrutiny, Suna kept his eyes glued to the floor. Sorry about the stares, Finn apologized smoothly. I informed everyone that we'd be having an important meeting today, but I haven't officially announced that you'll be joining our ranks yet. Why yeah. First, I'm going to introduce you to my two fellow executives. After I brief them on the situation, we'll hold a general assembly and introduce you to the rest of the Familia. However, even if I personally vouch for you, the other members won't just blindly accept an outsider. They are incredibly proud. It's highly likely they'll demand you fight me to prove your worth. I have absolute faith in your abilities, but if you fail to prove your strength there, I won't be able to bring you on the expedition. I apologize for the hassle, but please understand. Finn outlined the immediate itinerary and the inevitable trial by combat as they arrived in front of his office. Finn opened the door. Waiting inside were the two figures he had mentioned earlier, Gareth and Riveria. Sorry to keep you waiting, Gareth, Riveria. Finn. Who's the brat? An acquaintance of yours? Does this boy have something to do with the important announcement? He does. Let me introduce him. Suna, these two are Riveria and Gareth, the other founding members of this Familia. Nice to meet you. Overwhelmed by the sheer, imposing presence radiating from the two veteran adventurers, Suna offered a stiff, nervous bow. Let's not stand around. Please take a seat. Prompted by Finn, Suna awkwardly lowered himself onto a plush leather sofa, clearly uncomfortable in the opulent office. Finn casually took a seat behind his massive oak desk. Is the rest of the Familia gathering? But Loki isn't here. She went to visit Dionysus. Understood. So, what is this all about? Gareth asked, crossing his massive arms. Is it something that requires briefing just the three of us first? Riveria added. No, this is what I plan to announce to the entire Familia shortly. But I wanted to run it by the two of you first. I knew you'd understand the necessity of it. What do you mean? I'll get straight to the point. I'm bringing him with us on tomorrow's expedition. X2. Riveria and Gareth's eyes went wide with shock. But as seasoned veterans, they quickly regained their composure. This is you we're talking about. You clearly have some sort of scheme cooked up. You wouldn't suggest bringing an outsider into the deep floors without a damn good reason. I'm glad you two are always so quick to understand. Having worked alongside them for years, Riveria and Gareth knew Finn never made arbitrary decisions. Anticipating their rational response, Finn smiled faintly. His name is Sawada Tsunayoshi. He's an adventurer belonging to the Hestia Familia, but... Finn proceeded to explain the entire situation. He detailed Tsuna's background, the fact that Ace had been secretly training Belle to make amends for Bet's drunken insults, and the ensuing complications. That idiot Bet. That foolish boy. While they had plenty of harsh words for Ace breaking Familia rules, learning that her actions were driven by guilt over Bet's atrocious behavior caused Riveria and Gareth to sigh heavily, rubbing their temples in sheer exasperation. I apologize. Gareth rumbled, bowing his head. We caused you and your Familia a great deal of trouble. You have my apologies as well, Riveria added, also bowing her head. We failed to properly discipline our own. Ah no. Like I told Finn, I only got to Orario a few days ago, so I really don't know what you're talking about. Just like Finn had done the night before, the two legendary adventurers bowed deeply to apologize. Tsuna frantically waved his hands, trying to tell them it wasn't necessary, but the two veterans kept their heads lowered out of genuine shame. Once the apologies were concluded, Finn resumed his explanation. Now back to the main topic. Tsuna here ended up sitting in on Ace's training sessions. In exchange for his silence regarding the matter, Ace offered to train him as well. However, instead of training him, she ended up being the one getting trained. You can't mean... Yes. He is significantly stronger than Ace. He is the sole reason she has been acting so strangely this past week. X2. Hearing Finn explicitly state that a rookie was stronger than their prize sword princess left Riveria and Gareth entirely speechless. I observed their sparring match yesterday, Finn continued. His strength is absolute and utterly flawless. He effortlessly dismantled everything Ace threw at him. X2. Finn's testimony was absolute. They knew he would never exaggerate a combat assessment. Still, the concept of a boy casually overpowering a level 6 warrior was so astronomically absurd that they struggled to process it. You said Ace was acting strangely. Tsuna asked tentatively. She was incredibly frustrated that she couldn't beat you, and that frustration apparently leaked out into her daily life. Her obsession with defeating you was so intense that the other members were literally too terrified to speak to her. Just how badly did she want to beat me? Realizing that Ace's competitive streak had inadvertently terrorized an entire faction of elite adventurers, Tsuna was profoundly disturbed. I'm so sorry. I had no idea I was causing so much trouble. Don't worry about it. It's not your fault, Finn chuckled. I assume she initially challenged you to a single spar, lost, and then aggressively forced you to keep fighting her every single day because she couldn't accept the defeat, correct? A perfectly accurate, 100-point deduction. I knew it. Tsuna was astounded by Finn's flawless psychological profiling, while Finn simply sighed, his exact suspicions confirmed. Ah, right. Speaking of Ace. Tsuna started, remembering the other crucial piece of information. Did something else happen? Actually. Tsuna proceeded to recount the ambush in the alleyway. Because they needed to keep the training a secret, he figured Ace probably hadn't reported the attack to them. An ambush. Can you describe the attackers? I didn't see their faces because they were wearing dark armor and visors. But one of them was an incredibly fast cat person with a spear. The other four were about this tall, probably Palams, all fighting together. And while I didn't see him, I felt the presence of someone else watching from a distance. Them. I sounds like them. Yes. The descriptions match perfectly, and they are the only ones arrogant and capable enough to launch a coordinated assault on Ace. Hearing the descriptions, Finn, Riveria, and Gareth instantly deduced the identities of the attackers. The ones who attacked you were the executives of the Freya Familia. The Freya Familia. The Freya Familia. They are one of the two absolute strongest factions in Orario, rivaling our own. Every single member is fanatically, obsessively devoted to their goddess, Freya. It is not an exaggeration to say they are a violently extreme organization willing to commit any atrocity if it benefits their goddess. Any atrocity. Yes. The cat person you described is the city's fastest adventurer, Alan Frommel. The four Palams are the Gulliver brothers, renowned for their flawless combination attacks. The presence you felt watching from afar was undoubtedly their tactician, Hayden. But why would they target Ace? Finn easily identified the assailants from Suna's description, but the underlying motive eluded him. The cat person said it was a warning. I have no idea what he was warning her about, though. A warning? What in the world could that mean? Even with the new piece of information, Finn was completely stumped. Regardless, their motives are currently unknown, but I am incredibly relieved that you are all safe. If Ace had been caught alone, it would have been a disastrous situation. We are in your debt for being there. Oh, Ace didn't fight the executives. She was exhausted from our sparring, so I told her to protect Belle and Hestia while I fought them instead. Ha, X3. The moment Suna casually dropped that bombshell, Finn, Riveria, and Gareth froze, their minds screeching to a complete halt. Hey, Finn. Gareth stammered, his eyes wide. I feel like I just heard him say something completely insane. Tell me my ears are playing tricks on me. Unfortunately, Gareth, your hearing is perfectly fine. Finn replied, his usual calm demeanor cracking as a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. I knew he was extraordinarily powerful, but to fend off Alan Frommel and the Gulliver brothers simultaneously while keeping Hayden in check. Even I'm starting to think he's a monster. Is it really wise to bring him with us? Riveria muttered, looking deeply unsettled. At this rate, I fear we might end up dragging him down. That is a highly probable outcome. Question mark. The three legendary adventurers huddled together, whispering furiously among themselves in a state of absolute existential dread. Meanwhile, Suna simply tilted his head, completely oblivious to the fact that he had just casually admitted to soloing half of the most terrifying syndicate in the world. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters, patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 21, Meeting. 1843 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 21, Meeting. Still reeling from the shock of learning about the Freya Familia's sudden assault, the three adventurers listened in stunned silence. Now, it was finally time to introduce him to the rest of the Familia. Almost all the members of the Loki Familia were gathered inside the grand dining hall of Twilight Manor. What do you think this important announcement is about, Ace? An elf girl turned to Ace. She had long, golden yellow hair tied back in a ponytail that reached past her waist. Her name was Lafia Voridis. An adventurer who possessed the alias Thousand Elf, she was currently level 3. As a rearguard mage, her sheer firepower with attack magic was already evaluated to be on par with a level 5. She harbored an intense admiration for Ace, one so strong that it often bordered on obsession, causing those around her to back away. Incidentally, she was well aware of the secret training sessions between Ace and Belle. Despite being in a different faction, she harbored a fierce, burning jealousy toward the boy who monopolized Ace's time. I wonder. I have no idea, Ace replied, playing dumb. She already knew exactly what was about to happen, but it wasn't her place to spoil the surprise. Wait, don't tell me Finn finally got a girlfriend, and this is his big announcement. Huh. A dark-skinned girl with short black hair blurted out a wild guess. The moment the words left her mouth, another dark-skinned girl, this one with long hair, contorted her face into a terrifying scowl, letting out a low, menacing growl. The short-haired Amazoness was Tiona Hiriut, a level 5 adventurer known as the Juggernaut Amazon. Possessing a bright, innocent personality, she was kind to everyone she met, though she was also undeniably the biggest airhead in the familia. Her older twin sister, Tiona Hiriut, had long hair, and was a level 5 adventurer known as Jormungand. While she usually played the part of a gentle, well-mannered woman, her true nature was that of a short-tempered berserker. Once she snapped, her ferocity was so uncontrollable that even her own allies couldn't stop her. Tiona was madly in love with Finn, and had a tendency to choose whatever means necessary to make him hers. If another woman dared to approach him, she would instantly drop her polite facade and use pure, unadulterated violence to eliminate the competition. Both sisters belonged to the Amazoness race, an all-female warrior tribe known for their dark skin, exceptional hand-to-hand combat skills, fierce competitive spirits, and a biological instinct to be drawn to strong men. If that's the case, I'll slaughter her right here and now. Tiona hissed, her eyes dark with murderous intent. Like hell it is. Stupid broads. Hearing Tiona's psychotic muttering, a man with grey fur, wolf ears, a tail, and a fawn-like tattoo on his left cheek scoffed in utter disinterest. His name was Bet Loga. A level 5 adventurer who carried the alias Vannergand, his temper was just as short and aggressive as his namesake. A strict meritocrat, he had a habit of looking down on the weak and hurling harsh insults at anyone who didn't measure up. Only a select few truly understood that his harsh words were simply his own twisted form of kindness. Suddenly, the heavy doors to the dining hall swung open. Finn, Riveria, and Gareth walked in, commanding the room's attention. Sorry for the sudden summons, Finn began, his voice carrying easily over the crowd. There's something important I need to share with all of you. We're adding a new, last-minute member to tomorrow's expedition. A heavy silence blanketed the room, as the familia absorbed the news. Nobody seemed particularly distressed, they simply waited for him to elaborate. Before I introduce him, there are a few things you need to know. I was the one who personally asked him to lend us his strength for this expedition. In exchange for his cooperation, he laid out 2 conditions. First, if he proves to be dead weight, we reserve the right to send him back immediately. Second, and most importantly, no one is to pry into his background, his secrets, or anything concerning him. I agreed to these terms. Therefore, I expect all of you to respect them as well. A low murmur rippled through the crowd. The first condition made sense, but the strict ban on prying immediately sparked unease. I know it's hard not to feel anxious when I tell you to blindly trust someone you've never met, Finn continued, reading the room perfectly. But let me assure you, he is not a bad person. He's a member of a proper familia. From what I've seen, his character is solid. The fact that he requested this condition simply means he has things he'd rather keep hidden. We all have secrets we don't want others to know, don't we? His calm, rational explanation managed to soothe the rising tension, softening the sharp edge of their anxiety. For now, I just want you all to meet him. You can come in. At Finn's cue, the dining hall doors creaked open once more. Suna timidly stepped into the room, his shoulders hunched as he shrank under the intense, scrutinizing gazes of the entire Loki familia. The members blinked in confusion. They had expected an imposing veteran or someone with a dangerous, battle-hardened aura. Instead, the boy standing before them looked completely and utterly average. Allow me to introduce him. His name is Sawada Tsunayoshi. He's an adventurer who recently arrived in Orario. What are you thinking, Captain? Are you serious? You're just sending him to his death. The moment Finn finished his introduction, the hall erupted. It was a perfectly reasonable reaction, taking a brand new rookie down into the deepest, most treacherous floors of the dungeon sounded like pure insanity. May I ask a question? What is it, Aki? Amidst the uproar, a single hand was raised quietly. It belonged to Ainekiti Autumn, a level 4 cat person who held the alias Alshar. As a core pillar of the second string that supported the Alcat, she boasted top-tier combat prowess both physically and mentally. Her comrades affectionately called her Aki. "I am well aware that you never do anything without a good reason, Captain," Aki said, her voice steady and clear. "Even so, bringing an adventurer who just arrived in the city on a deep-floor expedition seems reckless at best. If you're still determined to bring him along, there must be a very compelling reason, correct?" Aki voiced the exact question burning in everyone's mind. She deeply respected Finn, and was fiercely loyal, but she was also pragmatic. If something didn't make sense, she would demand answers, regardless of authority. If she found the logic flawed, she wouldn't hesitate to voice her dissent, or, in the worst-case scenario, coldly cut her losses. Of course, Finn answered honestly. "To be entirely frank, I consider him a talent so exceptionally rare that I desperately want him for myself. He has no intention of leaving his current faction, but if he ever wanted to join our familia, I would welcome him with open arms and zero hesitation." A shocked silence fell over the room. For Finn, the legendary braver, to offer such sky-high praise was unprecedented. The murmurs swelled back up, louder than before. "Give me a break. You're raising the hurdle way too high." Tsuna panicked internally. Finn was only stating his honest feelings, but for Tsuna, this was nothing short of a nightmare. "I know words alone won't convince you," Finn added, a confident smile playing on his lips. "That's why he and I are going to have a one-on-one duel right now. I want you to judge his strength with your own eyes." Exactly as Finn had orchestrated, the stage was set for their duel. The entire familia filed out into the expansive courtyard of Twilight Manor. "I can't believe he's actually going to fight the captain. And the captain was the one who suggested it. If he's going out of his way to fight him, this kid must be a real monster." Raoul Nord and Alicia Forestlight muttered to themselves as they watched Tsuna and Finn face off. Raoul, a human level 4 known as the High Novice, was the glue holding the second string together. Often acting as a weary middle manager fielding the gripes of the lower-ranked members, he was exceptionally reliable despite his humble demeanor. Alicia, a level 4 elf known as Elrafe, was the older sister figure of the familia. Endlessly compassionate, she had journeyed to Orario specifically to serve Riveria, whom she practically worshipped. "What's all the ruckus about?" A woman with short, crimson hair, perpetually squinted eyes, and a thick, drawling accent strolled onto the scene. It was Loki, the goddess and head of the Loki familia. Though she usually acted like an aloof, easygoing clown, she possessed terrifyingly sharp instincts when it came to schemes, conspiracies, and hidden truths. Her only real flaw was her rampant perversion. She constantly tried to grope the female members of her familia, only to be violently swatted away. "It's about the new addition to tomorrow's expedition," Riveria explained. "He's a fresh arrival to Orario, but Finn personally asked for his help." "Ha! What the hell is Finn thinkin'?" "I have no idea. But Finn described him as a talent he desperately wants." Knowing words wouldn't be enough to convince the others, they decided to prove his strength with a duel. "A duel? We already know how that's gonna end. There ain't no way he can beat Finn," Loki muttered, utterly bewildered by her captain's logic. Out on the courtyard, Finn readied his golden spear. Tsuna pulled on his specialized mittens, the number 27 foot emblazoned across the fabric. "As I said earlier," Finn called out, his voice sharp. "If you don't prove your worth right here and now, you aren't coming on the expedition." "I know. Don't hold back. Give it everything you have. That's the only way to make them understand." "Yeah. Got it." During his spars with Ace, Tsuna had played strictly defensively. If he did that here, no one would grasp the true extent of his power. He needed to strike back. "And just so you know, I haven't underestimated you," Finn warned, his easy smile vanishing. "Sorry, but I'm coming at you with everything I've got." "Okay. That's enough talk. Let our fists speak for us. Are you ready? Finn lowered his stance, his eyes narrowing into a deadly, focused glare. Of course. Suna's eyes snapped shut. When they opened, they were a vibrant, crystalline orange. He entered hyper-dying-will mode, lowering his center of gravity into a flawless combat stance. Come at me with the intent to kill. You don't have to tell me twice. Support this fanfic by leaving reviews, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/negative-translations. Chapter 22, Sky, Suna, vs. Braver, Finn. 2,833 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative-translations. Chapter 22, Sky, Suna, vs. Braver, Finn. The clash between Suna and Finn officially began. He's on fire. His head is literally on fire. This is bad. We have to put it out. Water. Somebody grab some water. Right away. Seeing a pillar of orange flame erupt from Suna's forehead, Tiona, Mafia, Tioni, and Raoul completely lost their minds. The rest of the familia wasn't faring much better, panicking at the sight of a boy casually burning alive. Calm down, Finn ordered, keeping his eyes locked on Suna. The flames aren't harming him. It seems this is his unique combat style. The panic subsided slightly at Finn's reassurance, though the sheer shock of the spectacle left the crowd reeling. A combat style where your head catches fire. What kind of joke is that? Loki muttered. He's strong, Riveria noted quietly. Not a single opening. I can see why Finn acknowledged him, Gareth agreed. While the others were distracted by the flames, the two veterans were busy analyzing Suna's flawless stance. Let's get back to it, shall we? Finn gripped his spear, returning to his combat stance as he meticulously analyzed his opponent. What we know so far, he has overwhelming combat sense, and he uses the backward propulsion of his flames for high-speed mobility and aerial maneuvers. Finn rapidly sorted through Suna's known arsenal, formulating the optimal countermeasure. If that's the case, this is my only option. Finn kicked off the ground, closing the distance in a blinding flash. He swung his spear in a massive, two-handed horizontal sweep. A burst of flames erupted from Suna's hands, propelling him out of range before the blade could connect. Using the momentum from his initial swing, Finn forcefully pivoted, sweeping his spear behind him in a deadly arc exactly as he predicted. Suna materialized right at his back. Suna's eyes widened in surprise, but his reaction was instant. He caught the tip of the spear with his left hand, and using Finn's own momentum, effortlessly hurled the Prum captain into the air with one arm. Instead of fighting the throw, Finn let go of the spear. Flipping midair, he brought his right heel down toward Suna's skull in a vicious axe kick. Suna calmly raised Finn's stolen spear horizontally above his head to block. Finn's kick never connected with the shaft. Instead, he twisted his body mid-drop, driving his right foot hard into the dirt. Using that anchor, he instantly unleashed a devastating palm strike with his left hand, aiming directly for Suna's solar plexus. Before the strike could hit, Suna blasted backward, simultaneously hurling the golden spear straight at Finn's face like a javelin. This is... Finn contorted his upper body backward in a dramatic arc, narrowly dodging the whistling projectile. The moment the spear passed over him, Suna reappeared behind his blind spot. With a swift, fluid motion, Suna kicked the hovering spear high into the air. Finn sensed a sudden, chilling dissonance in his opponent's movements. Haoa. Recovering his footing, Finn unleashed a Godspeed barrage of strikes. Suna parried the flurry with open palms, weaving through the attacks before countering with a sharp knee strike. Finn immediately jumped back to gain distance. A split second later, the golden spear plummeted back to earth. Without missing a beat, Finn lashed out with a kick, sending the weapon spinning back toward Suna. The spear whirled vertically through the air, but Suna didn't flinch. He simply caught it with his right hand as it arrived. And then, both fighters vanished. A super high-speed battle commenced, their forms nothing more than blurs of motion while the concussive sounds of their clashes echoed like thunder across the courtyard. Too fast. I can't see a damn thing. Loki strained her eyes. Finn is maximizing his agility stat, while the boy is using flame propulsion to artificially boost his own mobility, Riveria analyzed. No ordinary adventurer could track them with the naked eye. Seems most of our kids are completely lost, Gareth grunted, glancing at the crowd. The majority of the Familia members were standing with their mouths hanging open, their eyes darting wildly in confusion. I can only see bits and pieces. Tiona squinted. To fight the captain on equal footing. Just who the hell is he? Tioni muttered. I can't keep up. Bet ground his teeth in frustration. Ace. Lafia looked over at the sword princess in alarm. Ace was trembling, her teeth clenched tight, and her fists clenched so hard her knuckles turned white. Frustrating. Ace could see the fight perfectly. And that was exactly why it hurt. Suna was moving with a fluidity and power that he had never once shown during their training sessions. She was forced to swallow the bitter realization of her own inadequacy. He hadn't needed to try against her. After what felt like an eternity, the high-speed clashes ceased. The two combatants reappeared, facing each other in dead silence. No way. He went toe-to-toe with Finn. Loki gasped. Neither fighter had a single scratch on them. No. Riveria and Gareth saw the truth. It wasn't an even match. While neither had taken damage, only one of them looked exhausted. Finn's face was tight with strain. Finn is throwing everything he has at him, but the boy still has room to breathe, Riveria noted grimly. If this continues, Finn will lose. Why? How the hell is Finn losing to some rookie? Loki yelled. That boy is no rookie. He's survived countless bloodbaths, Gareth stated solemnly. Battles on par with the Dark Age. No, perhaps even worse. Worse than the Dark Age. Loki's face paled. The Dark Age. An era 7 years prior when the Evils, a terrorist faction led by wicked gods, plunged Orario into chaos. It culminated in the 7 Days of Death, a massacre so horrific that Babel itself nearly collapsed. It was the most chaotic, blood-soaked period in the city's history. If there's any conflict worse than that, it would have to be the 3 Great Quests. But that was 15 years ago. He's way too young to have been part of that. And if he survives something that big, we'd definitely know his name. The 3 Great Quests. The ultimate missions to slay the Behemoth, the Leviathan, and the one-eyed Black Dragon. The Zeus and Hera Familius, the strongest factions in history, managed to kill the first 2, but were utterly annihilated by the Black Dragon, leading to their banishment. I don't know the details either, but without that kind of experience, his strength makes no sense, Gareth reasoned. Gareth's deduction was remarkably close to the truth. Suna had indeed survived apocalypses, but the greatest of them took place in the future. He had fought a world war against the Milfiori Familia to prevent Byakuran from dominating 8 trillion parallel universes. The Dark Age was a localized nightmare. Suna had fought for the fate of existence itself. Back on the battlefield, the two fighters stared each other down. That wasn't just coincidence, Finn breathed heavily. But you weren't reacting to my speed, either. You were combining prediction, combat experience, and something else, wasn't it? Spot on. Impressive, Suna praised, having used his hyper-intuition to read exactly how Finn had countered his speed. My thumb throbs whenever danger is near, Finn revealed calmly. Though it only warns me that something is going to happen, not what it is. I use prediction and experience to fill in the blanks. Since it was an uncounterable biological quirk, Finn saw no harm in revealing it. But you're doing the exact same thing. Right? Finn asked. Impressive, Suna echoed the praise. It felt like my mind was being read, Finn thought. He must be sensing my micromovements and killing intent to read my attacks before I make them. Is that how he countered Ace, too? Finn realized that Suna possessed an ability that was essentially a vastly superior version of his own thumb. I've been keeping up by combining my thumb's warning with my own experience, but against someone with genuine precognition, it's nothing more than a band-aid. If I keep this up, my stamina will give out first. It's only a matter of time before I lose. Realizing his current tactics were leading to a slow, inevitable defeat, Finn took a deep breath and relaxed his posture. Do you still want to continue? Suna asked quietly. I am the captain of this familia, Finn smiled wryly. I can't afford to look pathetic in front of my subordinates. And while I might not show it as much as certain others, I hate losing. Even backed into a corner, Finn's eyes burned with resolve. Sawada Tsunayoshi. A warning. From this moment on, I will become a berserker whose only purpose is to destroy you. I won't be able to hold back. Are you still willing to fight? I told you to come at me with the intent to kill. And no matter what you throw at me, I will fight with my dying will. I see. Thank you. Finn discarded his spear, letting it clatter to the ground. He slowly closed his eyes. Is he going to use that? Riveria gasped. Have you lost your mind, Finn? Gareth roared. Both of them instantly realized what Finn was about to do. Magic spear, pierce my forehead that offers blood. With his eyes still closed, Finn began his chant. A dense, blood-red magic gathered at his left thumb, sharpening into the shape of a spearhead. Without hesitation, Finn drove the thumb directly into his own forehead. Hell Fenegas. The magic violently surged into his body. When Finn opened his eyes, they were stained a terrifying, bloodshot crimson. Hell Fenegas was a high-risk enchantment that sacrificed all rationality, forcefully drawing out raw combat intent in exchange for a massive boost to every physical parameter. It turned the calm, calculating braver into a mindless berserker. For a commander like Finn, using this magic meant completely abandoning his role as a leader. Right now, Finn didn't care about tomorrow's expedition. His only goal was to destroy the opponent standing in front of him. Oh. The berserk prum shattered the distance between them, launching a devastating right straight. Suna crossed his arms to block, but the sheer kinetic force shattered his defense and sent him skidding violently backward. His power and speed are on a completely different level. It feels exactly like fighting the Deathstalk squad. Suna's mind flashed back to the future, to the biologically modified supersoldiers programmed by Iris to feel no pain and fear no death. In a fraction of a second, Finn vanished, reappearing directly behind Suna to deliver another lethal strike. Suna instantly aimed his palms toward the earth, blasting a massive torrent of flames to launch himself into the sky. Finn's fist tore through empty air. He's flying. He's actually flying. That's amazing. You've gotta be kidding me. He's using fire propulsion to stay airborne. What a cheat, Bet grumbled, eyes wide. Tiona was starry-eyed, while Tioni and Bet stared in disbelief. The rest of the familia looked up at the floating boy as if he were a myth come to life. What the hell is going on with him? Flyin' around ain't fair. To think he could take to the skies. Aside from Perseus, I've never seen anyone capable of such a feat, Gareth muttered. Loki was practically seething with jealousy, while Riveria and Gareth were thoroughly impressed. He's fast. Suna barely had a second to catch his breath before Finn catapulted himself into the air, closing in like a missile. Suna arched his back, narrowly evading the airborne tackle. Seizing the opening, he grabbed Finn's right leg and hurled him back toward the ground. Finn spun gracefully in midair, landing on his feet with a heavy thud. With both hands raised, Suna triggered another massive burst of flames, rocketing downward to deliver a high-speed dropkick directly at the grounded Finn. Aya. Finn didn't dodge. He caught Suna's dropkick squarely with his forehead. Suna's eyes widened in pure shock at the sheer madness of the move. Before Tsuna could react, Finn grabbed both of his legs. Opening his mouth in a feral roar, Finn slammed his skull forward in a brutal headbutt aimed straight at Tsuna's shin. X-cannon. Just before the headbutt could connect, Tsuna fired a concentrated sphere of flame at point-blank range. A massive explosion consumed them both. A point-blank blast. The kid's insane. Loki shrieked. It was the correct tactical choice, Riveria corrected. Taking that attack head-on would have been far worse. Sacrifice the flesh to sever the bone. He's got guts, Gareth praised the split-second decision. The smoke cleared. The blast had stopped the headbutt, but Finn still had a vice grip on Tsuna's legs. Helfenegas was keeping him anchored. Unlike Alan Frommel, Finn wasn't going down in one hit. X-cannon. Tsuna fired a second point-blank round. Another deafening explosion rocked the courtyard. A second one. He's not hesitating at all. He's a monster. Just who exactly is this boy? Aki, Raoul, and Alicia watched in pure terror as Tsuna ruthlessly bombarded their captain. The rest of the familia shared their horror. The smoke parted again. Incredibly, Finn was still holding on. X-cannon. Tsuna fired a third time. The explosion was so powerful it blew them both apart, finally breaking Finn's grip. Cough. The recoil and heat of firing 3 consecutive point-blank blasts had taken its toll. Tsuna was coughing violently. But when he looked up, Finn was still standing. He was heavily damaged, blood dripping from his armor, but his crimson eyes still burned with murderous intent. He's tougher than I thought. So this is the true strength of a captain from Orario's strongest familia. Tsuna marveled at Finn's sheer durability. In that case, Tsuna extinguished his flames. He hit the ground running, sprinting straight at the berserk captain. Finn matched his charge, though his speed had significantly dropped from the accumulated damage. Just as Finn pulled his arm back for a right straight, Tsuna aimed his right palm to the left, firing a burst of flame to instantly strafe to the right. Operating purely on instinct, Finn lunged to his left to intercept. Timing it perfectly, Tsuna aimed his left palm to the right, firing another burst to violently snap his momentum back to the left. Finn tried to reverse his trajectory to give chase. But he couldn't. Finn's center of gravity betrayed him. His body tidled backward uncontrollably. His eyes widened in absolute confusion as the ground rushed up to meet him. It was an ankle break, a phenomenon usually seen in high-level basketball that occurs when a defender's momentum is entirely committed to their pivot foot, only for the offensive player to instantly change direction, causing the defender's ankles to break and send them tumbling to the floor. Pulling it off required flawless timing, predictive accuracy, and overwhelming speed. Tsuna had all three: hyper-intuition to read Finn's center of gravity, and the sky flames to execute physics-defying directional changes. Furthermore, the trick only worked because Finn was operating as a mindless berserker, completely lacking the rational foresight needed to anticipate a feint. Gah! As Finn fell backward, helplessly exposed, Tsuna stepped in and buried a devastating right hook into his stomach. Finn crashed into the dirt, the impact knocking the wind from his lungs. It's over. Tsuna balled his left hand into a fist and swung it straight down toward Finn's forehead. Everyone flinched, expecting a brutal finish. But the punch never landed. Instead, Tsuna gently pressed a flame-coated index finger against Finn's forehead. The feral, bloodshot crimson melted away from Finn's eyes, replaced by his usual, gentle blue. The sudden clarity hit him like a physical blow. He blinked, utterly disoriented, trying to process why he was on the ground. Tsuna had used his flames. Just as he had dismantled Ace's aerial, he invoked the unique characteristic of the sky flame, harmony, to forcefully synchronize with and neutralize Finn's magic, breaking the berserk state. My magic ran out. No, it was forcefully dispelled. As his rational thought processes returned, Finn quickly deduced what had just happened. My flames possess the attribute of harmony, Tsuna explained, pulling his hand back. So I harmonized with your berserk state, and returned you to how you were before you activated it. Harmony. Understanding the terrifying utility of Tsuna's power, Finn let out a long breath, his expression shifting from confusion to a profound, refreshing sense of defeat. Do you still want to continue? Tsuna asked. You win. Knowing that his absolute trump card could be casually swiped away, Finn, the great braver, gracefully admitted defeat. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters, patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 23, Chapter 23, Clown God, Loki. 952 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 23, Clown God, Loki. Having forced Finn to surrender, Tsuna stood victorious. Can you stand? Tsuna asked, offering a hand to the fallen captain. Sorry about that. Finn sat up, grabbing Tsuna's hand, and pulled himself to his feet. Am I good to join the expedition? Of course. Honestly, I couldn't ask for a better addition. Watching the spar with Ace had given Finn a glimpse of Tsuna's power, but experiencing it firsthand blew his expectations out of the water. Tsuna was a flawless combatant. Well, everyone? Finn turned to his stunned familia. Does anyone still object to him joining us? Silence answered him. No one in their right mind was going to object to a guy who had just systematically dismantled their captain. If anything, they were more worried about dragging him down. Hold it right there. A single voice shattered the silence. It was Loki, marching straight toward them with a scowl on her face. You there? Me? Yeah, you. Just what the hell are ya? Loki demanded, pointing an accusatory finger directly at Tsuna's face. Isn't it common courtesy to introduce yourself before demanding names from others? Tsuna asked flatly. The head of the Loki familia. I see. I'm Sawada Tsunayoshi. What do you want? Word is, you're a brand new adventurer who just rolled into Orario. What about it? What about it? Everything about it. There ain't no way a fresh-off-the-boat rookie can beat Finn. It's physically impossible. Who the heck are ya? In Orario, an adventurer's strength was dictated entirely by their status, skills, magic, and level. Defeating an opponent with a vastly superior status was generally considered impossible. Tsuna had barely been in Orario for any length of time. A level 1 beating a level 6 defied the laws of reality. Even if he had been part of a familia outside the city, the monsters on the surface yielded minuscule amounts of excelia compared to the dungeon. The strongest adventurers outside Orario capped at level 2 or 3. Winning was a mathematical impossibility. I'd rather keep that to myself, Tsuna replied calmly. Why? I told you, Loki, Finn interjected. One of the conditions for his cooperation is that we do not pry into his background. If we press the issue, he walks. Losing his strength right now would be a massive blow to our operation. Please, drop it. What kind of bogus rule is that? Loki ground her teeth, immensely frustrated that the single most interesting mystery in front of her was legally off-limits. Then at least tell me which familia you belong to. That much ain't a secret, right? I'm in the Hestia familia. You're with that PIP squeak. Loki shrieked, her face contorting into an ugly mask of pure hatred. I heard you didn't get along, but I guess the rumors are true, Tsuna deadpanned. Darn right it's true. I hate her guts. She's a cheeky little pipsqueak. And yet, somehow, she's way bigger than I am. Loki's rage suddenly dissolved into despair. She slumped her shoulders, looking utterly defeated. Loki had a severe inferiority complex regarding her chest. Compared to Hestia's notoriously massive proportions, Loki was completely flat. She could have all the wealth, fame, and power of the strongest familia in the city, but she couldn't magically alter her own bust size. I have no idea what you're talking about, Suna said, tilting his head in genuine confusion. How could she be? Anyone can see you're bigger. Ha! Are you picking a fight with me, punk? Why would you think that? It's an objective fact. He ain't lying. He seriously thinks I'm bigger. Deities could flawlessly detect the lies of mortals. She knew instantly that Suna was speaking the absolute, unvarnished truth from the bottom of his heart. Sawada Tsunayoshi, was it? Yeah. You're a really great guy. Huh. Loki, who had been glaring daggers at him a second ago, suddenly beamed with a radiant, ear-to-ear smile, showering him with praise. Suna stood there, completely dumbfounded by the terrifying mood swing. Sorry about earlier. Didn't mean to snap at ya. Right. Listen, if you ever get sick of the shorty's familia, come join mine. The door's always open for a guy like you. See ya later. Humming a cheerful tune, Loki skipped happily back into Twilight Manor. Just to be absolutely clear, Finn whispered, leaning in close to Tsuna. When you said Loki was bigger, you were talking about her height, correct? Obviously. What else would I be talking about? I knew it. Finn sighed internally. Deities could detect lies, but they couldn't detect misunderstandings. Because Tsuna was genuinely referring to height, his words scanned as the absolute truth. Loki, thoroughly blinded by her own complex, naturally assumed he was talking about breasts. Hestia barely comes up to my chest. Obviously Loki is taller, Tsuna muttered. You can read my mind in combat, so how can you be this dense out of it? Finn wondered, utterly baffled by the boy's social obliviousness. For a goddess, she seemed surprisingly insecure. She should have a little more confidence in herself, Tsuna added. I'm begging you. Never explain this to Loki, Finn pleaded, his face pale. Why not? Please. Your very life depends on it. Oh, okay. Tsuna had no idea why clarifying the height difference was a matter of life and death, but the pure terror in Finn's eyes convinced him to take the vow of silence. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 24, Dying Will Readiness. 1,415 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 24, Dying Will, Readiness. Having successfully defeated Finn, Tsuna secured his place in the expedition. Hey, sorry about today. I went a little overboard with the attacks, Tsuna apologized. He was currently standing near the gates of Twilight Manor, being seen off by Finn, Gareth, and Riveria. Despite tomorrow being the day of the major expedition, he had practically blown the captain to pieces. It's fine. It only escalated because I lost my temper and used my magic. You have nothing to apologize for, Finn assured him. This is entirely the fault of a certain Prum who decided to throw a temper tantrum and wreck the courtyard the day before a massive operation, Riveria added smoothly. A certain captain let his pride get the better of him just because he wanted to win a spar. You needn't worry yourself, lad, Gareth agreed. I said I was sorry. Finn groaned. Though neither veteran named names, the sarcasm was thick enough to cut with a knife. Finn felt a flash of irritation but lacking any valid counterargument, was forced to swallow his pride and accept the verbal beating. As we discussed, we'll meet in front of Babel tomorrow morning, Finn said, changing the subject. See you then. With the rendezvous set, Tsuna waved goodbye and left Twilight Manor. Well, I'll be. He certainly defied expectations. To think he harbored that much power, Gareth mused, watching Tsuna's retreating back. We haven't seen everything yet, Finn replied quietly. What do you mean? He never went all out against me. Quite the opposite, actually. He was rapidly growing and adapting in the middle of our fight. Honestly, I can't even see the ceiling of his potential. Finn had fought him directly. He felt the terrifying depths of Tsuna's strength far more intimately than Riveria had from the sidelines. For him to wring such praise from you is rare indeed. Still, it makes our job easier, Gareth laughed. But it's also terrifying to think what would happen if he ever became an enemy. Right now, I honestly don't think I could beat him. He waited patiently for me to finish my chant today, but if he wanted to, he could have easily crushed me before I even activated my magic. Don't be absurd. There is zero chance that boy will ever turn on us. You know that better than anyone. It's exactly why you asked him to join the expedition, Riveria chided. I know he's a good person. But even good people can end up on opposite sides of a conflict when their ideals clash. I just couldn't help but wonder if we could stop him if that day ever came. That's all. After his bout with Finn, Suna met up with Belle, who had just returned from the dungeon. The two headed to the city walls for one final training session before the expedition. Firebolt. Belle fired a streak of lightning-laced flame. Suna merely tilted his head to the right, letting the spell sizzle past his ear. Haoa. Using the spell as a smokescreen, Belle dropped low, stepping deep into Tsuna's guard to unleash a flurry of slashes. However, compared to the blinding speed of Ace and Finn, Belle's strikes moved in slow motion. Suna easily wove through the deadly dance with absolute minimum effort. How about this? Belle raised both of his weapons high above his head, telegraphing a massive, dual-wielded downward strike. Suna raised his right arm to block the incoming overhead cleave. The blade of the Schweizerdegen clashed against Suna's guard. But the strike from the Hestia knife never came. It was a feint. Belle had simulated a dual strike but held the black blade back. With Suna's guard occupied, Belle lunged forward, thrusting the Hestia knife in a deadly stab. Suna's left hand moved in a blur. He caught the flat of the Hestia knife cleanly between his index and middle fingers, executing a flawless blade catch. It's not moving. Belle yanked hard on the hilt, but the knife was locked in place as if bolted to a titanium vise. Suna had concentrated a massive amount of physical strength into his two fingers, rendering Belle's attempts to free his weapon completely useless. Take this. Abandoning the knife, Belle dropped to a crouch and swept his right leg out in a low kick. Suna effortlessly hopped over it. Fire. Belle aimed his left palm directly at Suna's mid-air form, beginning his rapid-fire chant. Suna raised his left arm near his cheek, preparing to deflect the blast. But the spell never came. Belle intentionally cut the chant short, sprinting forward to intercept Suna the moment his feet touched the ground. Belle had used the first syllable of Firebolt as an audio feint, baiting Suna into a defensive posture. Seeing Suna's left side completely exposed, Belle gripped the Schweizerdegen tight, preparing to deliver the winning strike. Suddenly, Suna, while still looking forward, shifted his eyes sharply upward. At the exact same moment, something flashed from behind Suna's back, soaring high into the sky. What is that? Belle's gaze instinctively chased the object. It was the Hestia knife. Suna had thrown the confiscated weapon spinning into the air. The moment of distraction was all it took. By the time Belle snapped his eyes back to his target, Suna had already landed safely on the ground. The golden opportunity was lost. Suna had used misdirection, a psychological technique commonly utilized by magicians to forcefully draw the audience's attention away from the real trick. By shifting his own eyes upward and tossing the knife out of his blind spot, he triggered a biological reflex in Belle to follow the movement. That split-second lapse in focus completely neutralized Belle's strategy. Your plan failed, Suna said calmly. He didn't even look up as he casually reached out and caught the descending Hestia knife by the hilt. Pant. Having burned through both his physical stamina and mental focus, Belle collapsed spread eagle onto the grass. Your movements and your tactical thinking have improved drastically, Suna praised. But you still haven't conquered the fear sleeping deep inside you. Belle had grown exponentially since their first session. Yet, Suna could clearly see the lingering chains of trauma holding him back. Do you never get scared, Suna? Of course I do. But the thought of my friends getting hurt, or losing the people I care about, that scares me a hell of a lot more. That's why I fight. With my dying will. Dying will. Yeah. First and foremost, the dying will is the resolve to cling to your enemy and never let go, even if your body breaks. Even if your body breaks. Bell remembered the incident with the Freya Familia. He remembered Suna launching a suicidal, zero-distance attack against Alan, fully aware that his own body would be caught in the blast. Well, to be honest, I'm just quoting a certain guy I know, Suna admitted, scratching his cheek. A certain guy? Yeah. A guy who would intentionally dislocate his own joints just to beat the crap out of his enemies. De-dislocate his joints. Suna shuddered as he recalled the representative battle of the rainbow. He remembered the monstrous fighting style of his tutor, who had reverted to his adult form, brawling with his father, Imitsu. Of course, Suna still hadn't fully connected the dots that the adult was actually reborn. Hearing about a man who would shatter his own body just to win a fight filled Bell with equal parts awe and sheer terror. The rest comes down to never hesitating, never regretting your choices, and believing in your own power. Every time I fought with my dying will, I discovered a new side of myself. Eventually, I realized that that was the real me. That is the true meaning of dying will. The true dying will. Bell closed his eyes, letting the weight of the words sink in. Also, you're still not drawing out the full potential of your magic, Suna added abruptly. What do you mean? That's for you to figure out. Exploring your own possibilities to find a path to strength is part of your training, too. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 25, Chapter 25, Memories, Trauma. 1194 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 25, Memories, Trauma. After wrapping up the training session, Suna and Bell headed back toward the abandoned church they called home. I'm so sorry, Bell, Suna. I can't believe I dragged you into this. Currently, Suna and Bell were standing in the kitchen of the hostess of fertility, buried up to their elbows in suds as they furiously scrubbed dirty plates. Seer stood beside them, pressing her hands together in a pleading apology. You didn't drag us. You literally kidnapped us off the street. Bell cried indignantly. He's not wrong. Suna sighed internally. On their way back to the church, they had bumped into Seer, who promptly grabbed them by the collars and hauled them into the pub to do hard labor. I skipped work without permission while chores were piling up, so Mamma Mia got mad and dumped a mountain of extra grunt work on me. Seer explained, completely unashamed. How is any of that our problem? Yeah, you get zero sympathy from me, Suna thought bitterly. If there had been a legitimate emergency, he would have gladly helped, but paying for Seer's blatant truancy was just incredibly unreasonable. Stop yappin' and wash the dishes, Naya. White hair and spiky hair. You got sold out by Seer, Naya. Give it up. Two cat-person waitresses stood behind them, arms crossed, monitoring the boys as if they were Dinan Dashers working off their debt. The girl with the short brown hair was Anya Frommel. The girl with the black hair was Chloe Rollo. Both were co-workers of Seer at the hostess of fertility, and both notoriously competed for the title of biggest troublemaker among the staff, whether by making idiotic comments or actively trying to slack off. Having ensured the boys were securely chained to the sink, Seer and the others returned to the front of the house to manage the dinner rush. Oh, right. I heard Ace reached level 6, Bell mentioned over the sound of running water. Really? Yeah. Happened a little while ago. Apparently, she defeated a floor boss. Oh, a floor boss is a massive, super strong monster that rules over a specific floor. Anyway, she defeated it completely alone to rank up. With nothing but time on their hands due to the sheer volume of dishes, Bell recounted the rumors he had picked up at the guild earlier that day. Hearing about Ace's feat, Suna was reminded once again of just how incredible she was. So Ace was already a level 6 when we started training. And she ranked up by soloing a massive boss monster. She told me she was bad at fighting people, but still, my attacks completely overwhelmed her. Suna genuinely respected Ace's strength, but from Bell's perspective, the true monster was standing right next to him. Also, Suna said I wasn't drawing out the full potential of my magic. What did he mean? Is there a way to boost the firepower of Firebolt? Since Suna's teaching style prioritized learning through combat rather than direct instruction, Bell had been racking his brain for an answer. But so far, he was drawing a blank. Allow me to assist you. A new voice chimed in from behind them. An elf woman with a light green bob cut and cool, sky blue eyes stepped up to the sink. Her name was Rio Lion, another waitress at the Hostess of Fertility. She was calm, meticulous, and profoundly serious. Having been saved by Seer from the brink of death in the past, Rio viewed her as an irreplaceable friend and a savior, silently vowing to protect her life at all costs. I apologize. It seems Seer has caused you undue trouble. Rio picked up a sponge and seamlessly joined the dishwashing rhythm. And no, it's fine. She always looks out for me with the lunches, so. Bell stammered, awkwardly trying to wave off the apology. You must be a member of Mr. Cranell's Familia, correct? Rio asked, turning her sharp gaze to Tsuna. I'm Sawada Tsunayoshi. I recently came to Orario and joined up with Bell in the Hestia Familia. I see. I am Rio Lion. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. She kinda reminds me of Lol. As they exchanged introductions, Suna couldn't help but notice that Rio's stiff, hyper-serious demeanor felt strikingly similar to Lol Murch, an operative of the Vongola's External Advisory Network, CDEF. Is there something on my face? Rio asked, noticing Suna staring at her. Oh no. It's just that your vibe really reminded me of someone I know. I see. Who is it? What kind of person are they? Bell asked, leaning in with curiosity. Well, she's... Suna opened his mouth to explain, but suddenly, the memories flooded back. Oh God, the trauma. The moment he thought of Lol, his brain forcefully dragged up the agonizing memories of his training in the future. As a former instructor for the Italian Navy's elite Comsabin unit, Lol's training regimen was borderline torture. The sheer brutality of it drained all the color from Suna's face. Suna, are you okay? You look sick. I am fine. I just remembered some heavy trauma. I highly doubt that qualifies as being fine, Rio noted dryly. Seeing his face turn pale white, Bell panicked, but Suna weakly waved him off. Rio, however, remained highly skeptical of his claim that he was perfectly okay. It's just, her training was way too strict. If you whined, didn't understand something instantly, or failed to produce results, she would just beat the crap out of you. And if you passed out, she'd wake you up by slapping you back and forth across the face. That's a literal demon. That sounds less like training and more like a gross violation of human rights, Rio frowned. Hearing a description that far exceeded their worst expectations, both Bell and Rio recoiled in horror. Well, compared to Reborn's training, it was actually pretty tame. Suna muttered, his eyes gazing distantly into the void. Okay, stop. That's enough. Don't think about it anymore. Reborn's training had been so impossibly sadistic and life-threatening that just remembering it was actively causing Suna's soul to leave his body. Seeing his friend spiraling into a PTSD-induced panic attack, Bell frantically shut the conversation down. Is he truly going to be all right? Watching the immensely powerful boy hyperventilate over a few bad memories, Rio couldn't help but feel a deep sense of concern for his mental well-being. Oh make. You eat Seer's cooking without getting sick? Why yeah. I mean, the taste is definitely questionable, but it's not like it's inedible. I am possible. Do you possess some sort of rare development ability that grants you resistance to her food? I don't really have any skills like that, but... This defies all logic. Even I nearly crossed the river Styx after consuming her meals. Later, upon discovering this terrifying truth, the rest of the hostess of fertility staff reportedly shared Ria's exact reaction. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters, patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 26, Update. 1,500 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 26, Update. Regardless, it is good that you've made allies. Continuing to dive into the dungeon alone will eventually push you to your limit, Ria said. Rio, were you an adventurer in the past by any chance? Belle asked. I used to call myself an adventurer. Why do you ask? How do you rank up? Ever since Belle heard that Ace had reached level 6, he had been endlessly wondering what it took to rank up. Until now, he assumed all he had to do was continuously accumulate Excelia, but a lingering feeling told him that wouldn't be enough. You must achieve a great feat, Rio answered simply. Great feat? Yes. A great deed. An achievement that even the gods would praise. So you mean doing something that's normally impossible? You must defeat an opponent vastly more powerful than yourself. By acquiring higher tier Excelia and surpassing a certain threshold, the conditions for leveling up are met. Then you can't rank up just by defeating opponents weaker than you. That is correct. Wow. Ranking up sounds incredibly difficult, huh? Wait, wouldn't that mean Tsuna has already achieved a great feat? Though Tsuna had acted as if the matter didn't concern him, Belle couldn't help but think back to their training. Tsuna had completely overwhelmed Ace. Even if it was just a spar, and even though Ace was at a higher level, Tsuna's sheer strength felt like it easily qualified as a great deed. Leveling up is the strengthening of mind and body. It is the evolution of your vessel, and a matter of principle. The God's grace only grants higher qualifications to those who have overcome true trials, Rio continued, explaining that the basic abilities built up over time were merely the foundation necessary to achieve that great deed. A status rank of D was the absolute minimum requirement to even attempt a rank up. But fighting a monster stronger than yourself, normally, wouldn't you just lose? That is where technique comes in to bridge the gap. But I should impart the most common solution to you. You form a party. A party? Yes. You compensate for your individual weaknesses by relying on your allies to defeat the enemy. The adventurers of Orario have grown stronger by repeating that very process. So you just have to cooperate with others to take down a stronger opponent. Exactly. The Excelia will be distributed among the party members, but it is the most reliable method. That is why you two, Cranel and Sawada, should combine your strength and grow together. Combine our strength. Tsuna doesn't even need my help, though. Despite Ria's earnest advice, Belle was painfully aware that teaming up with Tsuna would only make him a burden. Furthermore, Ace had achieved the great deed of defeating a floor boss entirely on her own. Belle's ultimate goal was to catch up to her, but he was overwhelmed by anxiety. Could he ever truly reach someone capable of such monumental feats? This might just be me being overly meddlesome, but may I say one more thing? Rio asked. Please. Mister, there are as many meanings to an adventure as there are people. What do you mean? I do not know what kind of adventure you two will face. But whatever it is, please do not avert your eyes from it, or the meaning behind it. Question mark. Ria's advice as a former adventurer hung in the air, but neither Tsuna nor Belle quite understood what she meant. You are both adventurers. Belle gasped, feeling a sudden, inexplicable weight behind Ria's words. Tsuna, on the other hand, was still completely lost. Whatever it is you desire. I believe you can only obtain it by moving forward. All right. No, please do not mind me. My intuition is often wrong. Having said her piece, Rio returned her focus to the dishes. The three of them spent the rest of their time diligently cleaning up. Once they finished, Suna and Belle finally prepared to leave the hostess of fertility. Tsunayoshi. Seer called out, jogging over to them just as they reached the door. I'm so sorry about today, and thank you so much for your help. No, it's fine. I know we complained at first, but we owe you a lot, Seer, Belle replied with a tired smile. Even though we completely got dragged into this mess. Suna kept his thoughts to himself. He knew Seer had made them lunch as a kind gesture, but she was still the root cause of their current exhaustion. Belle, Seer said softly. I'm not an adventurer, so I don't really know how to say this, but maybe you don't have to go on an adventure. Whether she had overheard their earlier conversation, or was just speaking her mind, Seer's words struck a delicate chord. Please don't push yourself. Really wanted to tell you that. Belle didn't know how to respond. Seer's words were the exact opposite of Rio's. He wanted to get stronger. He knew that to rank up, he had to fight stronger opponents. Yet Seer was telling him to stop. And she wasn't wrong. Fighting stronger enemies meant risking his life. Telling someone to avoid such danger was normal, it was the kindest thing a person could say. Both Seer and Rio were right, which only left Belle feeling more conflicted. I think you'll be fine, Mr. Sawada, but please try not to push yourself either, Seer added, turning her bright eyes to him. Suna blinked, completely caught off guard. Why was he suddenly the exception? I'm sorry, that was a weird thing to say. But I just had a feeling you'd be okay, Tsunayoshi. Just a hunch. As she flashed him a cheerful smile, a bizarre sensation washed over Tsuna. What is this? It's not a bad feeling, but... His hyper-intuition flared in a way it never had before. It wasn't a warning of danger, but a profound, instinctual realization, Seer was not a normal human being. Tsunayoshi. Is something wrong? Sorry, it's nothing. Seer tilted her head curiously, but Suna quickly brushed it off. Still, as they left the pub, the strange dissonance in his intuition refused to leave his mind. Back at the church, the night had fallen. Tomorrow was the day of the expedition, and Suna was currently having his status updated. What is this? Hestia stared at the hieroglyphs floating on Suna's back, utterly speechless. With a trembling hand, she transcribed his updated status onto a sheet of parchment in Koine. Status window. Name, Sawada Tsunayoshi. Level, 1. Strength, I0 F350. Endurance, I0 F300. Dexterity, I0 G200. Agility, I0 F330. Magic, I0 I0. Magic. Skills. Is this real, goddess? These stats. Belle stammered, his eyes wide as saucers. To be blunt, this is completely insane, Hestia muttered. Is it really that surprising? Suna asked, looking over his shoulder. Of course it is. If any other familia found out about this, they'd lose their minds. Hestia shouted, exasperated by his sheer lack of awareness. Wait, your status can increase from things other than fighting monsters in the dungeon. Belle asked, surprised. Yeah, it can. The key isn't whether it's real combat or training, but whether your body absorbs it as genuine excelia. Just playing around or going through the motions won't give you a drop of excelia. But if you throw your life on the line and train desperately, the God's grace will recognize it as true sustenance. Even so, this isn't normal at all, is it? Belle pressed. Well, he is a level 1 who managed to beat a high-level adventurer, so maybe that's why. Since she couldn't reveal the existence of Tsuna's unique skill, Hestia feigned ignorance and quickly changed the subject. There's no point worrying about things we don't understand. Anyway, let's get some sleep. Tsunayoshi has his expedition tomorrow. Hestia's room. I didn't think it would be this extreme. Hestia lay face down on her bed, completely drained. She had severely underestimated the sheer potency of Tsuna's skill, blood of Vongala. Rolling onto her back, she stared up at the ceiling, vividly recalling the rest of the text carved into his back. Status window. Skills. Blood of Vongala. Accelerates growth. Increases in strength with every battle. Effectiveness scales with the strength of the opponent. 0-point breakthrough, revised. Absorbs the opponent's magic and converts it into the user's power. Cannot absorb magic mixed with impurities. Overabsorption of magic causes self-harm. Manifesting a second skill in such a short time, and another rare one at that. Give me a break. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 27, Departure. 1,372 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 27, Departure. The day of the expedition had finally arrived. You made it. Suna arrived at Babel to find the members of the Loki Familia, and their allied escorts already gathered. As Finn noticed his approach, all eyes turned toward him. Did I keep you waiting? Don't worry about it. We still have time before departure. If anything, I just arrived a bit too early, Finn replied, completely unbothered by the fact that Suna was the last to arrive. I am expecting great things from you. Show us what you can do. Please don't put that much pressure on me. Ha ha ha. My apologies. I didn't mean to make you nervous, Finn chuckled, realizing his attempt at encouragement had backfired. Is this the guy you suddenly added to the roster? A woman stepped forward. She had dark skin, long black hair, and an eye patch over her left eye. This was Tsubaki Kalbrandi. She was a level 5 adventurer, the captain of the Hephaestus Familia, Orario's premier forging faction, and the sole bearer of the title High Smith. Despite being a half-dwarf, she stood tall, having inherited more of her human bloodline's physical traits. This is Sawada Tsunayoshi. The one I mentioned yesterday, Finn introduced. The name's Tsubaki Kalbrandi. Captain of the Hephaestus Familia. There are other familias coming too. Suna blinked in surprise, having assumed it was strictly a Loki Familia operation. This is a massive expedition, Finn explained. During our last dive, we encountered a monster that secretes a weapon-melting acid. To counter it, we requested the Hephaestus Familia to accompany us. If we're aiming for the 59th floor, we'll need an endless supply of weapons, and proper maintenance is beyond our Familia's expertise. You can do weapon maintenance inside the dungeon. I'd think you'd be too busy fighting off monsters. There are areas known as safety points where monsters don't naturally spawn. They aren't perfectly safe, but they afford us enough time to rest and repair our gear. Wow! I didn't know places like that existed down there. I heard from Finn that you're fresh off the boat, but are you really sure about taking a rookie this deep? Tsubaki asked, her single eye narrowing in concern. It won't be an issue. His strength is more than sufficient for the deep floors. As long as you adhere to the condition we agreed upon, no prying into his background, he'll be fine. Well, if you say so. I'm looking forward to working with you, Tsunakichi. Tsunakichi. Sorry. We've got a guy in our familia who's just as secretive as you. I call him Wel Kichi, so it just slipped out. Do you mind? I don't mind, but no one's ever called me that before, so it startled me. Is that so? Then Tsunakichi it is. Let's have a good run. Recognizing her eccentric but friendly nature, Suna shook her hand. 15 minutes later, the time had come. All forces. The expedition begins now. Finn stood at the forefront of the formation, his voice ringing out clear and true. The moment he spoke, the entire army of adventurers snapped to attention, their expressions hardening with resolve. As we descend, the unit will be split into two groups. Riveria and I will command the vanguard. Gareth will take the rear guard. We will merge at the 18th floor and from there push straight to the 50th. Our ultimate destination is the unexplored territory, the 59th floor. The surrounding area was packed with citizens and other adventurers, all watching in awe as the Loki Familia prepared to conquer the abyss. We have no need for false glory built on sacrifice. I want every single one of you to swear upon the light of the surface. Swear that you will return alive. Hearing those words, Suna thought of Bel and Hestia waiting for his return. And somewhere, far beyond this world, his true family was waiting for him too. Expeditionary Force. Move out. The descent began smoothly. Suna was assigned to the Vanguard's first unit alongside Finn, Riveria, Ace, Bet Tiona, Tioni, and several elite second-class adventurers like Raoul. The second unit, led by Gareth, primarily consisted of mages like Mafia. They were currently marching through the 7th floor. Hey. What is it? I've been wondering for a while now, but your head is literally on fire. Doesn't it hurt? You moron, Tiona. The captain strictly forbade us from prying into his secrets. Tioni shrieked, panicking as her sister casually broke Finn's primary condition. Suna, currently in hyper-dying will mode, calmly glanced at the Amazonas. I don't entirely understand how it works myself. All I know is that this flame doesn't harm me. Judging that answering wouldn't compromise his identity, Suna offered a half-truth to brush off the question. What about those things on your ears? These are to protect my ears. Losing my hearing mid-battle would be a fatal disadvantage. Suna easily lied about the headphones. He couldn't exactly explain that they were specialized targeting gear built by a Mafia mechanic, especially since this world didn't even have the technology for portable music. Indeed, protecting one's hearing is crucial, Riveria noted approvingly. And unlike a heavy helm, they don't compromise your agility. A highly rational choice, Finn added. Wow, they really bought it. Suna was slightly taken aback by how quickly the top executives praised his makeshift excuse. For someone so damn strong, you're a cautious bastard, Bet scoffed. What? You got a problem with me? Bet growled, irritated by Suna's unblinking stare. I was just a little surprised because you remind me of a guy I used to know. Looking at Bet, Suna couldn't help but remember Byakuran. The white hair and the cheek tattoos were strikingly similar. Their personalities were complete opposites, but the visual parallel was undeniable. Someone looks like Bet. Who? Tiona leaned in, practically vibrating with curiosity. Just their hair color and the tattoo on their cheek. They aren't the same race, and their faces are different, Suna clarified. He's a guy who always smiles. He seems laid back and optimistic, at least on the surface. Is he strong? Ace asked quietly, sensing the subtle weight in Suna's tone. His strength is the real deal. He's incredibly reassuring as an ally, but absolutely terrifying as an enemy. He's one of the few people I'd rather never have to fight again. The Loki Familia executives were stunned. For Suna, a boy whose sheer power defied logic, to admit he dreaded fighting someone sent a chill down their spines. Even against Ace and myself, he held back effortlessly. For him to fear someone else's strength, just who on earth are you? Finn thought, his curiosity deepening. As they continued their march, the vanguard eventually reached the 9th floor. That's... Suna's eyes widened in shock. Stumbling toward them from the darkness was Lily, completely covered in blood. Her legs gave out, and she began to collapse forward. Lily. Moving in a blur, Suna caught her before she hit the ground. Ace and the others immediately rushed to his side. Are you okay? Master Tsunayoshi. Why are you? Lily weakly cracked her eyes open, utterly bewildered to see him. Because they were heading to the 59th floor, Belle had kept Suna's involvement a secret from her. Never mind that. What happened to you? Who did this? A minotaur. It appeared out of nowhere. Master Belle acted as a decoy so I could escape. At this rate, Master Belle is going to be killed. Suna and Ace froze. Master Tsunayoshi, please save Master Belle. Tears streamed down Lily's dirt-streaked face. Gritting her teeth, her small hands grabbed Suna's shirt with a desperate, white-knuckled grip. Suna understood instantly. She was furious with herself. She hated that she was too weak to fight, that she had to run, and that all she could do was beg for help. You did well to tell me. Leave the rest to me. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters, patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 28, The City's Strongest Otter. 1,390 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 28, The City's Strongest Otter. Having heard that Belle was fighting a minotaur, Suna immediately sprang into action. Do you know where Belle is? The standard route, the E16 room. E16. Suna frowned, completely unfamiliar with the guild's grid coordinates. I'll guide you. Follow me, Ace said, already bursting into a sprint. Hey, Ace. What the hell are you doing? Bet barked, but Ace ignored him entirely. Take care of Lily. Wait a second. Shoving the injured Prum into Tiona's arms, Suna vanished down the tunnel after Ace. What do we do, Captain? They just ran off on their own. We cannot ignore a comrade in danger. Treat her wounds first. Once she's stabilized, we'll regroup with them. Suna and Ace tore through the labyrinth at breakneck speeds. I've heard the name before, but just how strong is a minotaur? For you or me, it's nothing. But it's not an opponent a level 1 adventurer can beat. The only correct answer is to run. However, minotaurs possess a howl. I don't know if Belle was able to escape it. A howl. A monster's roar that induces fear. It physically paralyzes the target. A level 1 adventurer would freeze completely. That's bad. If the monster was simply strong, Belle might have been able to outrun it. But if he was paralyzed by fear, he was a sitting duck. Please be safe. Knowing the terrifying odds stacked against his friend, Suna could do nothing but pray. I see it. Belle is just past that room. Ace pointed ahead. Knowing they were seconds away, both of them pushed their speed to the absolute limit. Then. Halt. A massive figure stepped out from the shadows, blocking the corridor. He was a 2-meter-tall Boaz, the equivalent of 2 meters in Suna's world, his muscles bulging like steel armor beneath his skin, resting a colossal greatsword on his shoulder. The warlord. Ace breathed. You know him. Captain of the Freya Familia, a level 7 adventurer. The strongest in the city. The city's strongest. Suna's eyes narrowed, but he didn't panic. So this is the man Hayden mentioned. As a member of the Freya Familia, Otter was fully aware of the boy standing before him. He knew exactly who had annihilated Alan and the Gulliver brothers during their ambush. I anticipated Belle Cranel might have allies, so I stationed myself here to delay them, but to think he was traveling with the Sword Princess. Otter had come prepared to clash with Suna, but Ace's presence was a slight miscalculation. However, her goddess gave an order. I cannot let them pass. Lowering his greatsword, Otter gripped the hilt with both hands and leveled the blade at the corridor leading to Belle. The message was clear: if you want to pass, you'll have to go through me. I don't have time to play with you. Step aside. I have my own reasons. If you wish to pass, force your way through. Seeing that diplomacy was useless, Suna made his choice. I'll hold him off. Ace, find an opening and push through. Understood. Ace hated leaving Suna behind. Otter's true power was an absolute mystery, even to her. But Belle's life was ticking away by the second. She trusted Suna's judgment. Ha! With a deafening grunt, Otter hoisted the massive greatsword into the air, and brought it crashing down toward the earth with cataclysmic force. This man. Before the blade could even touch the ground, Suna blurred into Otter's inner guard. He reached up and caught the descending edge of the greatsword with his bare right hand. The sheer kinetic force transferred through Suna's body and instantly vaporized the stone beneath his feet, carving a massive 5-meter crater into the dungeon floor. Otter's plan had been simple: shatter the floor, create a blinding smokescreen of debris, and use the ensuing chaos to strike them down while stalling for time. But Suna's hyper-intuition had read the trajectory and intent flawlessly, allowing him to step into the strike and completely neutralize the shockwave before the smokescreen could form. He caught my strike with one hand. That's not what's shocking here. This man read my strength perfectly, yet he deliberately stepped into my range. Otter's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. What unbelievable power. This raw physical strength surpasses even Genkishi. And I'm having to use both arms just to hold it. Suna, too, was astonished. Otter's monstrous physical might dwarfed even the strongest illusionist swordsman he had ever fought in the future. To absorb the blow, Suna wasn't just relying on his physical strength. He had aimed his left hand at the ground, firing a continuous blast of dying will flames to act as a reverse thruster, anchoring him against the titanic downward pressure. Ace? Right. Damn it. As Suna shouted without even breaking eye contact, Ace kicked off the crater's edge, rocketing past the paralyzed Boaz and sprinting straight toward Belle. Otter grit his teeth in frustration, but he couldn't disengage his blade without leaving himself wide open. Your opponent is me. The flame on his forehead is. The dying will flame on Suna's forehead suddenly flared erratically, pulsing like a revving engine before settling into a razor-sharp, blinding intensity. Otter felt a shiver run down his spine. Those eyes, there's no mistake. The same eyes as them. Looking into Tsuna's calm, bottomless golden eyes, Otter was violently pulled back into his past. He remembered the legendary warriors who had repeatedly driven him into the dirt, the absolute titans of the Zeus and Hera familias. Back then, they possessed a strength that made Otter feel like a helpless child. Even now, years after defeating a weakened veteran of the Zeus familia to achieve level 7, Otter felt no pride in that hollow victory. He trained endlessly, consumed by a singular drive to eventually surpass the ghosts of those who had utterly defeated him. Are you telling me this boy stands on the same summit as those monsters? A microscopic smirk tugged at the corner of Otter's lips. The moment he saw the smirk, Suna released the great sword and vaulted backward, putting immense distance between them in a split second. What the? Suna didn't even know why he moved. His hyper-intuition had simply screamed at him the second Otter smiled, and his body reacted before his brain could process it. Otter. Suddenly, Riveria arrived, carrying the sleeping Lily in her arms. Finn and the rest of the vanguard followed closely behind. Seeing the warlord standing in the middle of a massive crater, the Loki familia immediately drew their weapons. Status report. Finn asked sharply. He got in the way when we tried to reach Belle. So I bought time and sent Ace ahead. He says the most absurd things so casually. Finn rubbed his temples, fighting off a headache. Buying time against a level 7 required an astronomical amount of power. How is Lily? Her life isn't in danger. Riveria healed her with magic. She's resting now. Suna exhaled, a wave of relief washing over him. Well then. He is currently a guest of our expedition. You interfering with him is equivalent to interfering with us. Am I to take this as a formal declaration of war against the Loki familia? Finn asked, his voice chillingly calm. I have no such intention. My objective has already been thwarted by that man. Furthermore, I cannot win against all of you combined. I will do nothing further. I'm glad to hear that. We have no desire to cross blades with you. Understanding that the battle was over, Otter lowered his sword, and began a slow walk back toward the surface. The rest of the vanguard watched him like hawks, waiting for a sudden betrayal, but the boas simply walked past them. I almost forgot. Otter suddenly stopped and turned his head. You there? The brown-haired man. What? What is your name? Sawada Tsunayoshi. Not entirely sure why the man cared, Suna answered honestly. I see. Without another word, the city's strongest adventurer turned his back and vanished into the labyrinth. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters, patreon.com/negative-translations. Chapter 29, Chapter 29, Little Rookie vs. Destiny, Minotaur. 1,795 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative-translations. Chapter 29, Little Rookie vs. Destiny, Minotaur. With Otter gone, Suna left Finn's group behind and rushed down the corridor. That voice. As he closed the distance, the unmistakable clash of steel and feral roars echoed through the stone walls. Ace. He spotted Ace standing perfectly still at the edge of a massive room. As he stepped up beside her, his breath hitched. This is... Standing in the center of the blood-stained room was a minotaur, a towering, bipedal beast with a bull's head, swinging a massive greatsword. And clashing against it entirely alone was Belle. I was going to save him, but he challenged it himself. Ace whispered, explaining why she hadn't drawn her blade. But she wasn't looking at Suna. Her eyes were completely glued to the battle. Ace had trained Belle herself. She knew his growth rate was terrifying. But never in her wildest dreams did she believe he could defeat a minotaur alone. Yet, right before her eyes, Belle was fighting the beast on equal footing. It was a complete impossibility, a defiance of the world's logic. She couldn't look away. His movements. They're leagues beyond what they were during our training. Watching Belle dodge and deflect the sweeping strikes, Suna noticed the fundamental shift in the boy's aura. His fear of battle is gone. You finally found it, didn't you, Belle? Your pride. Suna realized Belle had conquered his terror and found the core of his resolve. Smiling faintly, Suna decided to simply stand back and witness his friend's trial. Seconds later, Finn and the rest of the vanguard arrived. What the hell are you doing? Aren't you his ally? Why aren't you helping him? Tiona screamed. She's right. That's what we came here for. Tiona yelled. It's fine. Belle will win. Suna didn't move an inch. He possessed absolute confidence in Belle's victory. Are you brain dead? There's no way that weakling can beat a minotaur. Bet roared. It seems you're wrong, Finn murmured. Bet blinked, refocusing his eyes on the fight. What? Tiona gasped. No way. Tiona whispered. Belle wasn't just surviving. He was matching the minotaur blow for blow. The sheer impossibility of the scene left the Amazons dumbstruck. I can't guarantee his victory, but I can't say it's impossible either. But this isn't normal. A level 1 crossing blades with a minotaur. Riveria muttered in awe. Everyone was paralyzed by the spectacle. But what they were watching was not an illusion. In the crucible of the dungeon, a miracle was taking shape. What is your pride? Pride is the one thing you refuse to surrender. No matter what happens. I finally understand. My pride. Belle remembered Suna's words from their training. And he remembered the days before he came to Arario. He had no parents. He was raised by his grandfather, a bizarre old man with no blood relation to him who constantly spouted nonsense about building a harem and picking up cute girls. Yet, that same old man possessed an encyclopedic knowledge of heroic epics, always regaling Belle with tales of valor and giving him hand-drawn picture books on his birthday. When Belle was almost killed by a goblin as a child, it was his grandfather who rushed in to save him, standing bravely against the monster to protect his grandson. His grandfather had passed away before Belle set off for Orario. But to Belle, despite all the books he read, his greatest hero had always been his grandfather. Orario has everything. If you want to go, then go. You can even become a hero. If you have the resolve, go. I want to be a hero. That is my pride. Balanced on the razor's edge of life and death, Belle's conviction crystallized. He wanted to be a hero who could slay the beast. A hero strong enough to inspire his own weak heart. No matter what the future held, Belle desired to be a hero from the very bottom of his soul. Oh. Vmo. Belle accelerated, his daggers turning into a storm of silver. The Minotaur matched his fury, swinging its great sword with bone-crushing velocity. Normally, a dagger clashing against a great sword would shatter instantly. But the Hestia knife was a living weapon, forged by the goddess of blacksmiths herself. It wouldn't suffer so much as a scratch. Furthermore, thanks to Ace's brutal training, Belle knew how to parry and redirect the kinetic force of a heavier weapon rather than just taking it head-on. These two factors kept him in the fight. This isn't working. Belle was deflecting the great sword with the Hestia knife and counterattacking with the Schweitzer Degen. But the base lard couldn't pierce the Minotaur's thick hide. It was doing damage, but nowhere near enough for a killing blow. If this war of attrition continued, he would run out of stamina and die. I have to create an opening and get inside its guard. The base lard was useless. But the Hestia knife, sharp enough to carve through solid steel, could undoubtedly sever the beast's flesh. The problem was its short reach. He needed a split-second window to close the distance. Belle's mind raced at the speed of light. His eyes snapped wide. The Minotaur unleashed a devastating horizontal sweep. Normally, Belle would parry this with the Hestia knife. Instead, he kicked off the floor, launching himself high into the air to evade the blade entirely. You idiot! Bet yelled reflexively. Even if Belle dodged the sweep, he had no foothold in midair. He was completely defenseless in midair. He was a sitting duck for the follow-up strike. One misstep in the dungeon equaled death. Finn and the others instantly assumed Belle's run had come to an end. So he figured it out. Suna, however, remained perfectly calm. The Minotaur instantly tracked Belle's ascent, reversing its momentum to unleash a brutal upward strike aimed right at the airborne boy. The Minotaur's left upward cut cleaved toward him. Firebolt. Aiming his left hand behind him, Belle fired a volley of no-chant magic. The explosive recoil blasted him forward midair, allowing him to sail cleanly over the ascending greatsword. A short chant. I see. He fired magic backward to propel himself in midair. Riveria and Finn murmured, finally realizing the genius of the maneuver. Looks like you understood what I was trying to tell you, Suna smiled. Yesterday, he had told Belle he wasn't using his magic to its full potential. Suna meant that magic shouldn't just be an offensive tool, it could be used for extreme mobility. Using the recoil, Belle successfully landed directly behind the Minotaur. But the beast was a seasoned killer. Anticipating a rear attack, it immediately whipped around. Bomuo. The moment it turned, Belle hurled the Schweitzer Degen with terrifying precision, sinking the blade straight into the Minotaur's left eye. Blood erupted from the socket. The monster dropped its guard, clutching its ruined eye with its left hand as it shrieked in agony. A strike to the back wouldn't have been fatal. Knowing this, Belle had sacrificed his secondary weapon to permanently cripple the beast's vision and create a fatal opening. While the Minotaur scrambled to pull the blade from its eye, Belle dove inside its guard. Oh. Goo. Belle brought the Hestia knife down in a savage karatake, targeting the beast's sword arm. The black blade sheared straight through bone and muscle. The Minotaur's right arm flew through the air, its greatsword clattering to the stone floor. Aya wahaha. Voo. Without missing a beat, Belle sheathed the Hestia knife, grabbed the fallen greatsword with both hands, and unleashed a massive right sweep, tearing a deep gash across the Minotaur's stomach. Too shallow. The strike landed, but it wasn't fatal. Vmo. Guh. Enraged, the Minotaur raised its remaining massive fist and brought it down like a meteor. Belle hoisted the greatsword horizontally to block. Even with one arm gone and heavily wounded, the beast's raw power was incomprehensible. Belle's knees buckled under the immense pressure. Unable to withstand the titanic force, the greatsword shattered in half. Though he couldn't stop it completely, the brief resistance slowed the blow just enough, allowing Belle to dive out of the way before the fist could crush his skull. As he rolled back, Belle kicked the broken upper half of the greatsword high into the air. Confused, the Minotaur's single remaining eye tracked the spinning metal. Using the distraction, Belle sprang forward, launching a flying kick straight into the flat side of the falling blade, rocketing the hunk of steel directly into the Minotaur's face. The beast batted the metal away with its left hand, embedding the broken sword into the labyrinth wall. Firebolt. Vmo. Firing another blast behind him, Belle accelerated to bullet-like speeds, sliding beneath the beast's guard and slashing the Hestia knife cleanly through its right calf. Its mobility shattered, the Minotaur crashed down onto its left knee. Aya waya. Guh. Sprinting behind the kneeling beast, Belle drove the Hestia knife to the hilt directly into its spine. Gripping the handle, he violently wrenched the blade downward, tearing the wound wide open before ripping the knife free. He slammed his left palm flat against the gaping, bleeding hole. Firebolt. Guh. Oh. The fire magic detonated perfectly inside the Minotaur's torso. Its stomach violently expanded as the shockwave ripped through its internal organs. The Hestia knife lacked the reach for a lethal stab, so Belle bypassed its armor entirely, turning his magic into an unblockable, internal bomb. The Minotaur thrashed in unimaginable agony as flames spewed from its jaws. With everything I have, my dying will. Dying will is the resolve to sink your teeth into the enemy, even if your body breaks. Suna's words echoed in his heart. Firebolt. Gubuerg. Belle pumped a second blast into the beast's spine. The Minotaur's chest swelled to horrific proportions, a torrential inferno erupting from its mouth. Furbuluult. Oh. The third blast detonated. The Minotaur unleashed a final, blood-curdling death cry as its internal structure completely gave out. Its upper body was violently blown to pieces. The ensuing backdraft of superheated air engulfed Belle entirely. When the flames finally cleared, Belle stood amidst the falling ash, his upper clothes completely incinerated. The moment his brain registered the victory, Mind Zero took hold. Completely drained of all mental and physical energy, Belle collapsed forward into the ash. Moving faster than the eye could track, Suna slid in and caught the unconscious boy with his left arm. You did well, Belle. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters, patreon.com/negative-translations. Chapter 30, Goddess of Beauty, Freya. 1,289 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative-translations. Chapter 30, Goddess of Beauty, Freya. Having witnessed Belle accomplish the impossible, the silence in the room was deafening. Sorry, but I'm taking Belle and Lily back to the surface. Do you mind if I split off from the group here? Suna asked, looking over his shoulder. Right. Finn stammered, his mind still struggling to process the sheer absurdity of the fight he had just watched. Then I shall act as your guide. Consider it an escort to the surface, Finn volunteered. That'd be a huge help. Riveria. I leave the command to you. Once you return, rendezvous with us at the 18th floor and brief Gareth on the situation, Finn ordered. Understood. Suna tucked Belle under his left arm and carefully picked up Lily with his right. Let's go. Hold the hell up. Bet lunged forward, blocking Suna's path. What the hell is that kid? How the fuck does a rookie adventurer beat a minotaur alone? Spit it out. Bet roared, his eyes wide with a frantic, desperate intensity. He figured Suna, being in the same familia, knew the secret behind Belle's impossible strength. The answer is simple. Belle fought with his dying will, Suna replied calmly. Don't fuck with me. You can't bridge a gap like that with just guts and willpower. Bet screamed, infuriated by an answer that defied all logic. Be jealous all you want just because you couldn't beat a minotaur at his level, but I'm telling you the truth. Belle put his life on the line. That's all there is to it. Prying any further is a waste of your time. Shut up. That's not it at all. Bet's face flushed a violent crimson as Suna read him like an open book. From behind them, several members of the Loki familia began to snicker. Stop laughing, you bastards. Leaving Riveria and the vanguard behind, Suna and Finn headed for the surface with the unconscious duo. Even so, you were remarkably confident that he would defeat that minotaur, Finn noted as they walked. Looking at him back there, I knew he could win. Nothing more, nothing less. I see. Realizing that he and Suna saw the world through fundamentally different lenses, Finn opted not to press the issue further. Is the Prum a supporter for your familia? No, she belongs to another familia. I don't actually know which one, though. You don't know? Yeah. She seems to want to keep her past a secret. So I make it a point not to pry. I see. Did something happen? No. Never mind. Let's hurry. Meanwhile, high above the labyrinth. I have returned. Welcome back, Otter. Having left the dungeon, the warlord now stood in the highest room of Babel. Seated elegantly in an ornate chair before him was a woman with long silver hair, and incredibly revealing attire, her legs crossed delicately. This was Freya. The goddess of beauty, unmatched even among the divine, and the head of the Freya familia, the undisputed strongest faction in the Labyrinth City. I offer my deepest apologies. I was unable to fulfill your decree, Lady Freya, Otter said, dropping to one knee and bowing his head. Raise your head, Otter. Belle challenged the Minotaur and emerged victorious. My deepest desire was fulfilled. Is that true, my lady? Yes. I saw it with my very own eyes. There is no mistake. Freya smiled warmly, trailing her fingers along the edge of a mirror floating beside her. It was the divine mirror, a heavenly artifact that allowed gods to observe the lower world. Under normal circumstances, the use of arcanum in the mortal realm was strictly forbidden. Using the mirror emitted a specific divine pulse. If the guild detected it, the offending god would be immediately deported back to heaven. To bypass this, Freya had used her unparalleled charm to bewitch a male god into securing a specialized contract. She was permitted to view a specific section of the dungeon for one day only, provided it caused no disadvantage to any other familia. It was a massive risk, but she had taken it solely to watch Belle fight the Minotaur. Just as I hoped, he even awakened to magic. But above all, his soul shone brighter than anything I have ever seen. It was a harvest that exceeded all my expectations. Freya's gentle smile slowly twisted into an expression of rapturous ecstasy. Freya possessed the unique ability to see the color and brilliance of a person's soul. Among the millions of souls she had observed over millennia, Belle's possessed an untainted, translucent brilliance unlike anything in existence. She was utterly, irrevocably obsessed with him. If Belle were to die, his soul would return to heaven. Should that happen, Freya would not hesitate for a microsecond to abandon the mortal world entirely just to chase his soul back to the divine realm, even if it meant she could never return. Her fixation was nothing short of absolute madness. However, the plan only succeeded because Sawada Tsunayoshi and the Sword Princess refrained from intervening. It will not be so easy next time. Tell me, Otter. What did you make of his strength? To speak candidly, his power is completely fathomless. His strength is far, far greater than my own. The reports of him overwhelming Alan, and the others single-handedly, are entirely accurate. You seem rather pleased for someone who was outmatched, Otter. Pleased? Me? Indeed. You have the face of a man who has finally found a worthy adversary. I would never. My absolute loyalty is to you, Lady Freya. It is perfectly fine. Be honest with your own feelings. I am overjoyed that you pledge your loyalty to me, but there is no need to throw away your own desires. I love the part of you that endlessly seeks ultimate strength. I am unworthy of your grace. You have my deepest gratitude, Otter murmured, placing a hand over his heart and bowing deeper. To return to the matter at hand, I believe there is currently nothing we can do regarding Sawada Tsunayoshi. Engaging him, whether we win or lose, would only result in catastrophic casualties on our end. It is fascinating, isn't it? To think there is a rookie adventurer capable of overwhelming even you. Furthermore, did something happen? He noticed. He possesses complete certainty that I am not a normal human being. Preposterous. How is that possible? It is likely a power that sees through the hearts of others. Perhaps he possesses an ability that borders slightly on the divine. So that was it. Otter realized. He saw through my strength immediately despite it being our first meeting. That was the source of his insight. He only realizes that I am not normal. He hasn't figured out my true identity. But still, for a mortal to be so certain, he is truly one of a kind. What are your orders regarding him? Even if he uncovers the truth, it matters little. We can simply concoct an excuse and ask him to keep it a secret. He might spread the information. He won't. He isn't the type of person to do such a thing. He reminds me quite a bit of Ollie, actually. In Freya's mind flashed the image of a brown-skinned girl with light purple eyes. As long as we do not initiate hostilities, he will not pose a threat to us. Therefore, ensure it is strictly enforced that no one lays a hand on him. As you command. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 31, 18th floor, under resort. 1,267 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 31, 18th floor, under resort. Meanwhile, Suna and Finn had arrived at Babel. So that is what happened. Belle and Lily were currently fast asleep in the beds of Babel's medical facility. Sitting by their side were Suna, Finn, and Hestia, who had bolted out of her part-time job the moment she received word from Suna. With a grave expression, the goddess listened as they recounted the harrowing events that had unfolded in the dungeon. I am truly sorry. It is because I invited him on this expedition. Had he been with you, this would not have happened, Finn said, bowing his head in apology. You are not to blame, Hestia replied, shaking her head. She didn't offer a single word of reproach. Besides, Belle knew perfectly well that Tsunayoshi wouldn't be with him today. You ugh. A soft groan broke the silence as Lily slowly opened her eyes. Seeing that she was awake, Suna immediately stepped up to her bedside. Where am I? We're in the medical facility at Babel, Suna answered softly. Medical facility. Where is Master Bell? Though still hazy from sleep, the memories of the dungeon rushed back in a violent flood. Lily shot up from the mattress, panic stretching across her small face. Bell's fine. He's sleeping right next to you. Lily frantically followed Suna's gaze. Seeing Belle breathing steadily in the adjacent bed, the tension drained from her body, and she let out a long, shuddering breath of relief. "I'm sorry. Even though this happened, I couldn't be there with you," Suna said. Belle had told her beforehand that Suna wouldn't be able to dive with them for a while. Lily trailed off, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Why were you in the dungeon, Master Tsunayoshi?" Well. Lily had assumed he was busy on the surface due to some prior engagement. Yet, Suna had appeared in the deep floors, traveling with another adventurer. She couldn't wrap her head around it, and Suna hesitated, unsure if he should reveal his involvement with the Loki Familia's deep floor expedition. "Allow me to explain." "Why you're Lord Finn?" Lily's eyes widened in sheer disbelief as the captain of the Loki Familia stepped forward. There wasn't a soul in Orario who didn't recognize the legendary Prum standing before her. "The truth is, starting today, we requested his assistance with our Familia's expedition," Finn explained smoothly. "Expedition? Master Tsunayoshi is traveling with the Loki Familia." "Yes. As his supporter, I'm sure you're aware, but his strength is utterly incomprehensible for a rookie adventurer. That is why I personally requested his cooperation. To reach the 59th floor. The 59th floor. Lily let out a cry of surprise. She knew Tsuna's power defied all logic, but the idea of a boy who had only been an adventurer for a week diving into the unexplored abyss was staggering. "Both he and Goddess Hestia granted us permission. That is why he was with us today instead of you." Are you truly going down there, Master Tsunayoshi?" I suppose." Lily was left completely speechless, her jaw hanging wide open. Her mind blue-screened at the sheer absurdity of it all. Diving to the 59th floor merely a week after becoming an adventurer was simply unheard of. And that brings us back to my apology. What happened to you today was partially my responsibility. "I am truly sorry," Finn said. "Master Bell told me you couldn't come, and we chose to enter the dungeon anyway," Lily replied, quickly waving her hands. She couldn't possibly blame Finn. Besides, a rookie adventurer diving into the deep floors isn't exactly something you can announce to the public. "You have my gratitude. Now we really must be going. We've kept the rest of the vanguard waiting on the 18th floor." "Thank you, Braver." "Leave the rest to me," Hestia said warmly. "I'll be back soon," Suna added. "Tsunayoshi. Make sure you both come back alive." "I will. You have my word." Leaving Hestia to watch over their sleeping friends, Suna and Finn exited Babel and plunged back into the abyss. As a brief digression, neither of them realized it yet, but while Suna was away on the expedition, Belle would soon achieve a great deed, shattering the historical record to become the fastest adventurer to ever rank up in the history of Orario. Re-entering the labyrinth, Suna and Finn dashed toward the 18th floor like a flash of lightning. Though Suna had never personally progressed past the 10th floor, he effortlessly obliterated any monster that dared block their path. "The 18th floor is just ahead." In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at a room just before the 18th floor. Unlike the standard cave structures, a colossal, bone-white wall loomed at the end of the passage. They walked past it at a brisk pace. The 18th floor is a safety point, a place where monsters do not naturally spawn. But before we enter, a word of caution. "Did you see that massive white wall back there?" Finn asked. "Did something happen with that?" "That wall is where the monster Rex, the floor boss, is born. Riveria and the Vanguard already slew it on their way down, so the room is empty right now. But it respawns every 2 weeks. Keep that in mind. When a monster was killed in the dungeon, it would eventually regenerate as long as enough time passed. It was the reason adventurers would never run out of prey or lose their livelihoods." Stepping through the exit of the 17th floor, the world suddenly opened up into a breathtaking, cavernous expanse illuminated by glowing crystals and lush, vibrant nature. "Amazing. I can't believe this is still inside the dungeon." After the savage atmosphere of the upper floors, the sheer tranquility of the subterranean paradise left Suna in awe. You can deactivate your state now. Maintaining that form puts a considerable strain on your body, doesn't it? Finn suggested. You sure? I need to brief the Vanguard on our strategy moving forward anyway. Take this chance to rest your body. Got it. At Finn's word, Suna let the dying will flame on his forehead extinguish, dropping out of hyper-dying will mode. The two of them walked leisurely through the crystalline forest. Not only do monsters not spawn here, but there's also an entire settlement known as the town of Rivera, Finn explained. Inside the dungeon? Yes. It was built entirely by adventurers. Rivera has inns, equipment shops, and an exchange counter for drop items. Being able to buy gear mid-dive must be a lifesaver. It is, but the merchants there charge rip-off prices, and the drop item exchange rate is less than half of the guilds on the surface. It's highway robbery. Is that even allowed? The guild's authority doesn't reach this deep. They can't monitor or govern it. But despite the corruption, it remains a vital lifeline for adventurers. Losing Rivera would be a devastating blow to all of us. I guess you can't put a price on your life. Suna muttered, understanding that even if it was a scam, having a safe haven in the abyss was a necessity. I'd like to stop by, but we don't have the time right now. We need to push forward. We'll drop in on our way back. Understood. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters, patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 32, Partner Natsu. 1,403 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 32, Partner Natsu. Reuniting with Rivera and the Vanguard, the expeditionary force left the 18th floor and plunged into the colossal tree labyrinth, spanning floors 19 through 24. It was a massive, subterranean jungle teeming with powerful status ailment monsters and deadly traps. Gah! Suna charged headlong into a herd of sword stags. Without missing a beat, he shattered their ranks, sinking the beasts one after another with single blows from the front. Almost immediately, a colony of mushroom-type monsters known as dark fungus erupted from the undergrowth, simultaneously scattering a massive cloud of highly toxic spores. Oh! Unfazed, Suna thrust his left hand forward, projecting a massive wall of orange flames as he dove straight into the fungal swarm. The lethal toxins were instantly purified by the harmony characteristic of the sky flame. Stripped of their deadly defense, the dark fungus were mercilessly annihilated. The deeper one descended into the dungeon, the stronger and more frequent the monsters became. Yet Suna completely ignored the difficulty spike, hunting down every beast in his path with terrifying efficiency. I can't catch up to him at all. He's way too freakin' fast. Piece of shit. Fired up by the sight of Belle's heroic victory over the Minotaur, Tioni, Bet, and Ace had been eager to unleash their own strength. However, Suna was moving at such blistering speeds that he eradicated every monster before they could even draw their weapons, leaving the elites drowning in frustration. Meanwhile, the rest of the Vanguard was practically sprinting just to keep up with his relentless pace, yet they were still completely left behind. Just what on earth is going on with that boy? Tsubaki was unable to hide her astonishment. Having never seen Suna fight firsthand, the High Smith was utterly stunned. Even Finn, who had a general understanding of Tsuna's capabilities, couldn't help but marvel at the sheer absurdity of it. With his level of strength, this is only natural. But I admit, he truly is a monster outside the bounds of logic. Finn murmured. But it's strange, ain't it? He should be fighting these monsters for the very first time. How can he move without a single shred of hesitation? Tsubaki asked. His past combat experience and his unparalleled battle instincts make it possible, Finn explained. But in his case, it goes far beyond that. What do you mean, Finn? Is Tsunakichi doing something else? Once he defeats a monster, he completely sees through its movements. The next time he faces the exact same species, he executes the most optimal evasion and strikes with perfect, lethal efficiency. Simply put, he grows stronger with every single battle. Isn't that a bit too far beyond the norm? Knowing he was already unfathomably strong, the revelation that his growth speed was equally monstrous left even Tsubaki speechless. Still, the girls seem awfully fired up today. Did something happen? Gareth asked, stroking his thick beard. Normally, the Loki Familia prioritized letting their younger members handle the Vanguard encounters in order to foster their growth and let them gain experience. Yet today, elite executives like Ace and the Amazons were pushing to the absolute front. They found a rather interesting adventurer. Watching him fight lit a fire under them. Finn smiled, recalling the image of the young, white-haired boy standing bravely against the Minotaur. But at this rate, the youngsters won't grow at all. And since he's hunting every monster in sight, Ace and the others are just building up frustration. It can't be helped this time. Even if he wasn't here, the result would be the same, Finn replied. Besides, having him accumulate experience isn't a bad thing. What are you scheming? We might need his power again very soon. No matter how strong he is still a rookie adventurer. Letting him gain deep floor experience now will be vital for what's to come. Are you talking about that matter? Riveria asked quietly, keeping her voice down. Yes. Furthermore, having him display this overwhelming strength serves to motivate our own members. That is why I specifically asked him to take the Vanguard and slaughter to his heart's content. He might end up breaking their confidence instead, Riveria warned. But even so, there will be those who keep moving forward. Those who lose their confidence, only to claw their way back up. True strength isn't defined by someone who has never tasted defeat. It belongs to those who suffer, despair, and still find the resolve to rise again. As Finn spoke, the image of Otter crossed his mind. He knew exactly how many times the warlord had been crushed into the dirt, only to continuously rise until he claimed the title of the city's strongest. That was why he had unleashed Tsuna. Bees? As Tsuna continued his relentless advance, a massive swarm of avian insectoid monsters blotted out the canopy. These were deadly hornets, monsters infamous for their lethal agility, earning them the moniker veteran killers. That's. Past the swarm, Tsuna's eyes locked onto something shaped like a pinecone hanging from the thick branches above. They were bloody hives. These were rare stationary monsters that coexisted with the deadly hornets. A bloody hive could not move, it could only secrete a sticky fluid. The fluid lacked any killing power and only served to immobilize targets. On its own, the hive was harmless, but the dungeon had bred a terrifying synergy. The deadly hornets would swarm and slaughter any adventurer trapped by the glue. Worse still, as long as the bloody hive remained intact, it would spawn an infinite number of deadly hornets. Countless adventurers had been overwhelmed by the endless swarm, while desperately trying to destroy the nest. They're monsters, but they act as a literal hive. And they'll keep spawning endlessly. How annoying. Instantly deducing their mechanics, Tsuna realized that fighting them conventionally would be a massive waste of time and stamina. Raising his right hand, he glanced at the intricate metal ring adorning his finger, shaped like an animal crest bearing the Vongala emblem. This was the Vongala gear. Upgraded from the legendary Vongala rings, ancient, priceless artifacts steeped in centuries of bloodshed, the gear was a physical manifestation of his resolve. Tsuna ignited his dying will flame, channeling it directly into the Vongala gear. The metal flared with blinding, radiant light. To wield the dying will flame, one needed an appropriate ring, and an absolute, unshakable resolve. Without both, summoning the flame was impossible. The gap in power between a flame user and an ordinary fighter was akin to the heavens and the earth. Gao. Leon DCLE version V. In a burst of brilliant orange flames, a small, majestic lion cub materialized on Tsuna's right shoulder, its mane composed entirely of pure sky flames. This was Natsu. Suna's partner and his exclusive box weapon. Box weapons were advanced combat tools that stored flame-infused animal familiars or armaments inside small, cubic boxes. To deploy them, a user had to inject their dying will flame into the box. However, Suna's unique setup allowed him to summon Natsu directly from his Vongala gear. Garuru. Ju. Natsu let out a ferocious roar, unleashing a massive shockwave of sky flames from his jaws. The blazing wave washed over the swarm of deadly hornets, and the bloody hives clinging to the branches. Instantly, their bodies were instantly covered in wood, halting their movements. The petrified hornets plummeted from the sky, shattering into splintered wooden fragments upon impacting the earth. This was Rugato del Cielo, Roar of the Sky. By unleashing the sky flame's unique harmony characteristic via a shockwave, Natsu forcefully harmonized the monsters with their surrounding environment. In this case, he had harmonized them with the colossal tree labyrinth, transforming their biological matter into brittle bark. With the swarm neutralized, Suna closed the distance in a single bound, instantly appearing before the petrified bloody hive. He casually threw a right straight, shattering the wooden nest into a cloud of splinters. Looks like that's the last of them. Standing atop the massive branch, Suna scanned the area. Confirming there were no further hostiles, he hopped down, landing softly on the forest floor. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters, patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 33, Lower Floors, Second Line. 1,798 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 33, Lower Floors, Second Line. Having wiped out the deadly hornets and bloody hives with Natsu's help, Suna waited for the vanguard to catch up. We finally caught up. Wait, there's something there. Just as the executives burst through the brush, Tiona froze, her eyes widening at the bizarre, fiery creature resting on Suna's shoulder. This is my partner, Natsu. Gao. So cute. As Suna introduced the cub, Ace stared unblinking, her heart utterly captivated by Natsu's adorable appearance. I've cleared out the bulk of the monsters in this sector. I'm going to fly back and report to Finn so we can keep moving. Hold on a second. What is it? What do you mean, what is it? You say he's your partner, but where the hell was he hiding this entire time? Tioni demanded. That's a secret. It involves prying into my secrets. Hey. Knowing he couldn't exactly explain that Natsu lived inside his ring, Suna ignited his flames and vanished with a sonic boom, blasting backward toward the rear of the formation. Oh come on. He's already at the captain's side. We just caught up to him, too. Damn it. I still can't track his movements at all. Bet cursed internally, furious at his own inadequacy. He was so cute. Ace remained entirely lost in her own thoughts. Meanwhile, at the rear of the vanguard. I've cleared the area. Whoa. Tsubaki nearly jumped out of her skin as Tsuna, who had been miles ahead, instantaneously materialized beside them. Her heart felt like it was going to leap out of her chest. And the creature on your shoulder is? Finn asked. My partner, Natsu. Understood. Sensing Tsuna's silent, unyielding boundary, Finn accepted the answer without pressing further. Let's keep moving, then. Could you relay the order to the rest of the vanguard? Got it. Turning around, Suna aimed his palms behind him and fired another massive burst of flames, rocketing forward and disappearing in the blink of an eye. What in the world did Tsunakichi just do? He was just over there, and suddenly he appears here, and before I can blink, he's gone again. High-speed movement utilizing the reverse propulsion of his flames. It's quite simple, really, Finn explained. I understand the physics of it, but isn't that far too fast? Those flames prioritize propulsion and destructive power over sheer heat. That's what allows him to achieve those blistering speeds. Having experienced Suna's flames firsthand during their spar, Finn understood the terrifying mechanics behind them perfectly. Exiting the 24th floor, the Vanguard plunged into the 25th floor. Incredible! The moment Suna stepped into the new biome, the sight stole his breath away. A colossal, deafening waterfall roared in the distance, feeding into countless rushing rivers and crystalline lakes that fractured the entire floor. This is the water capital. And that massive waterfall is the Great Fall. It plummets endlessly, spanning all the way down to the 27th floor. Be warned, there are monsters that actually swim up that waterfall to reach this floor. Swim up the waterfall. Scaling a normal waterfall was nearly impossible for most living creatures. The fact that monsters could swim up a torrent tens of times larger left Suna stunned. As I mentioned before we arrived, this entire floor is submerged in waterways. Fall in, and the aquatic monsters will drag you under and drown you. We must proceed while strictly avoiding the water's edge. Just as Finn issued the warning, a massive aquatic beast breached the surface of a nearby lake, crashing back down into the depths without attacking. More importantly, are you truly alright without wearing an Undine cloth? Finn asked. The Undine cloth was a specialized piece of equipment designed to increase underwater mobility and reduce water pressure. In a floor where drowning equated to death, it was a mandatory safety measure for all adventurers. It's fine. My flames won't be extinguished by water. I can't say it's perfectly safe, but I can maneuver underwater if I have to. Dying will flames were the visual manifestation of a person's highly compressed life energy. They burned independently of oxygen. If he fell in, Suna could simply use flame propulsion to rocket out of the water faster than he could swim. But water isn't our only threat here. Finn pointed toward the sprawling cavern ceiling. Suna followed his gaze, spotting two distinct species of avian monsters circling the stalactites. One had the upper body of a human female combined with deep red feathers for arms and the talons of a bird of prey. The other possessed a similar female upper body but boasted intense yellow feathers, and its entire lower half resembled a massive eagle. The ones with the deep red feathers are harpies. The ones with eagle talons are sirens. This floor is the domain of aerial monsters. If you focus too much on the water, the skies will kill you. If you focus too much on the sky, the water will claim you. As Finn finished explaining the aerial threats, he lowered his gaze to the ground. A massive swarm of giant crabs was scuttling rapidly toward them. Are those crabs walking forward? Suna blinked in surprise. Normal crabs had too many legs and complex joints. Moving forward was highly inefficient, which was why they scuttled sideways. Those are blue crabs. One of their claws is grotesquely overdeveloped. They use it like a sledgehammer, boasting enough blunt force trauma to effortlessly shatter boulders. Their steel-like shells are also incredibly dense. I doubt they pose a threat to you, but would you like me to explain their weak points? No need. I've actually got a technique I want to test out. A technique. Suna stepped forward, dropping his center of gravity. He extended his hands toward the ground, dropping his right knee to the ground and aiming both hands forward. The flame on his forehead began to flicker violently, pulsing in an erratic, stuttering rhythm. 0-point breakthrough, first edition. A terrifying wave of absolute zero erupted from Suna's hands, surging forward like a tidal wave of jagged ice. The encroaching glacier swallowed the swarm of blue crabs in an instant, freezing them completely solid. This was a legendary technique developed by Vongala Primo, the founder of the Vongala Familia. If hyperdying will mode was a positive state of highly active energy, this technique invoked the exact opposite, negative state, emptying the user's dying will. Reversing the flame produced an extreme, localized freeze. The ice generated by this technique sealed the target away completely. It could not be melted by normal heat, magic, or sunlight, only by a dying will flame of equal or greater strength. In a world completely devoid of dying will flames, this ice was absolute and eternal. Ice. Good grief, he never ceases to shatter our expectations. Seeing Suna command absolute ice on top of his destructive flames left Riveria and Finn utterly bewildered. I knew it. This technique leveled up too. Suna realized that his Fauna blessing had drastically increased the freezing speed and area of effect of his 0-point breakthrough. And it wasn't just my imagination either. He had chosen the technique because the blue crabs were low to the ground and restricted to land, making an area of effect freeze the most efficient choice. But upon executing the move, Suna confirmed another subtle shift in his own capabilities. I'll go clear out the airspace. Aiming his palms downward, Suna ignited his thrusters and blasted into the sky, rocketing toward the circling harpies and sirens. Since the vanguard lacked aerial combatants, they were normally forced to endure bombardments until the monsters swooped into melee range. Suna reasoned that if he wiped them out preemptively, the group could traverse the floor without issue. He's flying. Is there truly no limit to what he can do? Tsubaki gaped, staring at the boy casually dominating the sky. He is securing the airspace for us. Vanguard, focus entirely on neutralizing the ground and aquatic threats. Finn commanded. Thanks to Tsuna drawing the aggro of the aerial monsters, the Loki Familia pushed through the water capital at a blistering pace, free from the constant threat of aerial bombardment. Eventually, the expeditionary force reached the 27th floor. Seeing it up close is insane. They were currently navigating a massive precipice located directly behind the Great Fall. Feeling the thunderous vibrations of the plummeting water, Suna couldn't help but be moved by the sheer scale of the dungeon's architecture. Suddenly, a black blur shot out from the roaring waterfall, rocketing straight toward Suna's head. Reacting instantly, Suna threw his right hand up, projecting a dense wall of sky flames. The black blur slammed into the wall of flames and subsequently vanished. A swallow. In the split second before impact, Suna's kinetic vision caught the distinct shape of a scarlet-feathered swallow. That was an iguazu. They hold the title of Flash and are undeniably the fastest monsters in the lower floors, Finn explained. It definitely lives up to the name. Speed isn't their only weapon. They are completely suicidal, launching themselves at their targets like living bullets. Because of that relentless aggression, they are exceptionally lethal. Countless adventurers have died without even realizing what hit them. As Finn detailed their terrifying nature, the walls surrounding the waterfall began to violently crack and pulse. Suddenly, hundreds of new monsters burst from the stone. An absolute swarm of iguazu filled the cavern. A monster party. Monster party. An irregular, massive outbreak of monsters. I see. Can you handle it? Not a problem. Aiming his hands at the ground, Suna blasted himself high into the air, instantly drawing the swarm's attention. Surrounded on all sides, the hyper-accelerated iguazu locked onto him, and launched a synchronized, suicidal barrage from every conceivable angle. Cambio forma. Modo difesa. The instant the words left his lips, the swarm of living bullets slammed directly into him. A direct hit. Tiona shrieked. Suna. Ace yelled, her heart leaping into her throat. The rest of the vanguard watched in utter horror, as the boy was seemingly skewered by 100 high-speed projectiles. But then, an impossible phenomenon occurred. The moment the iguazu struck him, their bodies instantly lost all molecular cohesion, liquefying into harmless water. A split second later, the torrential downpour of liquefied monsters splashed against the ground. Hovering untouched in the center of the deluge was Tsuna, draped in an elegant, pitch-black cloak adorned with the Vongola emblem. Mantello di Vongola Primo. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 34, Deep Floors, True Deadline. 1,651 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 34, Deep Floors, True Deadline. Having effortlessly neutralized the Iguazu's suicidal barrage, Suna descended gracefully, his boots touching down on the wet stone. "Thanks, Natsu." Gao. As Tsuna thanked his partner, the black cloak dissolved into orange flames, reforming into the small lion cub that happily reclaimed its spot on his shoulder. Natsu possessed the ability to transform into specialized armaments. The defensive form, the mantle of Vongala Primo, utilized the harmony characteristic of the sky flame to synchronize anything it touched with its surroundings. In this case, Suna had used the cloak to harmonize the attacking Iguazu with the torrential water of the Great Fall, instantly turning their physical bodies into liquid. The animal just turned into a cape. How does that even work? Tiona yelled, her brain completely short-circuiting. The rest of the vanguard nodded frantically in agreement, equally utterly bewildered. "It's my skill. No prying, remember." "What kind of completely broken skill is that?" Tioni groaned, forced to accept the ridiculous excuse. With the ambush thwarted, the vanguard resumed their march. They tore through the 27th floor and the rest of the lower floors, finally arriving at a safety point where they set up camp for the night. The next day, having conquered the lower floors, the expeditionary force finally breached the 37th floor. The environment shifted drastically. The walls were a sickening, milky white, stretching endlessly into a labyrinthine structure so massive that the ceiling was completely swallowed by darkness. Because of its pale, bone-like aesthetic, it was known as the White Palace. The sheer scale of the corridors and rooms made the previous floors look like cramped tunnels. The 37th floor marks the true beginning of the deep floors. The difficulty spike from here on out is completely unforgiving. "Are you prepared?" Finn asked. "Not a problem. I made my resolve the moment I agreed to join this expedition." "A foolish question on my part, then. So, what's the plan from here?" "We'll proceed with you at the vanguard, just as before. However, I must ask you not to rush ahead. Keep your pace matched with ours." "Understood." Falling into formation, Suna led the group deeper into the White Palace. "Something's coming." Suna felt a sinister presence. From the oppressive darkness ahead, a bizarre creature emerged. It possessed the skull of a sheep draped in a thin layer of ghastly skin. It was an undead monster that moved despite completely lacking underlying flesh, hide, or organs. This was a skull sheep. A terrifying undead monster classified as a skeleton type. Suddenly, the skull sheep vanished into thin air. Camouflage. Realizing the monster hadn't teleported, but had used its skin to seamlessly blend into the white walls, Suna closed his eyes and expanded his sensory network. His assumption was correct. The skull sheep's primary hunting tactic was to induce panic through its invisibility, circling its prey before launching a fatal ambush from their blind spots. There. Kicking off the floor, Suna sidestepped to the left and threw a blindingly fast right hook into the empty air. A sickening crunch echoed through the hall as the skull sheep's skull shattered upon impact. The monster instantly turned to ash. Thanks to his grueling battles against elite illusionists in the future, fighting opponents who manipulated his vision was practically second nature to him. Suddenly, a second presence flared directly behind him. Another skull sheep materialized. "What is that?" Suna twisted around. Unlike the first, this skull sheep's torso was grotesquely swollen. His hyper-intuition flared with a subtle warning. With a sickening tear, a massive bone spear erupted from its flesh, rocketing straight toward his chest like a ballistic missile. "It can extend its own bones." Remaining perfectly calm, Suna raised his right hand, projecting a localized barrier of flames to catch the bone spear mid-flight, gripping it tightly. Before he could crush it, a third skull sheep launched a suicidal dive from his blind spot. Releasing his grip on the bone spear, Suna leaped straight up, cleanly evading the rear ambush. Propelled by its own momentum, the third skull sheep slammed headfirst into the suspended bone spear, impaling itself through the skull and dissolving into ash. "So this is the deep floors." Unlike the mindless beasts of the upper levels, Suna realized these monsters possessed highly coordinated, predatory intelligence. Landing softly, Suna turned his open palm toward the remaining skull sheep. The moment it saw his hand point toward it, the skull sheep instantly camouflaged itself. Did it run? Suna scanned the area, confirming the beast's presence was completely gone. This had been his exact intention. By watching its comrades die effortlessly and seeing Suna prepare an attack, the skull sheep's heightened intelligence calculated that victory was impossible, triggering a retreat. Suna had weaponized its own intelligence against it. A smart call. As you've just witnessed, the monsters in the deep floors possess exceptional intellect alongside their raw power. Engaging every single one of them will only exhaust us, Finn noted, stepping up beside him. Makes sense. Now I see why you told me to stick close to the group. Suna finally understood why Finn had restricted his movements. In an environment where the enemies used pack tactics, traps, and strategic retreats, rushing in blindly was a death sentence. Resuming their march, they pushed deeper into the 37th floor. The difference really is night and day. The spawn rates and sheer volume of monsters dwarfed everything they had faced thus far. Yet, Suna continued to dispatch them with casual precision. Though it looks like some of the others are starting to struggle. Glancing over his shoulder, Suna assessed the vanguard. While the executives were holding their own, the younger, less experienced members were beginning to sweat. The lethal difficulty spike was pushing them to their absolute limits. Ha! Near the rear of the formation, a young male adventurer was hyperventilating, his eyes darting frantically across the white walls. Unable to track the camouflaged skull sheep, terror and desperation were clearly written across his face. Completely undetected, a skull sheep materialized directly behind him, rearing back for a lethal strike. Eh! The man sensed a presence and whipped around, only to see Suna standing there, his right hand firmly clamped over the skull sheep's face. With a sickening crunch, Suna crushed the skull, reducing the monster to ash. Are you okay? Thank you so much. The young adventurer stammered, tears welling in his eyes as he realized he had been milliseconds away from death. Calm down. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's gone. It's circling you, waiting for a guaranteed kill. Stop relying solely on your eyes. Focus your nerves and feel for the shifts in the air around you, Suna instructed gently. Why yes, sir. Taking Suna's advice to heart, the adventurer gripped his blade. Almost immediately, another skull sheep materialized in the distance. Here it comes. Suna stepped forward to intercept, but the adventurer spoke up. Let me fight it. Seeing the fierce resolve burning in the boy's eyes, Suna stopped. All right. Suna nodded, stepping back to let the adventurer take the lead. If things go south, I'll step in. Fight with your dying will. Right. The adventurer raised his katana, dropping into a combat stance. A second later, the skull sheep vanished. Feel the presence. The boy closed his eyes, shutting out the deceptive visual data, and focused entirely on the microscopic shifts in the atmosphere. Sensing a disruption in the air, the boy lunged to his right, executing a blindingly fast thrust. His katana pierced straight through empty space, until a sickening crunch echoed. The skull sheep's camouflage broke as the blade penetrated its skull, and it dissolved into ash. I did it. A triumphant smile spread across the boy's face, as he realized he had conquered the beast on his own. Then. Look out. Suna barked. A massive web of cracks violently spiderwebbed across the ceiling directly above them. Suna grabbed the boy by the wrist and violently yanked him backward. The ceiling catastrophically collapsed, and a colossal, deep blue serpentine monster plummeted from the darkness, crashing into the exact spot they had just occupied. Thank you. Wait, a worm well. The boy gasped, his relief instantly replaced by sheer terror at the sight of the behemoth. A worm well. It's a rare species known as the lambton. It burrows through the earth and freely travels between floors. As the boy shrieked the explanation, the worm well coiled its massive body and launched itself into the air, spinning like a massive, armor-piercing drill as it plummeted straight toward Suna. That's some serious kinetic force. He caught it. The boy's legs gave out from the shock, tears welling in his eyes as he witnessed the impossible feat. Suna had aimed his left hand downward for propulsion, raised his right hand, and literally caught the spinning behemoth midair, bringing its apocalyptic charge to a dead halt with sheer, unadulterated physical strength. Realizing its drill attack had failed, the enraged worm well unhinged its massive jaws, lunging forward to swallow Suna whole. Cannon. Gaia Aya. Without shifting his stance, Suna fired a hypercondensed sphere of dying wolf flames directly down the beast's throat. The internal detonation completely vaporized the worm well from the inside out, reducing the massive leviathan to a shower of harmless ash. I learned a lot from you, Belle. Having watched Belle perfectly execute an internal detonation with firebolt against the Minotaur, Suna had seamlessly adapted the strategy. Turning his gaze upward, through the miles of stone separating him from the surface, Suna thought of his friends waiting for his return. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters, patreon.com/negative-translations. Chapter 35, Impulse, Bonus. 2,311 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative-translations. Chapter 35, Impulse. 5 days had passed since the expedition departed Babel. The vanguard had finally reached the 50th floor. This was Moitura, a massive, desolate expanse characterized by petrified, ash-gray trees and sprawling ravines. It also served as a vital safety point. As discussed beforehand, we will launch an assault on the 51st floor utilizing a highly condensed strike team. The remaining forces will stay behind and defend the camp alongside the Hephaestus Familia, Finn announced, finalizing their strategy after the tents were pitched. Any floor past the 50th required a minimum baseline of elite power to survive. Bringing a massive army would only result in catastrophic casualties and logistical nightmares. Therefore, the deepest abyss could only be challenged by a hand-picked roster of the absolute strongest. The assault party will consist of Riveria, Gareth, Ace, Tiona, Bet, myself, and Sawada Tsunayoshi. Finn declared the primary attackers for the true deep floor descent. The supporters will be Raoul, Narvi, Alicia, Cruz, and Lafia. Though designated as supporters, everyone aside from Lafia was a seasoned level 4 veteran. And while Lafia was level 3, her latent magical potential was staggering enough that Riveria, the strongest mage in the city, had personally chosen the elf as her successor. They were more than capable of holding their own. Those remaining at camp are to utilize magic swords and long-range spells if the new species of monster appears. Maintain strict watches and do not allow them to close the distance. Aki, I'm leaving the camp defense in your hands. Understood. Aki, an elite cat person, nodded curtly. Even safety points were not absolute sanctuaries, monsters from adjacent floors frequently wandered in, necessitating a formidable defense force. A new species of monster. Suna tilted his head, unfamiliar with the term. My apologies. During our previous expedition, we encountered a bizarre caterpillar-type monster that spits a highly corrosive acid. It may appear from here on out, so remain vigilant. Got it. Realizing he hadn't briefed Suna, Finn quickly explained the threat. Tsubaki will accompany the strike team as our exclusive weapon maintainer. Leave it to me. Tsubaki grinned, having waited for this exact moment. As a level 5 high smith, she was the only blacksmith capable of surviving the apocalyptic conditions of the 51st floor and beyond. All right, let's hand out the goods. Standing up from her cross-legged position, Tsubaki shot a glance at her subordinates. The Hephaestus smiths immediately unrolled several large bundles of cloth on the ground, revealing an array of pristine, master-crafted weapons. The custom orders you requested. Imbued with the Durandal attribute. Finn, Gareth, Bet, Tiona, and Tioni eagerly stepped forward, inspecting their respective armaments. Series Roland. Forged exactly to your insane specifications. Finn retrieved a gleaming long spear. Gareth hoisted a massive battle axe. Bet secured a pair of twin swords. Tiona claimed a colossal greatsword, and Tioni hefted a lethal halberd. Knowing the grueling attrition rate of the 59th floor, the executives had commissioned Aurario's greatest smith to forge these weapons. Possessing the same unbreakable Durandal attribute as Ace's Desperate, the weapons would never shatter, though their sharpness would gradually dull with excessive use. A bit late to ask, but what about you, Tsunakichi? I don't have anything quite as grand as Finn's gear lying around, but I can lend you one of my personal weapons. With the briefing concluded and the vanguard dispersing, Tsubaki approached Suna. I'm fine. I don't really know how to use weapons, and carrying one would just slow me down. Is that so? Then. Reaching into her bag, Tsubaki produced two beautifully crafted short swords and held them out to him. Take these magic swords. Magic swords. Weapons imbued with precast magic. You swing them, and they unleash a spell. These short swords are easy to carry, and won't hinder your speed. You don't need any martial training to use them. If you never draw them, fine. But we're heading into uncharted territory. Having a trump card won't hurt. I'll take them, then. Though he had never fought with a sword, Suna understood the tactical advantage of having a ranged, instantaneous attack on hand. He accepted the blades gratefully. Just remember, magic swords have a fatal flaw. They degrade with every use, and once they reach their limit, they shatter completely. So they have a limited number of charges. Exactly. And knowing your strength, I doubt you'd ever rely on them, but don't let them become a crutch. Plenty of fools have died because they trusted a magic sword over their own instincts. Furthermore, I've never been to the 59th floor either, but I can guarantee these swords lack the firepower to kill whatever is waiting down there. Use them to create openings, not to deal the finishing blow. Understood. Suna mentally filed away Tsubaki's strict warnings regarding the fragile nature of the weapons. If only Wel-Kichi had forged them, I could have given you something infinitely more powerful. Tsubaki sighed regretfully. You mentioned him before we left. What kind of person is he? Wel-Kichi. He's a smith with the talent to forge magic swords leagues beyond my own capabilities, but the stubborn fool outright refuses to make them. Why? I know the reason, but he despises people talking about it behind his back. I can't say any more than that. Fair enough. Anyway, if you find yourself needing a proper blade down there, just holler. Thanks. With the magic sword secured at his waist, Suna decided to take a short walk to clear his head before the final descent. Wandering through the petrified ash trees, Suna spotted Raoul crouching on the ground, clutching his head in both hands and trembling violently. We're dead. We're actually going to die this time. Whoa. Are you okay? Suna jogged over, genuinely concerned by the seasoned adventurer's absolute panic. Don't mind him. Raoul always gets like this right before we hit the deep floors. He acts like the world is ending, but he always manages to come back alive, Aki sighed, walking up beside them. You can only say that because you've never been down there, Aki. I keep telling you, everything past the 52nd floor is a completely different dimension of hell. Oh, please. Suna is diving into the deep floors for the first time, and he's completely calm. You're his senior. Act like it. Ugh. Why, you're right. Thoroughly scolded by the cat person, Raoul finally stopped wailing and stood up, though his legs still looked a bit shaky. Having spent the last 5 days fighting alongside them, Suna had grown rather fond of the Loki Familia's dynamic. Seriously though, how are you so calm, Suna? Aren't you terrified? Raoul asked, wiping cold sweat from his brow. It's not that I'm not scared, but compared to Reborn, the monsters in the dungeon are kind of cute. Reborn. Having spent his life surviving the daily assassination attempts and torturous tutoring of the world's greatest hitman, the dungeon felt more like a brisk workout than a death trap to Tsuna. Aki and Raoul exchanged bewildered glances at the unfamiliar name. My teacher, I guess. Your teacher? Does that mean this reborn person is the one who made you this strong? Pretty much. If I become his disciple, do you think I could get that strong too? Raoul's eyes practically sparkled with newfound hope. Don't even joke about that. You will regret it for the rest of your life. Yeah. Is it that bad? Raoul had meant it as a light-hearted comment, but Tsuna's visceral, panic-stricken denial made him flinch. His training is completely merciless. If you take his lessons, you will experience the brink of death. Literally. W.O. Are you okay? He's more terrified of his teacher than the deep floors. Seeing the absolute, unadulterated trauma etched into Tsuna's pale face, Aki felt a genuine chill run down her spine. The idea that an entity existed capable of inflicting such paralyzing fear into a boy who effortlessly slaughtered floor bosses was utterly horrifying. Leaving the bewildered duo behind, Tsuna continued his walk. In a secluded clearing surrounded by towering ash trees, Tsuna found the Sword Princess. She was repeatedly executing flawless, high-speed practice swings with her beloved sword, desperate. Sensing his approach, Ace halted her swing and turned around. Tsuna. Did I interrupt you? No. I was just doing some light swings. Shaking her head, Ace gracefully sheathed the gleaming silver blade. Hey, Tsuna. Yeah. Belle, he was amazing, wasn't he? Yeah, he was. Tsuna recalled the ferocious, bloody struggle from 5 days ago. Even as someone who fundamentally detested violence, Belle's desperate battle against the Minotaur had deeply moved him. Tsuna. What is it? Could you spar with me for a little bit? Right now. Tomorrow was the climax of the expedition. They were about to step into the most hostile, lethal environment known to mankind. Wasting precious stamina on a spar right now was the last thing on Tsuna's mind. I know we need to save our strength. Ever since I saw that fight, I haven't been able to get it out of my head. My blood is still boiling. Honestly, swinging my sword at empty air isn't enough to suppress it anymore. All right. I understand. Knowing that raw combat instincts couldn't simply be reasoned away, Tsuna sighed and accepted her challenge. Tsuna ignited his flame, entering hyper-dying will mode, while Ace drew desperate with a sharp ring of steel. Here I go. Closing the distance in a single, explosive step, Ace unleashed a torrential barrage of Godspeed thrusts and slashes. Tsuna didn't move an inch from his starting position. Using the absolute minimum amount of movement required, he perfectly slipped and weaved through her lethal hurricane of steel. He got stronger again. He was evading her fastest combinations without taking a single step backward. Previously, Tsuna had been forced to use the Vongala gear to block her heaviest strikes. Now he was dodging her blade entirely without even using his hands. Over the past 5 days, Tsuna had continuously engaged the strongest monsters the dungeon had to offer, fighting more than anyone else in the expedition. That relentless baptism of high-speed, lethal combat had drastically accelerated his growth once again. Just how high does his potential reach? It had barely been a week since they met, yet his evolution was explosive, completely shattering any perceived limits. Ace was utterly astounded. Suddenly, Ace ceased her assault and leaped backward, vanishing into the dense canopy of the ash trees. Moving with total silence, she utilized the thick branches as high-speed footholds, circling her prey from above. As the faint rustling of bark echoed through the clearing, Tsuna remained perfectly still, his eyes closed, tracking her invisible presence. This is... A massive shower of severed branches plummeted from the canopy, raining down on Tsuna's position. Ace was actively slicing the trees as she moved, utilizing the falling debris to obscure his vision and disrupt his concentration. Behind me. Sensing a lethal spike of bloodlust, Suna whipped around. Ace was in freefall, riding a massive, severed log downward. Her sword was sheathed, her hand resting on the hilt, perfectly coiled to unleash a devastating high-speed draw slash. The moment Suna turned, she kicked off the log, altering her trajectory to strike from his absolute blind spot. In a flash of silver light, Ace drew desperate. Propelled by the momentum of her descent, the Godspeed blade cleaved straight toward Suna's neck. Without even looking back, Suna executed a flawless backflip, cleanly evading the lethal arc of silver. As he landed, he stepped effortlessly into her guard, placing the rigid edge of his right hand softly against the side of her neck. Checkmate. He didn't even use his flames. Ace's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. He had completely neutralized her ultimate, high-speed ambush without relying on his flame propulsion to escape. Are you satisfied now? One more time. Ace? I know it's frustrating, but we can't do this anymore. Any more than this, and it'll actively hinder you tomorrow. Just one more time. I swear this is the last one. I had a feeling it would come to this. How am I supposed to talk her down now? Knowing the battle-crazed swordswoman wouldn't easily back down, Suna racked his brain for a peaceful solution. Then I shall be your opponent instead. Riveria. A chilling voice cut through the clearing. Ace froze instantly. Standing at the edge of the ash trees was Riveria, her arms crossed tight against her chest. One look at the high elf's expression, and all the blood instantly drained from Ace's face. It warms my heart to see you overflowing with so much energy the night before our descent. Riveria was smiling, but the absolute, murderous fury radiating from her aura was palpable. Ace stood completely paralyzed, her mouth opening and closing soundlessly like a fish out of water. Having suffered Riveria's wrath during her childhood, Ace knew perfectly well that defying the High Elf was a fate worse than death. Now then. Shall we begin? Gah. Moving with a speed that defied her class as a mage, Riveria closed the distance in a blur and drove her fist directly into Ace's head. Without a single word of protest, Ace crashed face first into the dirt, a comical puff of smoke rising from her skull as her consciousness was knocked clean out of her. Oh, one hit. Having no idea the elegant high elf possessed such terrifying, merciless physical violence, Suna swore to himself then and there that he would never, under any circumstances, make Riveria angry. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 36, Light, Thin. 1,758 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 36, Light, Thin. Riveria's merciless blow had completely sunk Ace. Afterward, the High Elf dragged her off. By the time Ace regained consciousness, she was forced to sit in strict siza inside the tent, enduring a relentless lecture. I apologize for this. We ended up dragging you into Ace's mess, Finn apologized. I don't mind, but... Is Ace going to be okay? The glow of the magic stone lamp illuminated the inside of the tent, casting shadows over Riveria as she handed down her scolding, and Ace, who was kneeling with her head hung low. Suna couldn't help but feel worried after watching Ace endure the lecture for over an hour. I wouldn't exactly say she's fine. Besides, Ace has a bit of trauma when it comes to making Riveria angry. I see. Hearing Finn's words, Suna understood that no matter how much Ace struggled, there was no saving her now. Tsunayoshi Sawada. Do you have a moment to talk? Talk. Yes. There's something I'd like to ask you. Sure, but... Thank you. Let's change locations for a bit. Finn led Suna away from the camp. They arrived at the tunnel entrance leading down to the 51st floor. So what did you want to talk about? Nothing major. I just wanted to ask why you decided to join this expedition. That's. You agreed to it right away, but I never heard your actual reasons. I wanted to ask while we had the chance, since there's no telling what might happen from here on out. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Suna hesitated for a moment, weighing how much to share. I collapsed with nowhere to go, and Hestia and Belle saved me. But our familia is poor. So I figured scoring a reward from Orario's largest faction would make their lives a little easier. So despite being in a poor familia, you're doing this to repay the debt to those who saved you. Yeah. I see. That helps me understand why you became an adventurer. Huh? You didn't become an adventurer because you wanted to. Am I wrong? How did you know? We haven't known each other long, but we've crossed fists, and I've watched you fight. That much is obvious. Whenever you fight, your brow is always furrowed, and you swing your fists as if you're praying. Despite possessing all that power, you have never once sought strength for the sake of it. Am I wrong? You're right. If our familia wasn't so poor, I don't think I'd be an adventurer at all. I'd probably just be working part-time at Hestia's job. As Tsuna spoke, an image formed in his mind, not of himself fighting as an adventurer, but standing alongside Hestia, working a normal shift at a food stall. Why did you become an adventurer, Finn? For the revival of my race. Revival? It was a name Tsuna had never heard before. He tilted his head in confusion. Have you ever heard of someone named Fianna? Fianna. A long time ago. She was a Prum hero who lived before the gods even descended to the lower world. Among all the races, the Prums were considered the weakest and most inferior. Yet she slaughtered countless monsters, saved many people, and displayed immense courage. She was the first and last glory of the Prum race. Of course, nowadays, she's considered nothing more than a myth. But even so, I believe in Fianna. I want to become someone like her. I want to become the light of the Prums. Their hope. After the gods descended, the figure of Fianna that the Prums worshipped vanished. Having lost their emotional pillar, the Prums rapidly fell into ruin, as if they had been dealt a finishing blow. That's why the Prums need a new light. To achieve that, I became an adventurer in Orario. By making a name for myself, I can bring courage to Prums all over the world. That is my dream. But you're a level 6 and you've even become the captain of the Loki Familia, the strongest faction in the city. Isn't that enough? It feels arrogant to say it myself, but as you pointed out, I believe I've succeeded in making my name known. Not just among my own kind, but to other races as well. Yet my strength is still lacking. In fact, I must become even stronger. What? But you're already so strong. No. In this very city, there were once adventurers whom even Otter, the man you fought, couldn't hold a candle to. Otter, that guy I fought. Yes. But isn't he the strongest adventurer in the city? That is only true right now. In the past, Orario was home to adventurers who surpassed even him. Two massive factions known as the Zeus Familia and the Hera Familia. Were they really that strong? Yes. Neither I nor Otter could even defeat their rank-and-file members. Furthermore, the captain of the Zeus Familia was a level 8, and the captain of the Hera Familia was a level 9. They were absolute anomalies. Tsuna was stunned. His clash with Otter had been brief, but when he blocked the Boaz's massive sword, he had viscerally understood why the Mun was called the strongest. To hear that there were talents who surpassed even him left Tsuna speechless. But 15 years ago, even they were defeated. By a certain monster. What? To think there was a monster in this world capable of defeating adventurers stronger than Finn and Otter. Tsuna couldn't hide his shock. For us adventurers, there are 3 legendary monsters that must be slain, known as the 3 Great Quests. They are the Behemoth, the Leviathan, and the One-Eyed Black Dragon. Monsters that broke out of the dungeon in ancient times. So those adventurers were defeated by those monsters. The Zeus and Hera familias successfully subjugated the behemoth and the Leviathan. However, they failed to slay the black dragon, and both familias were annihilated. Suna gasped. A beast that even the strongest warriors in history couldn't defeat was still out there. With the collapse of the two great factions, the Dark Age began. The Dark Age. With the city's strongest deterrents gone, crime syndicates known as the Evils began operating in the shadows of Orario. Countless adventurers and innocent civilians lost their lives to them. Then, 7 years ago, a conflict broke out known as the 7 Days of Death. It was the deadliest massacre in Orario's history. I had no idea. The Orario Tsuna knew was a peaceful city filled with people walking the streets with smiles on their faces. It was impossible for him to imagine that such a horrific tragedy had occurred just years prior. Did you fight in it too, Finn? I did. It was a battle that could only be described as hell. The seniors who taught me what it meant to be an adventurer lost their lives in that conflict. Finn. At the cost of tremendous sacrifices, we emerged victorious. Soon after, an adventurer known as the Gale destroyed the Evils. And with that, the Dark Age came to an end. Having finished his story, Finn looked up at the ceiling of the cavern, his thoughts lingering on the comrades he had lost. I apologize. That got rather dark. No, it's okay. I think I understand, at least a little. There were people I couldn't protect either. I see. Suna looked up at the ceiling as well. The faces of Uni and Gamma, lives he had failed to save in the future, flashed through his mind. Finn didn't press him for details. I've rambled on a bit, but the point is, if humanity fails to slay the Black Dragon, we have no future. If that happens, my dream of reviving my race will turn to ash. That is why I need strength far greater than what I have now. Realizing that the people of this world were facing the very real threat of human extinction, Suna found himself at a loss for words. And to restore my race, there is one more thing I absolutely must do. Something you have to do. Find a bride. A bride. Suna let out a yelp of surprise. He hadn't expected the conversation to suddenly pivot to marriage. I know it's jarring to bring this up after such a grim story, but I am entirely serious. What do you mean? Simply put, I need an heir. Someone to keep the light of our race burning. Even if I achieve fame and my name is known across the world, it will only last for an instant. That alone isn't enough to keep the Prums inspired for generations. I don't belong to a long-lived race like the elves. Ultimately, I need a successor to carry on into the next era, and it is preferable that they inherit my blood. So you want your children to inherit your will for the sake of your race's future glory. Exactly. However, my partner must be a Prum like me. Not a half-blood but a pure Prum. But it can't just be anyone. What our race lacks right now is courage. I need a partner who possesses that lost bravery. You'd go that far for your race. That is my resolve. So I wanted to ask, do you know any Prums who might meet my criteria? Ah, no. I don't actually know any Prums at all. I see. If you ever find one, please let me know. I've already gotten Loki's permission, so it doesn't matter if she belongs to another familia. Age doesn't matter either. Though considering I'm over 40, the real question is whether anyone would even want me. 40. Suna's eyes bugged out. Seriously? You don't look anywhere near 40. When someone is engraved with fauna and continuously ranks up, their body becomes resistant to aging, prolonging their prime. Did Goddess Hestia not tell you? No, that's the first I'm hearing of it. I see. Well, never mind. Anyway, if you find a suitable Prum, just let me know. That's all. Oh, okay. Suna nodded in agreement, but the sheer shock of Finn being in his 40s simply refused to fade. I only meant to talk for a moment, but this dragged on. We should get some rest for tomorrow. Yeah. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 37, New Skill. 1,349 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 37, New Skill. The expedition to conquer the 59th floor finally began. We move out. With the 59th floor briefing concluded, Finn signaled the start without another word. The vanguard consisted of Bet and Tiona, the middle guard held Suna, Ace, Mafia, and Finn, and the rear guard was anchored by Gareth and Riveria. Supporters carrying weapons and items were strategically positioned within the formation. Currently, Suna's group was marching through the Ashwood, the connecting route between the 50th and 51st floors. No idle chatter from here on out. All hands prepare for battle. As they broke through the Ashwood, a massive crater revealed itself. The slope was so sheer it was practically a cliff. Down below, countless monstrous eyes floated eerily in the pitch-black abyss. Beyond this point was the 51st floor. Unusually for the deep floors, the 51st through 57th floors reverted to the labyrinth-style structure of the upper levels. However, the scale was incomparably vaster than anything above. Tiona. At Finn's command, Bet and Tiona leaped off the cliff, plunging straight into the swarm of monsters. Bet's metal boots, Floss Vert, and Tiona's massive greatsword effortlessly kicked and cleaved the monsters apart. Advance along the primary route as planned. Stay on high alert for the enhanced species. With Finn's orders, Suna and the rest pressed forward without stopping, slaughtering monsters as they marched. The spawn rate was staggering, completely eclipsing the previous floors. Even now, they were surrounded on all sides by rhino-type monsters called black rhinos and massive arachnids known as deformous spiders, but the expedition's momentum never stuttered. The monsters are a lot stronger here, and the spawn frequency is insane. This is going to be a pain. Agreed. This is definitely going to break a few bones. You two say that, but you aren't even breaking a sweat. Raoul couldn't hide his astonishment. Even though he knew Tsuna and Tsubaki were vastly stronger than him, the casual ease with which they slaughtered the monsters, in a floor Raoul had struggled through countless times, was mind-boggling. By the way, Tsubaki, you're a blacksmith. Why are you so strong? You gotta test your weapons, right? I just kept diving deeper, hacking and slashing to see if my gear held up. Guess I just got strong along the way. That's amazing. Suna had finally asked the question that had been bugging him, but the answer was so unexpectedly blunt that he didn't quite know how to react. Incoming. The new species. At Tiona's shout, the caterpillar-type monsters Finn had warned them about appeared ahead. Formation shift. Tiona, fall back. Tiona immediately dropped back to the middle guard, swapping places with Ace, who stepped up to the vanguard. Tempest. Ace. Give it here. Wind. Ace completed her chant, cloaking her body and weapon in a fierce armor of wind. She swung desperate toward Bet in a sweeping arc. Bet's metal boots instantly absorbed Ace's spell, wrapping his legs in a violent gale. His Floss Vert possessed a unique property: they could absorb magic and sheath the boots in the stolen spell. Aura. Ha! Bet unleashed a storm of sword slashes and wind-clad kicks, while Ace decimated the new species with Godspeed strikes from her wind-enchanted Desperate. During the last expedition, the Loki Familia had been driven into a corner when the caterpillar's corrosive acid destroyed their weapons. But this time, they had come prepared with Durandal weapons. The tables had turned, and they were the ones cornering the new species. Can I move up to the front? Yes. Permission granted. Tsuna asked Finn for permission to advance. Sensing Tsuna had a plan, Finn allowed it. Tsuna pulled his hands back, igniting his flames in a reverse thrust to fly at low altitude straight toward the caterpillar swarm. Hyper Extreme. From his low altitude glide, Tsuna launched himself upward in a tight spiral. A massive tornado of flames erupted around him. The caterpillars caught inside were incinerated without resistance, entirely consumed by the destructive heat of the dying wolf flames. A tornado of fire. Amazing. Tioni and Mafia watched, mesmerized by the blazing cyclone. After generating the tornado, Suna flipped and landed upside down, sticking to the ceiling of the cavern. Closed light. Freezing earth. Blow, 3 harsh winters. My name is Alf. All hands, fall back. Riveria's chant echoed from the rear guard. Finn barked a retreat order to ensure no one was caught in the blast. Ace and Bet instantly dove into a side tunnel, while Tsuna remained crouched upside down on the ceiling. Win Fimbulvetter. A violent blizzard exploded from Riveria, howling through the corridor. The caterpillars were flash-frozen, instantly reduced to statues of ice. Without missing a beat, Tsuna, Bet, and Ace shattered the frozen statues, obliterating them completely. That's incredible. Tsuna muttered, looking at the frozen dungeon. Because they had been traveling in a massive group up until the 50th floor, Riveria had restricted herself to low-tier, low-impact spells. This was the first time Tsuna had witnessed the true, unbridled power of the 9 Hell. You're the incredible one. Setting up the perfect environment for Riveria to chant, while simultaneously easing Gareth's burden. Ha! Lafia looked confused, not grasping the meaning behind Finn's words. By clearing out the front lines with that fire tornado, you created a wall that prevented the reinforcements in the back from advancing, while also blocking their corrosive acid from raining down on us. That bought Riveria the environment she needed to focus entirely on her chant. And because of that, Gareth only had to focus on defending her from the enemies attacking our rear. Am I wrong? He moved to the vanguard for Lady Riveria's sake. In the middle of all that chaos, Lafia was dumbfounded. In this uncharted 51st floor, where the monsters' strength, numbers, and spawn rates were entirely different from anything they had faced, Tsuna wasn't just fighting, he was orchestrating the battlefield to protect his allies. Though Riveria is a mage capable of concurrent chanting, she can cast her spells even with enemies right in her face. Plus, with Gareth guarding her, the chances of her spell failing were essentially zero. I doubt you didn't notice that, Finn added. You never know what's going to happen in the dungeon. It's better to raise the success rate, even just a little. Right? I suppose not. Tsuna's logic was sound, so Finn didn't argue further. Suddenly, the walls began to shift. A massive horde of monsters burst forth, a monster party, just like the one that had occurred on the 27th floor. All hands, prepare for X-Thrower. Before Finn could even issue the command, Tsuna stepped forward with his left foot and thrust his right hand out. A concentrated beam of flames blasted forward, incinerating the entire horde in a fraction of a second. I was going to say prepare for battle, but it seems that wasn't necessary. Finn muttered, dropping his hand. Gahahaha. The boy just stole your job, Finn. Gareth roared with laughter, highly amused by the captain's stolen thunder. Still, between that tornado attack earlier, and the one just now, you certainly have a wide arsenal of techniques. Alicia noted. The tornado is a move I already had. But that last one was something I just thought of. Alicia let out a shocked cry, realizing he had literally just invented the technique he used to wipe out the horde. The rest of the party looked equally stunned. Thank you, Riveria. Seeing your magic just now gave me the idea for this move. Tsuna had drawn inspiration from Riveria's piercing blizzard, when Fimbulvetter, to create the concentrated beam of X-Thrower. He sincerely thanked the High Elf, but Riveria, still processing the sheer absurdity of his combat adaptability, could only offer a vague nod. Just how far are you going to shatter my expectations, Tsuna? Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters, patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 38, Dragon's Pot Dystopia. 1,280 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 38, Dragon's Pot, Dystopia. Breaking through the 51st floor, the party finally arrived at the stairs leading down to the 52nd. Consider this the absolute limit for resupplying, Finn warned those who hadn't ventured this deep before. Let's go. With Finn's command, the party descended the stairs into the 52nd floor. Avoid combat whenever possible. Just repel the monsters and keep moving. At Finn's order, the expedition rushed through the 52nd floor at a pace even faster than their blitz through the 51st. What is this? The moment they stepped onto the 52nd floor, Suna's hyper-intuition flared violently, picking up a deeply unsettling anomaly from below. Then, a distant, thunderous roar rumbled from deep within the earth. Ruin. The second he heard the roars, Finn screamed. The party accelerated to a dead sprint. Something's coming. Suna yelled, his hyper-intuition screaming danger. Change course. The instant Suna shouted, Finn relayed the order. Bet, leading the vanguard, sharply veered into a side tunnel, the rest of the party diving in right behind him. Then it happened. Boom. An unfathomably massive pillar of fire erupted from the ground beneath them, shattering the floor and piercing straight through the ceiling into the 51st floor. Any monster caught in the blast was instantly reduced to ash. But it wasn't just one. More pillars of fire erupted from different points across the floor. In a matter of seconds, the previously quiet 52nd floor had been transformed into a blistering hellscape. A bombardment from the lower floors. Suna realized immediately that the monsters below were bombarding them. The Valgang dragons lurking on the 58th floor had sensed their arrival, and were firing massive artillery spheres of flame upward to eradicate any intruders. This was why the 52nd floor was known as the Dragon's Pot. Natsu. Growling. Roar. In the midst of the apocalyptic inferno, Suna drew Natsu from his ring. The little lion stood his ground and unleashed a deafening roar down the shaft of the fire pillar. Natsu's Rugato del Cielo collided with the blast, harmonizing with the surrounding stone, and rapidly petrifying the rising flames. It's not enough. The petrified flames were instantly shattered. The artillery fire was coming from the 58th floor. Before the petrification could travel all the way down, the sheer volume and continuous force of the Valgang dragon's barrage pulverized the stone, and surged upward, plunging the 52nd floor back into a fiery hell. Even Suna grimaced, realizing that trying to counteract the sheer mass of the bombardment was futile. Take the west route. Judging that even Suna couldn't suppress the artillery, Finn commanded them to abandon the main route. The party sprinted down the wide, labyrinthine corridors with everything they had. What kind of nightmare is this floor? So this is what Raoul meant. Suna had maintained his composure until now, but the sheer absurdity of the environment was beginning to test his nerves. Dodge. Gareth, guarding the rear, shouted a warning. A thick strand of spider silk shot out from a side tunnel, aiming straight for Raoul. But the young adventurer hadn't noticed. Raoul. Lafia, running just behind him, forcefully shoved Raoul, backpack and all, out of the way. Her push saved his life, but the deformous spider's web wrapped around Lafia's wrist instead. She was yanked into the air, screaming as the massive arachnid opened its mandibles to devour her. Before its jaws could snap shut, a pillar of fire erupted from below, taking the deformous spider point blank and obliterating it. Though spared from being eaten, the spider's death severed the web. With nothing anchoring her, Lafia plummeted straight down the massive, 6-floor-deep hole created by the fire pillar. Seeing her fall, Tioni, and Bet dove into the abyss without a second thought. No way. That bastard. But as the three of them looked down, they saw Tsuna already plummeting past them. He was diving faster than any of them, his speed leaving them in absolute shock. Grab on. Why yes. Suna reached his left hand out toward Mafia, and she reached back. Their fingers locked and Suna halted her freefall. Are you okay? Thank you so much. Mafia had been prepared for death. Tears pricked the corners of her eyes as overwhelming relief washed over her. Another one's coming. Her relief was short-lived. Suna's hyper-intuition flared again. Another Valgang Dragon artillery shell was rocketing up the shaft. Catch. Wait, Whoa. Knowing neither of them would survive a direct hit in midair, Suna forcefully hurled Mafia upward toward Tiona. Mafia shrieked, entirely unprepared to be thrown, and Tiona gasped in surprise before frantically catching the elf midair. Cambio forma. Modo attacco. Gao. Suna commanded Natsu to shift into his offensive cambio forma. The little lion dissolved into brilliant light, wrapping around Suna's right arm. Maitina di Vongola Primo. The gauntlet on Suna's right hand transformed. The Maitina di Vongola Primo, a legendary weapon said to mirror the gauntlet Vongola Primo wore when he focused all his flames into a single, ultimate strike. It's coming. TCH. At Tiona's shout, a massive fireball surged up from the depths, illuminating the shaft in a blinding crimson light. Tiona and Bet readied their weapons, desperate to figure out a way to deflect it. Big Bang Axle. Suna thrust his right fist straight downward at the incoming inferno. A hypercondensed sphere of sky flames erupted from the gauntlet, rocketing down the shaft. It slammed into the Valgang Dragon's artillery shell, and completely tore through it, shattering the enemy fire into harmless sparks. He pierced it. You've gotta be kidding me. He had met an artillery blast capable of blowing through 6 dungeon floors head-on, and completely overpowered it. Suddenly, massive dark purple dragons emerged from the walls of the shaft beneath them. Ill wyverns. Monsters native to the deep floors that nested in the vertical drops, waiting to ambush adventurers falling down the holes created by the Valgang dragons. Gairar. But the power of Tsuna's Big Bang Axle hadn't diminished in the slightest. The blast swallowed the ill wyverns whole, annihilating them instantly as it continued its descent. The power of this move has gone up too. Suna realized his output had drastically increased since receiving Fauna. He didn't just obliterate a Valgang dragon's blast, he wiped out a flock of ill wyverns with it. Just how much firepower is packed into that strike? Bet stared in utter disbelief. Unstoppable, Suna's attack continued plummeting, vaporizing every ill wyvern in its path. Jaya Warg. Suna's blast slammed into the massive Valgang dragon that had fired the shot, instantly obliterating its body. The shockwave didn't stop there, it blew a massive crater straight through the 58th floor. The shaft. I'm going to drop all the way down and take out the monsters firing the artillery. It'll make it easier for Finn and the others to push through the 52nd floor. You guys cool with that? Suna called out as they continued their freefall. You don't have to tell me twice. Yup. I'm in. It's our best option. Knowing that neutralizing the artillery was the only way to secure the 52nd floor, Suna relayed his tactical assessment midair. Bet Tiona and Tioni immediately agreed. He's just like the captain. He had instantly taken charge, uniting the famously eccentric and stubborn executives of the Loki Familia without a hint of hesitation. Looking at Suna, Mafia saw shades of Finn Dame. Let's go. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters, patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 39, Beam, Loose. 1947 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 39, Beam, Loose. Utilizing the massive hole carved out by the Valgang dragons, Suna and the others plummeted straight down to the 58th floor. There they are. A few minutes into the descent, the ground of the 58th floor finally came into view. Suna ignited his flames, accelerating his fall to scout the area, touching down first. So those are. In his line of sight were 6 massive Valgang dragons, surrounded by dozens of other monsters. Despite it being his first time seeing them, Suna instantly recognized the Crimson Dragons as the beasts responsible for blowing holes all the way up to the 52nd floor. A moment later, Bet and Tiona slammed into the ground behind him. Rain down and burn the barbarians. You guys, fall back. Tioni landed last, carrying Mafia, who was already halfway through her chant. A massive magic circle expanded across the floor beneath her. Understanding exactly what was coming, Bet and Tiona immediately bolted for safety. Unfamiliar with Lafia's magic but trusting the executive's reactions, Suna followed right behind them. Fusillade Fallerica. Lafia screamed her spell. Countless small magic circles materialized in the air above, unleashing a torrential downpour of fire arrows. Lafia possessed the rare skill Fairy Cannon, which drastically amplified her offensive magic. The fact that she had been chosen for the 59th floor expedition despite being only level 3 was largely due to this very skill. The bombardment of fire arrows relentlessly rained down, obliterating monsters of all sizes. Even the Valgang dragons couldn't escape the blast radius, though their incredibly tough scales prevented the arrows from piercing completely. That's some serious firepower. Watching the 58th floor turn into a scorched wasteland blanketed in smoke, Suna was genuinely impressed by Lafia's destructive capabilities. Compared to Mr. Tsunayoshi's flames, my magic is nothing. It's not just about raw power. It's the range and the sheer volume. Range and volume. I can do wide area attacks, but I'm not really built for it. And firing off a barrage of that many projectiles is impossible for me. In that regard, you're way ahead of me. To be praised so openly by someone leagues above her made Lafia blush, a small spark of pride swelling in her chest. Oh. This ain't the time for a chat. Incoming. Bet roared as the smoke cleared. One of the Valgang dragons let out a deafening howl, signaling the start of the battle to its kin. All 6 colossal dragons turned and charged simultaneously. Then it happened. Something plummeted from the ceiling, violently crushing one of the Valgang dragons' heads. A massive crater formed in the ground, and a shockwave rattled the entire 58th floor. Still alive, you fledglings? It was Gareth. The dwarf had just skydived straight onto a dragon's skull. The entire party stood frozen, completely bewildered by his sudden, physics-defying entrance. Enraged by the death of their kin, the remaining Valgang dragons swarmed the dwarf. Gareth flipped his cape back and readied the heavy axes in both hands. In a flash, he closed the distance on the nearest dragon, swinging his blades to sever one of its massive legs. The beast roared and collapsed onto its stomach. Then, inexplicably, Gareth dropped his axes. He marched over to the downed dragon's tail and grabbed it with both hands. This is bad. Everyone, get away from him. Suna immediately understood what the dwarf was about to do and leaped backward. Seeing his genuine panic, Bet and the others didn't ask questions and sprinted away. Oh. Gripping the tail, Gareth let out a thunderous battle cry. To everyone's sheer disbelief, the colossal Valgang dragon began to lift off the ground. Gareth started spinning in a circle, swinging the multi-ton dragon through the air. No. Using the massive beast as a colossal flail, Gareth bulldozed through the monster horde. The Valgang dragon's scales were so hard they had withstood Lafia's magic, but coupled with Gareth's unfathomable, abnormal strength, the dragon became a devastating weapon of mass destruction. Every monster it struck was instantly reduced to ash. Fly away. Building up maximum momentum, Gareth let go. The Valgang dragon became a crimson missile, bowling over dozens of monsters before slamming violently into the far wall of the 58th floor. What kind of monstrous strength is that? Suna knew that dwarves were naturally gifted with physical power far surpassing other races, but this was entirely off the charts. He was completely dumbfounded. And he wasn't alone, even bet Tiona, and Tioni stared at the older executive in shock. I need a barrel of dwarven fire spirit right about now. Gareth panted, his shoulders heaving from the absurd exertion. Honestly, if we just have Mr. Gareth, do we even need anyone else? Lafia mumbled. Don't talk nonsense. You think I can pull a ridiculous stunt like that 2 or 3 times in a row? Gareth grumbled, picking his axes back up. Look at you lot. Where's all that rebellious energy gone? Hurry up and support your elders. Who the hell's gonna coddle an old geezer like you? Bet spat, snapping out of his daze. I won't lose to you, old man. Tiona cheered. I really don't think I'm cut out for leadership if this is what I have to live up to, Tioni sighed. Provoked by Gareth, the 3 executives quickly regained their fighting spirit. Suddenly, a massive swarm of the new caterpillar species poured out from the tunnel leading to the 57th floor. Those new bugs again. That's not all. Gareth noticed the caterpillars, but Suna pointed toward the massive holes in the walls. More ill wyverns and Valgang dragons were beginning to spawn. They just keep coming. I was planning to hold out here until Finn, and the others arrived anyway, so it doesn't change much. What floor is this? Gareth asked. Having jumped down in a panic to save Lafia, Suna hadn't actually kept track. This is the 58th floor, Gareth answered his own question. Then it's going to be a while before Finn gets here. Exactly. We hold the line until then. The horde of monsters fanned out, surrounding Suna's group in a wide circle before charging from all directions. Drop dead, you trash. Ora Ea. Here I go. Bet Tioni and Tiona scattered, intercepting the multidirectional assault and tearing through the incoming monsters. But then... the monsters. They're eating each other. Suna watched in horror as the new caterpillar species began devouring the other monsters, specifically targeting their magic stones, with clear, predatory intent. Those new bugs are highly reactive to magic stones and magical energy, Gareth warned. So using magic or magic swords is out of the question. That's a pain. Fighting off the caterpillars and the monsters trying to flee from being eaten, Suna quickly processed Gareth's warning. Just dealing with their corrosive acid was a nightmare, but not being able to use magic safely made them a natural enemy to adventurers. If you attacked closely, they sprayed acid that melted your weapons. If you attacked from afar with magic, they locked onto your mana and swarmed you. Natsu. Growling. Roar. Suna reverted Natsu from the gauntlet to his animal form, and had him unleash Rugato del Cielo. The roar washed over the horde, petrifying dozens of monsters in its path. However, it couldn't catch the flying ill wyverns, nor the monsters flanking them from behind. Not good enough. Why? Tiona shouted in surprise. He had just instantly petrified a massive chunk of the horde, how could he be dissatisfied? While Natsu's Rugato del Cielo was incredibly powerful, it couldn't be used while Natsu was in his cambio forma states. Suna knew he couldn't rely solely on his box weapon. If a similar situation arose later, he needed a way to handle it himself. Let's test this out. The image of Lafia's torrential fire arrows flashed in his mind. Suna raised his right hand, pointing his index finger straight up. He focused his sky flames entirely into the tip of his finger. X-laser. A highly compressed, razor-thin beam of flames shot from his fingertip, piercing straight through the wing of an ill wyvern high above. Stripped of its ability to fly, the dragon plummeted, crashing heavily into the petrified monsters below and shattering them to pieces. Clever boy. Gareth immediately understood the tactic. By deliberately aiming for the wing instead of a lethal shot, Suna had used the dragon's massive falling weight to crush the petrified horde on the ground. I just have to shatter the magic stones inside them. The monsters of the dungeon possessed magic stones that acted as their hearts. While destroying the stone meant they couldn't harvest it for money, it guaranteed an instant kill. X-laser. Pointing his finger like a gun, Suna unleashed a rapid-fire barrage of laser-thin flames. He sniped the magic stones, the critical weak points, with absolute, terrifying precision. The monsters burst into ash one after another. The compressed beams were so powerful they punched through the first target and pierced the ones standing behind them. This works perfectly. It allowed him to snipe the new species from a safe distance, and by narrowing the flames, the piercing power far exceeded that of X-Thrower. Suna was certain this new technique would be vital moving forward. Thanks to your magic earlier, I was able to come up with a new move. Thank you. Huh. Me. Mafia shrieked, utterly flabbergasted. She hadn't expected her spell to be the inspiration behind Suna's devastating new attack. By analyzing her magic, Suna had figured out how to shape his flames into high-penetration arrows. He did it again, in the middle of this mess. What kind of ironclad nerves does this guy have? Normally, arriving at an uncharted deep floor stripped an adventurer of any composure, leaving them desperate just to survive. Yet Suna not only maintained his cool, he actively observed, learned, invented a new technique, and flawlessly executed it. Bet and Tioni were genuinely appalled by his limitless adaptability. Does his growth accelerate based on the strength of his enemies? He had already been growing at an abnormal rate, but ever since entering the 51st floor, he wasn't just getting stronger, he was actively creating new techniques mid-battle. Gareth realized that the more extreme the danger, the sharper Suna's fangs became. Then, a voice echoed through the 58th floor. Win Fimblevetra. A massive blizzard swept through the cavern, freezing the remaining monsters solid into ice statues. A moment later, a figure casually blurred past the frozen beasts. It's over. It was Ace. Muttering a single sentence, she calmly sheathed desperate. The moment her sword clicked into its scabbard, the frozen statues shattered into a million pieces. Miss Ace. Riveria. The party that had been separated on the 52nd floor was finally reunited. Mafia and Tiona cheered with joy. Don't drop your guard. There are still monsters. No. It seems there is no need for that. What? Riveria tried to reprimand the cheering girls, but Finn shook his head and pointed toward Suna. X-Laser. Suna casually sniped the magic stone of the very last straggler, reducing it to dust. X-Laser didn't just boast immense penetration power, the casting time was virtually zero. As long as he had the precision to snipe the magic stone in a single shot, he could wipe out a battlefield in seconds. So it seems. Confirming the area was clear, Riveria finally lowered her staff. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 40, 59th Floor Destination. 1,182 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 40, 59th Floor Destination. Having cleared the 58th floor, Suna and the others tended to their wounds and replenished their mana with potions, taking a short break before breaching the 59th floor. And then, Suna's flames just totally punched right through the Valgang dragon's fire. Tiona animatedly recounted the events of their freefall to the rest of the group. Those who hadn't witnessed it stood with their jaws unhinged, utterly speechless. Currently, Suna was hovering in the air to keep a lookout for any irregulars, while Ace, Bet and Tiona kept watch on the ground. He can produce flames that surpass a Valgang dragon's artillery. Just how many times is he going to leave us completely stunned? I have a feeling he's going to shock us even more before this is over. Listening to Tiona, even the seasoned veterans, Gareth, Riveria, and Finn, couldn't hide their astonishment. He also invented a new technique down here, Gareth added. The one he used just now. But he developed it during the short time we were separated. I also realized something else. The stronger his opponents, the more his growth rate spikes. So that's why he was able to birth a new technique in such a dire situation. They finally understood. The reason Suna had developed new skills between the 52nd and 58th floors was entirely because the enemies pushed him to his absolute limits. It's shocking, sure, but considering we have no idea what awaits us below, it's incredibly reassuring, Tsubaki noted casually, running a whetstone down the edge of her blade. Finn looked up at Suna floating in the air. Just who in the world are you? It was a question he had harbored since he first saw Suna fight, but witnessing this impossible growth made the curiosity burn even stronger. 10 minutes later, Finn called everyone together and began final preparations to enter the 59th floor. What's wrong, Finn? Did you notice something? As the others got ready, Suna noticed Finn staring at the entrance to the 59th floor with a deeply troubled expression. According to the Zeus Familia's records, the floor beyond this point should be a glacier territory. Right, the place with freezing glacial rivers that slow your movements and a frigid cold that saps your stamina, correct? Tioni asked. That's exactly it. A glacier territory, huh? Sounds like it'll make moving a pain. Suna frowned. Based on Finn and Tioni's conversation, the upcoming battle was going to severely restrict their physical capabilities. Suna had zero experience fighting life-or-death battles in sub-zero environments. Furthermore, for a fighter who relied on hyperspeed mobility, extreme cold was a natural enemy. No worries. We brought salamander wool for cold resistance. Raoul cheerfully assured him, pulling a thick crimson cloth from his backpack. A terrifying cold capable of freezing the movements of first-class adventurers. Then why hasn't a single draft of cold air reached us, even though we're standing right at the entrance? Finn muttered. Ah. Suna instantly understood why Finn had been staring at the tunnel with such dread. You think something's up? I don't know. But I highly doubt the Zeus Familia exaggerated their reports. While Bet and Gareth finished their preparations, they glared at the dark tunnel. The tension was palpable. They were already on edge about diving into an uncharted floor, but realizing the environment itself had inexplicably changed only spiked their anxiety. Sea Captain, what should we do? Raoul asked, his voice trembling slightly. Finn rubbed his thumb, it was throbbing with an intense premonition. He made his choice. Leave the salamander wool. All hands, we move out in 3 minutes. The 3 minutes passed, and the expedition stepped into the connecting corridor leading down to the 59th floor. It's not cold at all. It's actually humid. Instead of freezing air, the tunnel was thick with heavy moisture. Tiona and Mafia were already sweating. Is it possible the dungeon's environment changes randomly? No. What likely awaits us is an unknown that not even the gods have laid eyes upon. Suna had no real basis to counter Finn's intuition, but Finn was absolutely certain Suna's guess was wrong. The exit of the tunnel appeared. The party stepped into the 59th floor. Everyone froze, completely speechless. There were no frozen rivers. There was no glacier territory. Instead, a sprawling, vibrant, colossal jungle stretched out before them. Echoing through the dense foliage were sickening, wet chewing sounds and high-pitched shrieks. Advance. Cutting through the collective shock, Finn issued a single command. The party forced their legs to move. They walked for several minutes before the dense trees suddenly cleared, opening into a massive clearing. What is that? Tiona gasped, her face twisting in horror. Swarming the area were countless numbers of the new caterpillar species and man-eating flowers. And towering in the center of the horde was a monstrous entity, a massive plant with a lower body of roots and petals, and the upper torso of a woman. A jewel-type female monster. Is that a Titan Aram acting as a parasite? Jewel? Finn and Riveria's terminology went over Tsuna's head. The Titan Aram, known as the corpse flower, was a monster notorious for indiscriminately devouring everything in its path, be it adventurer or fellow monster. The female torso of the flower extended vine-like tongues, snatching the magic stones from the surrounding monsters and absorbing them into its body. This is bad. It's an enhanced species. Finn and Bet cursed, realizing the Titan Aram was gorging on magic stones to rapidly evolve. An enhanced species was an irregular anomaly, a monster that had cannibalized its kin to gain power far exceeding its base species, functioning much like a monster party in its unpredictability. No. Suna whispered, his face pale. Ha! It's not that thing. The one powering up is something else. What the hell are you babbling about? Bet snapped, irritated by Suna's sudden panic. Suna wasn't looking at the Titan Aram, his hyper-intuition was screaming in absolute terror at something else hidden within it. Suddenly, the female torso of the Titan Aram swelled with a sickening, squelching sound. The original torso split open, and from within it birthed a stunningly beautiful woman with green skin and long, flowing green hair. The newly birthed woman let out a cry of joy. But it wasn't a normal shout, it was a devastating sonic wave that threatened to rupture their eardrums. Suna and the others instantly clapped their hands over their ears. The entity continued to mutate, its lower half erupting into a massive array of colossal petals and writhing tentacles. No way. Ace! Amidst the deafening scream, Ace was the only one who didn't cover her ears. She stood completely paralyzed, staring blankly at the entity. Suna immediately noticed her abnormal reaction. The newly born monster spoke. The word it shrieked was a name. A spirit. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 41, Despair. 2,792 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 41, Despair. Ace had dubbed the newly born female entity a spirit. There's no doubt about it. This is it. Even before the monstrous body had finished its transformation, Suna's hyper-intuition had been screaming at him, warning him of an impending, dreadful premonition. Now, looking at the entity before them, he understood exactly what his instincts had been reacting to. I missed you. I missed you. Won't you become one with me too? The spirit, initially crying out in jubilation, abruptly changed her demeanor the moment she laid eyes on Ace. She began to frolic with the innocent, unhinged glee of a child. Ace froze in place as if bound by invisible chains, while the rest of the vanguard turned to look back at her. Let me eat you. The corners of the spirit's mouth twisted upward into a grotesque smile. Instantly, the massive caterpillar types and the man-eating flowers that had been offering up their magic stones turned in unison. As if bound to her every whim, they began to march toward Suna and the others. At the exact same time, a thick, pulsating wall of green flesh erupted, completely sealing off the corridor that led back up the dungeon. Their only route of escape was severed. All hands. Prepare for battle. Finn roared. His commanding voice sliced through the rising panic. Shocked by the continuous chain of irregular events and the realization that they were trapped, the adventurers snapped back to reality and drew their weapons. I'm pushing forward too. Gareth bellowed. It's the same old crap we always do. I'm gonna slaughter M. Bet snarled. Gareth and Bet were the first to charge the vanguard. Weaving through the showers of highly corrosive acid, they swung their Durandal weapons with lethal precision, obliterating the caterpillars and man-eating flowers in their path. X-laser. Suna provided cover fire from behind, utilizing the piercing flame technique he had perfected on the 58th floor. He didn't just fire randomly, he carefully picked his targets, sniping the magic stones of the approaching monsters to carve a clear path for Gareth and Bet to advance. Mafia, target the female humanoid and start your chant. Raoul, cover Ace and the others with the magic swords. You understood? Yes, sir. Though still trembling from the residual tension, Mafia tightly gripped her staff and began her incantation. Raoul and the supporters ignited their magic swords, unleashing volleys of fire. The immediate area was swallowed by roaring explosions, allowing Ace and the rest of the front line to rapidly eradicate the approaching horde. Standing around and watching the show ain't really my style, either. Tsubaki had joined this expedition primarily as a blacksmith to maintain their weapons, but she was still a first-class level 5 adventurer. Drawing her longsword, she leapt into the fray, cleanly slicing through the encroaching man-eating flowers. Foo-foo. Despite the fierce resistance, the spirit wasn't the least bit agitated. If anything, she seemed to be thoroughly enjoying the massacre. Suddenly, a countless array of thick, writhing plant tentacles erupted from her lower half, shooting straight toward Suna and the vanguard. Launched from 100 meters away, they crossed the distance in the blink of an eye with terrifying velocity. It's heavy. Tiona and Tioni swung their weapons down with all their might to intercept the incoming vines. However, even with the combined monstrous strength of the Amazonas twins, they couldn't cut through. Instead, the sheer kinetic force of the impact reverberated painfully up their arms. Natsu. From above, Natsu unleashed a roar toward the tentacles. Bathed in the sky flames roar, the tentacles succumbed to the trait of harmony, their unnatural density and strength rapidly assimilating into that of ordinary flora. But then, she has regeneration too. Before Natsu's roar could completely neutralize the vines, the spirit ruthlessly amputated her own tentacles. In mere seconds, fresh, violent vines sprouted from the severed stumps. She was an anomaly, a monster possessing not only the intellect to converse, but the tactical reasoning to sacrifice her own limbs to avoid a debuff. She didn't panic when her attack was neutralized, she simply analyzed the information and adapted. What is this? My thumb is. Suna's hyper-intuition flared violently, at the exact same moment Finn's thumb began to throb. Both of them sensed an overwhelming threat rapidly approaching. Hold your chant, Finn ordered. Finn. Riveria looked at him, confused. Standard tactical doctrine dictated that mages should begin chanting the moment the vanguard secured enough time. Being told to stop in the middle of a life-or-death struggle felt inherently wrong. My thumb is throbbing relentlessly. Something is coming. What's coming? Understanding that an unprecedented attack was imminent, Finn and Suna scrutinized the spirit, their minds racing to predict her next move. Come, fire. A chant. To the absolute horror of everyone present, the spirit began to speak an incantation. A colossal magic circle expanded beneath her lower half. Ace's eyes widened in sheer disbelief, and the blood drained from the faces of every adventurer in the room. Magic was the crystallization of mortal wisdom. For monsters, beasts driven purely by instinct and a hunger to slaughter mankind, acquiring such a technique was supposed to be fundamentally impossible. X-laser. Suna acted instantly, rapidly firing a barrage of concentrated flame lasers straight at the spirit to interrupt her chant. It's not working. The massive, thick petals adorning the spirit's lower body snapped shut, entirely engulfing her form. The lasers struck the floral armor and dissipated harmlessly. Suna gritted his teeth in frustration. He couldn't even leave a scratch, let alone stop her magic. Riveria. Put up a barrier. Realizing the worst-case scenario had arrived, they couldn't stop her chant. Finn shouted his orders. Her face pale with urgency, Riveria immediately began her own incantation. Fire a volley. Fusillade Fallerica. Raoul and the supporters unleashed their magic swords, while Lafia unleashed the same wide-area fire magic that had incinerated the monster swarms on the 58th floor. The combined bombardment of hundreds of flame arrows and magic sword blasts slammed into the spirit. A deafening explosion shook the entirety of the 59th floor. But when the smoke cleared... Ha ha. You're telling me that didn't do a damn thing. Tsubaki let out a strained, breathless laugh, her eyes locked on the nightmare before them. The spirit had completely defended against the combined magical assault using nothing but her petal armor. Oh raging, raging, raging vortex of flames. Oh wall of crimson. Oh roar of hellfire. borrow the power of the squall, and close the world. Burning sky, burning earth, burning sea, burning spring, burning mountain, burning life. Turn all to ash and offer the howling roar of anger and grief as the price for the time of my beloved hero. Dance, spirits of the air, lords of light. Weave the protection of the forest and wrap us in the song of the earth. Encircle us. A brilliant jade magic circle materialized at Riveria's feet. The spirit and Riveria were chanting concurrently. However, the spirit was reciting an incantation far longer than Riveria's, and doing so at an utterly terrifying speed. It was a super long chant. A spell that required an extensive verse, far surpassing a standard long chant. The words required were practically endless, but once completed, the resulting magic would yield apocalyptic destruction. We can't even get close to her. Ace and the twins tried to force their way forward to interrupt the spirit, but a chaotic storm of tentacles battered them back, making it impossible to close the distance. If I attack from the air. Suna kicked off the ground, soaring into the sky to close in on the spirit. But the demi-spirit was heavily guarding her aerial airspace as well. A barrage of vines shot upward. Suna ducked, weaved, and spun through the lethal rain of tentacles, steadily pushing forward. A sudden jerk halted his momentum. A tentacle burst from the ground, violently wrapping around his left leg. In his desperation to stop the super long chant, his focus had been entirely fixed forward, leaving his lower guard vulnerable. Before he could react, the vine whipped him through the air, aiming to impale him on a jagged stalagmite. Natsu. Suna tried to use a Ruggito del Cielo to neutralize the tentacle, but the vine violently spun him around, throwing off his aim, before hurling him straight toward the rocky ground. GHK. Thrown with bone-shattering force, Suna twisted his body midair, thrusting both hands backward. He unleashed a massive burst of dying will flames, violently decelerating just inches before he crashed into the earth. I command in the name of the proxy. My given name is the incarnation of the fire spirit, the Queen of Flame. Though Tsuna had narrowly avoided a fatal crash, the countdown to annihilation was steadily ticking down. The spirit's super long chant was reaching its climax. All hands, fall back behind Riveria's barrier. Judging that stopping the chant was now completely impossible, Finn ordered an immediate retreat. The adventurers scrambled frantically, diving behind Riveria. Become a barrier of the great forest's light and protect us. My name is Alf. With those final words, Riveria completed the incantation for the absolute strongest defensive magic in her arsenal. Via Shilheim. The jade magic circle flared brilliantly, and a massive, translucent dome enveloped the entire Loki familia. Firestorm. At almost the exact same second Riveria's barrier deployed, the spirit unleashed her spell, an apocalyptic tsunami of fire that erupted across the floor. The overwhelming wave of sheer heat incinerated the monsters, the dense jungle, the rock formations, everything in its path was instantly reduced to ash. Damn it. If this barrier broke, everyone would die. Riveria gritted her teeth, pouring every ounce of her mental energy into maintaining the spell as the sea of flames crashed against it. But then, the barrier is... A scene of pure despair reflected in their eyes. The ultimate barrier, cast by Aurario's strongest mage, began to spiderweb with fractures. The cracks rapidly spread. They all realized the horrifying truth. Even Riveria's magic wasn't enough to withstand this level of destruction. Cambio forma. In the midst of that overwhelming despair, Suna triggered his box weapons transformation. Exhaust vents attached themselves to his Vongala gear, and his flame voltage spiked exponentially. Wah! Suna stepped forward, grabbing Riveria's left shoulder with his right hand, and violently shoved her backward. Taken completely by surprise, Riveria stumbled back, her eyes wide with shock. In that very same instant, the barrier shattered, and the tsunami of hellfire poured in. Ha-ya! Suna thrust both hands forward, firing an absolute torrent of sky flames from his palms and the exhaust vents. By continuously firing flames backward from his elbows, he anchored his feet to the ground, preventing himself from being blown away by the recoil. He spread the torrent of orange flames outward, creating a massive, swirling dome of his own to shield the others. He was burning through his dying will at an alarming rate, pouring every last drop of his energy into the shield to hold back the spirit's apocalypse. Yoo! Suna let out a furious roar, forcefully elevating his flame voltage even higher. The orange dome solidified, violently clashing against the red flames of the demi-spirit. Seconds felt like hours, but eventually, the massive wave of magic faded, leaving a scorched, smoldering wasteland in its wake. Suna had succeeded in protecting them. We survived. Thanked the gods. Realizing they had narrowly escaped death, Raoul and Alicia collapsed to their knees in relief. Ha! Suna dropped to one knee, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. Blocking a super-long chant of that magnitude had required a terrifying amount of flame energy. Even someone with his stamina was heavily exhausted. Forgive me. I was too weak. No, without your barrier, I wouldn't have been able to protect them. Riveria bitterly apologized for her own inadequacy, having forced Suna to bear the burden. But Suna knew the truth. His flames alone wouldn't have been enough to block the spell entirely if her barrier hadn't softened the blow. We survived the crisis. They were alive, but Finn's expression remained grim. It was a miracle they had taken 0 casualties from a spirit's magic. However, they were still completely unable to even get near her, and their strongest vanguard, Suna, was now heavily depleted. The tactical advantage remained overwhelmingly in the spirit's favor. I need to find the one move that can flip this board. Finn forced his mind to race, desperately trying to formulate a strategy to kill the monster. Then, roar, earth. The spirit began chanting a completely different spell. The adventurers froze. Having just survived a literal brush with death, the realization that a second wave of despair was already coming nearly broke their spirits. Come, 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 shell of the earth. Flash of black iron. Retreat of the stars. Reverse through the contract of creation. Burn the sky, shatter the earth, build a bridge and become one. The descending axe of the heavens, the calamity of destruction. I command in the name of the proxy. My given name is the incarnation of the earth spirit, the queen of earth. Completely indifferent to the despair-crushing Suna and the others, the spirit continued her incantation. Meteor swarm. A colossal magic circle expanded in the subterranean sky, and from it, a massive barrage of flaming meteorites materialized. Protect Raoul and the supporters. Finn screamed the order. In the next second the sky fell. Yowa Aowa. The meteors slammed into the 59th floor, the deafening explosions drowning out the screams of Raoul and the others. The shockwaves violently threw the adventurers through the air, carving massive craters into the scorched earth and burying the entire floor in thick clouds of dust and debris. Ah! God damn it! The bombardment finally ceased. Raoul was hovering on the edge of consciousness, bleeding heavily. Bet was on his hands and knees, his fingers digging into the dirt as he glared murderously at the spirit. Are you okay, Alicia? Lady Riveria. Alicia looked up with tear-filled eyes. Riveria had thrown herself over the young elf, taking the brunt of the impact and suffering severe injuries in the process. You lot still breathing? Mr. Gareth. Gareth forced a bloody, strained grin. Like Riveria, he had used his own massive body as a shield to protect the other supporters, and his armor was completely caved in. The supporters looked on in sheer horror at their battered executives. Miss Ace. Are you okay? Lafia reached out a trembling hand to Ace, who had been blown across the floor. Ace managed a weak nod. She had instantly cast Aerial to wrap herself in wind armor for defense, but the meteors had easily torn right through it. Still breathing. I feel like I'm dying. Tsubaki, her right arm charred black, asked Tioni, who was lying in the dirt beside her. Though on the verge of death, Tioni managed a weak reply, while a supporter desperately poured a potion over her wounds. Looks like I'm still breathing. Confirming he was still alive, Finn forced himself to stand. Finn. Tiona. What's wrong? Despite being just as battered as the rest of them, Tiona ran up to Finn in a complete panic. Finn's blood ran cold. Suna is completely gone. What? Finn's face went pale. The other members couldn't hide their shock either. They frantically scanned the area, but the Sky Flame user was nowhere to be seen. No way. Did he take too many direct hits from the meteors and... The supporters immediately assumed the worst. Suna had been pulverized by the meteor shower, leaving nothing behind. The morale of the entire familia plummeted into the abyss. Damn it. Finn slammed his fist into the ground, screaming in frustration. He had promised Hestia he would bring Suna back alive, and he had failed. No, wait, did he really die? Finn quickly snapped his tactical mind back into focus. It was true that Suna was exhausted from overusing his flames. However, no one had actually seen him die or take a direct hit. It was far too early to conclude he was dead. Don't tell me. Finn instantly shifted his gaze toward the spirit. The thick dust clouds finally began to settle, clearing their line of sight. And there. Ha! Directly in Finn's line of sight, descending from the sky, Suna drove a devastating right straight directly into the spirit's face. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 42, Chapter 42, Full Power. 1893 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 42, Full Power. Suna, who had been presumed dead from the spirit's devastating magic, was very much alive. Ha! He finally broke through her defenses, burying his fist directly into the spirit's face. But... damn it, it's still not enough. Not believing for a microsecond that she could be defeated, the spirit merely stared back with a mocking sneer. Having burned through a massive reserve of his dying will flames to block her super-long chant, Suna knew his physical strikes lacked the power to deal critical damage. Instantly, the spirit's tentacles whipped toward him. Suna kicked off her face, launching himself backward into the air to evade the lethal strike. He slipped through that entire meteor shower. Finn stared in awe, finally realizing exactly how Suna had managed to reach the untouchable spirit. Hearing his realization, the rest of the familia stared up at the sky in pure shock. Until now, the spirit's impenetrable wall of tentacles had made it impossible to even approach her. Combined with the apocalyptic meteor shower, it had been a completely hopeless situation. But Suna had turned that despair to his advantage. He had intentionally dove into the falling meteors, using the chaos and the massive dust clouds as a smokescreen to blind the spirit and close the distance. And he did it just to buy us time to heal. Finn bit his lip so hard it bled, his hands clenching into fists as he understood the sheer weight of Suna's actions. Believing his team would survive the meteor strike, Suna had launched a suicidal charge to draw all of the spirit's aggro onto himself, giving the Loki familia the precious seconds they needed to recover. Drink your potions and heal immediately. Do not let his resolve go to waste. Finn's roar echoed across the battlefield. The adventurers, previously paralyzed by despair, felt a surge of adrenaline upon realizing what Suna was risking for them. They moved with frantic precision, treating their wounds as fast as humanly possible. A massive swarm of tentacles lashed out. In his exhausted state, Suna couldn't even attempt to counterattack. He was barely managing to dodge the relentless onslaught. Pierce forward, Spear of Thunder. I command in the name of the proxy. My given name is the incarnation of the lightning spirit, the Queen of Lightning. Sensing that Suna was significantly weakened, the spirit bypassed her longer spells and immediately began a short chant. Thunder Ray. A mighty thunderbolt forged into a great spear surged forward, hurtling straight toward Suna. Mid-air and unable to maneuver, Suna took the blast head-on. A deafening crack echoed as he was completely swallowed by the explosion, the impact throwing up a massive cloud of dust. A direct hit. No. Mafia and Ace cried out in horror. Seeing Suna eat a high-tier magic attack directly, the despair that had briefly lifted crashed back down upon the familia. A short chant was inherently weaker than a long or super long chant. However, magic scaling depended entirely on the caster. If the caster was a monster of this caliber, even a short chant was a guaranteed fatal blow. For some entities, their shortest spells eclipse the ultimate magic of ordinary mages. Something's wrong. Yet, amidst the panic, Finn narrowed his eyes. Something about the way that spell had connected felt completely unnatural. Ah. Certain that she had finally eradicated the annoying human, the spirit threw her head back and shrieked with triumphant laughter. The spirit abruptly choked on her laughter, her head snapping back toward the crater where her magic had struck. The smoke cleared. Suna stood there. The flames on his Vongala gear and his forehead weren't flickering, they were burning larger and far more intensely than before. My turn, monster. It's Suna. Suna's alive. Tiona cheered wildly, her voice instantly bringing the color back to the rest of the familia's faces. Guhak. In the blink of an eye, Suna vanished from his spot. Before the spirit could even track his movement, he materialized right beneath her and drove a brutal uppercut into her jaw. The impact was so fast she didn't even have time to deploy her petal armor. Her massive upper body violently snapped backward. The spirit stared down in utter bewilderment. Goth. Pivoting perfectly on his heel, Suna unleashed a devastating roundhouse kick. Boosted by centrifugal force, the brutal kick buried itself deep into her flank. The spirit, who had merely sneered when he punched her earlier, contorted in genuine agony. How dare you? She rapidly stabilized her massive body, but Suna swung his right hand, hurling a blinding wave of orange flames directly into her face. Operating purely on instinct, she raised her arms to protect her eyes. Gaha. Using the flames as a blinder, Suna had launched himself high above her. Flipping vertically in the air, he brought his heel crashing down in a brutal axe kick directly onto the crown of her head. The blow rattled her brain, blurring her vision, but she forced herself to stay conscious, immediately lashing out with a barrage of tentacles. But Suna had already vanished, the vines striking nothing but empty air. He hovered upside down high above the 59th floor, staring down at the monster with cold, glowing eyes. That monster is actually hurting. And is it just me, or are Tsunakichi's movements way sharper than before? It's not just you. I don't know how he did it, but he's significantly faster and hitting harder. Don't tell me. Tsubaki and Gareth were stunned by the sudden, dramatic shift in power. Finn, however, realized exactly what had caused it. Freeze like the eternal permafrost, countless blades. I command in the name of the proxy. My given name is the incarnation of the water spirit, the Queen of Water. Realizing Suna was a genuine, lethal threat, the spirit glared up at him, and began rapidly chanting a different short chant. In response, Suna didn't dodge. He simply floated there. He extended his right hand forward, palm out, and brought his left hand close to his chest, palm facing inward. Angling both hands slightly, he connected his thumbs to the side joints of his index fingers, forming a distinct, diamond-shaped gap between his hands. He closed his eyes, and the flames on his hands and forehead began to flicker erratically, pulsing like a failing heartbeat. He's not dodging. What the hell is he thinking? Riveria and Bet stared in utter disbelief as Suna hung defenseless in the air, making absolutely no effort to evade the incoming spell. Hurry, provide cover fire. Do not interfere. Captain. Raoul had already drawn his magic sword to intercept, but Finn sharply barked the order to stand down. Raoul stared at his commander, completely lost. It's fine. Trust him. Captain. Raoul had no idea what Finn was thinking, but recognizing the absolute certainty in his commander's eyes, he lowered his blade. Icicle edge. A magic circle materialized in front of the spirit's mouth, and a colossal, jagged spear of ice shot upward, hurtling straight at Suna. Once again, the spell scored a direct hit. A massive explosion of freezing mist swallowed him whole. But what is that? As the frost dispersed, Suna remained suspended in the air. He was encased in a swirling sphere of absolute cold energy. Suddenly, the sphere contracted, shrinking rapidly until the freezing aura entirely vanished into the palms of his hands. 0-point breakthrough, revised. Instantly, the dying will flames on his hands and forehead erupted into a roaring inferno, burning brighter and purer than ever before. The spirit stared in sheer, unadulterated shock as her magic was completely neutralized. He absorbed the magic and nullified it. No. That's not quite right. What do you mean, Finn? He didn't just absorb and neutralize it. He converted the magical energy into his own physical power. What? Tioni gasped in disbelief, and the rest of the executives were left utterly speechless. Just as I thought. Hestia hadn't told anyone about this particular skill, simply because, much like the blood of Vongala, it was an incredibly rare and abnormal trait. But during his duel with Otter, when Suna had caught the Boaz's massive greatsword, he had attempted to freeze it using the first edition of the 0-point breakthrough. In that moment, his hyper-intuition had sensed a faint, untapped potential. Later, during the fight with the blue crab in the lower floors, he had used the technique again to freeze the monster, solidifying his theory. He had finally unlocked his signature defensive technique. Natsu. At his call, the exhaust vents on his arms vanished, and his right hand transformed, encased entirely in a sleek, metal gauntlet. The orange flames aggressively converged onto the weapon. Her survival instinct screaming, the spirit immediately drew her petals shut, rapidly weaving every remaining tentacle in front of her to form a massive, double-layered biological shield. Burning Axle. Suna thrust his gauntlet forward, unleashing a highly compressed sphere of hypercondensed fire. It was identical to the attack he had used to obliterate the Valgang dragon, but exponentially larger and far more unstable. The roaring fireball tore through the sky and slammed into the spirit's double-layered shield, vaporizing the tentacles instantly and blasting straight through the petals. Jaya. The fireball gouged out a massive chunk of her right flank and lower torso, ripping away flesh and vine. The spirit shrieked in absolute agony. She shifted her body. Suna had aimed that strike directly at where her magic stone should have been. However, the double-layered shield had successfully blocked his line of sight just long enough. Sensing the lethal intent, the spirit had violently twisted her body at the last possible microsecond, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike to her core. Even so, the attack had blown away a massive portion of her body, inflicting grievous damage. Stay away from me. Panicking, the spirit whipped every surviving tentacle wildly at Suna in a desperate frenzy. Reversing his flame propulsion, Suna gracefully weaved backward through the erratic strikes, retreating back to the ground. He landed smoothly next to Finn, while the spirit frantically focused every ounce of her remaining energy on regenerating her missing torso. Are you all right? Yeah. Thanks to you, we had enough time to heal. Good. I'm sorry. I hate to admit it, but we've done nothing but force you to do the impossible. Ashamed of his own powerlessness, Finn sincerely apologized for making Suna bear the entire weight of the battle. Everyone is fully healed. Confirming that the familia was back in fighting shape, Suna turned his gaze back to the agonizing spirit. And so am I. He hadn't thrown himself into the meteor shower just to buy his allies time. He had done it to restore his own depleted flame reserves. He had gambled that by showing the spirit he was weakened and exhausted, she would opt for a faster, slightly weaker short chant rather than another apocalyptic super long chant, one that he could safely absorb with the 0-point breakthrough. Now I can finally fight at full power. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters, patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 43, Hope. 1,161 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative-translations. Chapter 43, Hope. Suna, having fully restored his flames and boosted his power by absorbing the spirit's magic, stood tall. Now I can finally fight at full power. Finn couldn't help but let a fearless smirk cross his face. To think that in this absolute, do-or-die scenario, he would show us growth beyond anything I could have ever imagined. What a truly terrifying man. You say that as if you haven't been fighting seriously this whole time, Finn remarked. That's right. Gahaha. To spit out such cheeky words in a situation like this. Gareth roared with a hearty laugh. Though they were still technically fighting an uphill battle, Suna's sudden power-up had drastically elevated the Vanguard's morale. But we are still at a severe disadvantage. She's focusing on regenerating right now, but once she's done, we're back to square one. Furthermore, your last attack put her on high alert. The same trick won't work twice. We need a definitive countermeasure, Riveria stated, her tactical mind coldly analyzing the reality of the board. I have a plan, Suna said. Oh? Let's hear it. Both Riveria and Finn immediately turned their full attention to him. That thing hasn't moved an inch from her original spot since this fight started. Even when I attacked her from the air, she didn't try to dodge, she solidified her defenses to tank it. That means she can't move from that location. But because of my last hit, she's highly cautious now. A standard attack won't get through. Unable to stand the suspense, Tioni snapped. Stop dragging it out, and just tell us what to do. The answer is simple. We hit her with an attack so overwhelmingly powerful it instantly vaporizes her entirely, leaving absolutely nothing left to regenerate. Ha, X3. The sheer, unga-bunga simplicity of his plan left the entire familia staring at him with their mouths hanging open. How can you say something so utterly insane so casually? There's no way you can pull that off. Tioni screamed, voicing what everyone was thinking. If Lady Riveria and Mafia cast their ultimate magic at the exact same time, maybe we could. Raoul muttered. It wouldn't be enough. Riveria replied grimly. I agree. Mafia added quietly. Hearing an attack to vaporize the spirit, Raoul had naturally assumed they would rely on the combined artillery of their two strongest mages. But neither Riveria nor Mafia believed their magic was capable of utterly erasing a monster of that magnitude in a single strike. It's fine. I'll vaporize her with my strongest technique, Suna stated with absolute, unwavering confidence. The air grew tense as they realized he wasn't bluffing. But this technique takes time to charge. While charging, I'll be completely immobile. I won't be able to dodge a single attack. I need you guys to protect me until it's ready. So, I'll leave the decision to you. Will we do this or not? You have to decide quickly. Once she finishes regenerating, our window closes. He wasn't forcing his strategy on them. Recognizing that it required absolute trust and synchronization, Suna gave them the choice. I'm in, Finn said instantly. Captain. Are you serious? Tioni yelled, having barely processed the insanity of the plan. You've all seen it with your own eyes. Since this expedition began, this man has repeatedly shattered our common sense, and achieved the impossible time and time again. Finn's words struck a chord. The familia vividly remembered everything they had witnessed on the journey down to the 59th floor. Suna's monstrous strength, his logic-defying actions, his unyielding courage. We came here to win. But aside from him, not a single one of us has managed to land a decisive blow. We couldn't even get close. We rolled around in the dirt, pathetic and useless, forcing him to launch a suicidal charge just to buy us time. He just proved with his own hands that his attacks can butcher that spirit. That is more than enough reason for me to trust him. The image of Tsuna's fireball gouging out the spirit's torso flashed in their minds. Is simply buying him a little time too heavy a burden for the great Loki familia. Finn dropped his voice, his tone dripping with blatant provocation. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted. The adventurer's eyes narrowed, a fierce, predatory glint igniting within them. I can do at least that much, damn it. Bet snarled, baring his fangs. I'd rather die than have the captain think we've fallen so low we can't even play shield. Let's do this. Tioni cracked her knuckles. We've gotta give it everything we've got, too. Tiona cheered, gripping her massive blade. Finn's provocation had hooked the hot-blooded fighters perfectly. You cheeky little prum. He's always been like this. Gareth and Riveria, having known Finn for years, easily saw through his masterful manipulation. But even knowing they were being played, they felt their own warrior spirits roaring back to life. I'll do my best, too, Ace whispered quietly. Her face remained expressionless, but her knuckles were white as she gripped desperate with iron resolve. What a bunch of simpletons. But fine, I'm in too, Tsubaki smirked. I will do my very best. Lafia yelled. Following the executives, Tsubaki, Lafia, and the supporters all cemented their resolve. Looks like they're ready, Finn smiled. I owe you one. Suna thanked the prum for expertly lighting a fire under his familia to make the strategy work. No, I should be thanking you. It's pathetic, but right now, you are our only hope of winning this. I'm sorry to drag you into our mess and force all the heavy lifting onto you. But please, shamelessly, I ask you to amaze us one more time. Finn. Finn was smiling, but Suna could see the knuckles of the hand gripping his spear turning white. The prum was seething with frustration at his own powerlessness. Recognizing Finn's pride, Suna chose not to say anything to comfort him. Then, the spirit's body fully regenerated. Simultaneously, a massive horde of monsters began pouring out from the tunnels leading to the 60th floor, surrounding her like a living moat. All hands. This is the climax. Bet everything you have on Sawada Tsunayoshi's back. We settle everything right here, right now. Woo! As Finn hoisted his spear to the heavens, the battle cry of the Loki familia violently shook the 59th floor. Amidst the roaring war cries, Suna dismissed his gauntlet, returning Natsu to his ring. He closed his eyes, taking a slow, deep breath to center himself. When he opened them, his gaze was locked dead onto his target. He pulled his right arm back behind him, and extended his left arm forward, opening both palms. Operation X. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 44, Chapter 44, X. 2,275 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 44, X-Burner. Operation X. Understood, boss. Initiating X-Burner firing sequence. A smooth, mechanical female voice echoed in the headphones Suna had equipped. Instantly, a digital overlay containing 2 vertical gauges appeared on the specialized contact lenses in his eyes. Suna ignited the flame in his right hand, forcefully blasting it backward behind him. He's firing his flames in the opposite direction. Don't tell me he's using that to brace himself. Well, this looks like it's going to be another ridiculous spectacle. Bet, Ace and Finn instantly realized the mechanical purpose of the rearward flame. The rest of the familia broke into a cold sweat as they grasped the sheer insanity of what Suna was preparing. The technique he was about to unleash possessed so much raw, catastrophic destructive power that without an equally massive counter-propulsion anchoring him, the recoil would instantly obliterate his posture and blast him backward. Right burner fixed at 450,000 Fiamma voltage with soft flames. Left burner converting from soft to hard flames while charging flame energy into the glove crystal. The upper and lower gauges in his vision began to climb rapidly, the headphones continually updating him on his flame output. This was the ultimate purpose of his contacts and headphones. The X-burner functioned by firing a devastating blast of hard flames forward, while simultaneously firing an equal force of soft flames backward to act as an anchor. If the supporting flame was too weak, he would be blown away. If the attacking flame was too weak, the attack would fail. Furthermore, the alignment of both hands had to be flawlessly symmetrical. It was an impossible calculation to perform mentally in the heat of battle. That was why Spanner, a genius mechanic, had developed these items. They were the indispensable targeting system that allowed Tsuna to sync his Fiamma voltage perfectly. While Tsuna anchored himself for the attack, the monstrous horde from the 60th floor swarmed upward. Eliminate every single obstacle in Sawada Tsunayoshi's path. Do not let a single monster touch him. At Finn's command, the Familia instantly fell into formation. Tempest. Ace invoked Ariel, wrapping her entire body in a violent vortex of wind, and dropped into a combat stance. Suddenly, a secondary swarm of monsters burst from the tunnels behind them, attempting to flank their position. Be behind us too. Trapped in a pincer attack, Raoul and the supporters began to panic. I'll handle the trash in the back. You focus on the front, Finn. Understood. Tsubaki drew the two freshly forged katanas at her waist, grinning like a predator as Finn approved her rearguard defense. Riveria, target the spirit with your magic. Lafia, you are Sawada Tsunayoshi's personal shield. I leave the spell choice to your discretion. Understood. Yes, sir. Both mages immediately closed their eyes and began their incantations. Raoul, you and the supporters will provide covering fire for us and Tsubaki, while ensuring Lafia, Riveria, and Sawada Tsunayoshi are not interrupted. When his charge is complete, send the signal. Yes, sir. Raoul yelled, gripping his magic sword tightly. Oh magic spear. Pierce my brow which offers this blood. Finn pressed his left thumb, now glowing with a dense crimson magic, directly against his forehead. Hell Fenegas. Finn's eyes bled into a violent, luminescent crimson. He stripped away his tactical reasoning, surrendering entirely to the bloodlust of a berserker. Ohu! With a feral, guttural roar, the berserker Prum threw himself headlong into the monstrous horde. Wielding his silver and gold spears like a whirlwind of death, Finn slaughtered caterpillars and man-eating flowers alike, reducing the vanguard to a fountain of gore and vanishing magic stones. Disappear. Noticing that the incredibly dangerous human was standing perfectly still, the spirit realized he was preparing something lethal. She extended her tentacles, aiming a concentrated barrage directly at Tsuna. Ha! Aura! Humph! Take this. Yaah. Ace's desperate, Bet's metal boots, Gareth's great axe, Tioni's halberd, and Tiona's massive broadsword intercepted the vines, violently deflecting the lethal strikes away from Tsuna's unmoving form. Stop getting in my way. The spirit glared at the adventurers defending him with absolute, festering hatred. Come, fire. Deciding to eradicate the entire group instantly, she initiated her super long chant. A spell is coming. This is bad. Tioni and Bet shouted in alarm. I command in the name of the proxy. My given name is the incarnation of the fire spirit, the Queen of Flame. Aeawaeawaeawa. Just as the apocalyptic chant neared completion, the berserk Finn let out another blood-curdling roar. He reeled back and hurled his golden spear with all his monstrous strength directly at the spirit. The spear flew with terrifying momentum. The spirit panicked, frantically attempting to wrap her petals around herself to block it. Before the petals could seal, the golden spear tore through the gap and impaled her directly through the mouth. The violent interruption caused an ignis fatuus, a magical explosion triggered by a failed chant. The spirit's face violently detonated. Closed light. Freezing earth. Blow, 3 harsh winters. The arrival of the end. While the vanguard was buying Tsuna time, Riveria stood with her eyes closed, calmly weaving her own ultimate destruction. The flames will soon be unleashed. The jade magic circle beneath Riveria shifted, its intricate patterns rearranging and glowing with a fierce heat. She seamlessly transitioned her ice incantation into the chant for her ultimate wide-area annihilation magic. Creeping fires of war, unavoidable ruin. The horn of battle sounds loud, and the tyrannical conflict encompasses all. Arrive, crimson flames, merciless inferno. Thou art the incarnation of hellfire. Riveria possessed a unique magical trait entirely exclusive to her. She could endlessly link her incantations together. Most adventurers were strictly limited to 3 spell slots, meaning they could only cast 3 specific spells. Riveria, however, had 1 attack, 1 defense, and 1 healing spell, but by linking chants, she could alter their scale and effect across 3 different tiers. This gave her access to 9 distinct variations of magic, the origin of her alias, 9 Hell. Testing a weapon's performance is always best done on live meat. In the rear, Tsubaki was laughing maniacally, slicing through the flanking monsters with joyful precision, testing the edges of her new blades. Elf Ring. Standing right beside Suna, Mafia completed her initial chant. The Elf Ring was an unprecedented, ultra-rare magic. It allowed her to cast any magic belonging to the elf race, provided she fully understood its incantation and effects. While normal mages were restricted by their slots, Mafia effectively possessed an infinite arsenal, earning her the title Thousand Elf. The drawback was severe. It required immense time to cast the ring before casting the actual spell, and it consumed double the mind energy. The spirit's face rapidly regenerated from the explosive backlash. Her survival instincts were screaming at her that if she didn't kill the boy preparing his attack, she was going to die. Pierce forward, Spear of Thunder. I command in the name of the proxy. My given name is the incarnation of the lightning spirit, the Queen of Lightning. The spirit chanted with terrifying, unprecedented speed. A golden magic circle materialized before her. Thunder Ray. A colossal spear of lightning erupted, screaming through the air directly toward Suna's unmoving body. Become a shield, holy chalice that destroys evil. Gripping her staff so hard her knuckles cracked, Mafia initiated her secondary chant. Dio Grail. A brilliant, white circular barrier manifested directly in front of Suna. The spirit's massive lightning spear violently collided with Mafia's shield. I absolutely cannot lose. If this breaks, everything is over. Even though it was a short chant, the raw power of the spirit's lightning was astronomical. If Mafia relaxed her legs for even a fraction of a second, she would be blown away. But if she failed here, they lost their only means of killing the monster. She poured every ounce of her soul into holding the barrier, her staff groaning under the pressure. Behind her, Suna remained perfectly still, his eyes locked dead on his target, completely unbothered by the apocalyptic clash of magic inches from his face. I can't hold it. Desperately fighting to keep the barrier from shattering, Mafia was slowly being pushed backward by sheer, overwhelming force. Mafia. Hold your ground. Suddenly, Tioni and Tiona broke from the front line, sprinting to Mafia's side. They slammed their hands against her back, physically bracing the young mage against the overwhelming force. Even I can do this. With the Amazon twins risking their lives to anchor her, Mafia's courage surged. She screamed, pouring the last dregs of her magic into the shield. The barrier flared, violently pushing back the lightning spear until it detonated in a blinding flash, throwing Mafia, Tioni, and Tiona backward. Realizing her lightning had failed and that Finn's vanguard was rapidly closing in on her, the spirit shrieked in genuine terror. The ground violently ruptured, and a massive, circular fortress of thick tentacles erupted around her, completely encasing her in a biological dome. Target locked. Right burner flame pressure rising. 500,000 Fiamma voltage. The upper gauge in Suna's right eye maxed out, the entire bar flashing a brilliant, warning red. Freeze like the eternal permafrost, countless blades. I command in the name of the proxy. Hidden inside her fortress, the spirit rapidly chanted. She aimed her hands at the ground, intending to blast a hole through the floor and escape to the 60th floor. But woohoo! No! Shattered to pieces. The berserk Finn unleashed a hyperdense thrust of his spear. Gareth, boasting the highest strength stat in the Loki familia, threw a devastating right straight. Bet, having channeled his magic sword's flames into his metal boots, delivered a blazing kick. The synchronized triple strike slammed into the tentacle fortress, violently cracking the impenetrable wall. Lil Rafaga. Ace shot forward like a bullet. Enveloped entirely in her wind magic, she became a human spear, her high-speed thrust colliding perfectly with the cracks. The tentacle wall shattered into a million pieces. Sweep away all and draw the curtain on the Great War. The scorching sword of Surtur. My name is Alf. Riveria's eyes snapped open, blazing with power. Ray Levitine. 10 colossal pillars of fire erupted across the 59th floor, instantly incinerating the swarm of monsters that had poured in from below. The spirit frantically tried to wrap herself in her petals to block the inferno. It was useless. The pillars of fire completely overwhelmed the petal armor, burning straight through to her main body. The spirit shrieked in unimaginable agony as she was roasted alive. Such absurd durability. Even with magic this destructive, Riveria was horrified to see she still couldn't completely burn through to the monster's core. Left burner flame pressure rising. 500,000 Fiamma voltage. The lower gauge in Tsuna's left eye turned a solid, steady green. The output of his left hand perfectly matched the output of his right. Tsuna fully opened his left palm, aiming it directly at the burning spirit. Gauge symmetry. Firing standby. His firing hand in front and his anchoring hand in the rear formed a perfect, unbroken line. The preparation was complete. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's ready. Raoul. Fire a magic sword straight up. Riveria ordered instantly. Why yes, ma'am. Raoul swung his blade toward the ceiling, unleashing a massive burst of lightning that exploded in the subterranean sky. Lightning. That's the signal. Ace and Bet looked up, instantly realizing Tsuna's ultimate attack was locked and loaded. Finn. Gareth roared his captain's name. The booming shout broke through the bloodlust, and Finn's relentless assault ground to a halt. He closed his eyes for a brief second. When he opened them, the crimson faded, returning to his original blue eyes. All hands. Retreat. Finn barked the order. Without a second of hesitation, Ace and the vanguard turned and sprinted away at top speed, diving past Tsuna to get behind the firing line. The spirit's flesh was already regenerating from Riveria's burns, but sheer panic was etched into her features. She could sense the apocalyptic energy building in the boy's hands. Finn was the last to run past Tsuna. I'm counting on you. Finn shouted as he blew past him. Tsuna didn't speak. He simply gave a single, firm nod. Prepare yourself, Tsuna declared to the monster. No. Realizing her death was absolute, the spirit could do nothing but whimper in despair. X-burner. An unfathomably massive torrent of sky flames erupted from his left hand, gouging a massive trench through the earth as it shot forward in a straight line. Jaya. The beam of pure, hypercondensed dying will slammed into the spirit, engulfing her entirely. Her final, agonizing death throes echoed across the 59th floor, as her body was molecularly deconstructed by the flames. This is the end. As the spirit's screams reached their peak, the magic stone buried deep within her chest was completely annihilated. Without her core, the spirit's body disintegrated into nothingness. With the physical obstruction gone, the roaring pillar of flame continued its trajectory unimpeded. The beam tore through the rest of the 59th floor, violently slamming into the back wall where the entrance to the 60th floor lay, blowing a gargantuan, smoldering crater straight through the solid bedrock. Finn and the others stood frozen, completely devoid of words, staring at a landscape utterly rewritten by a power beyond their comprehension. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters, patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 45, Chapter 45, Poison Worms, Irregular. 1063 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 45, Poison Worms, Irregular. Suna, having utterly eradicated the spirit with his ex-burner, slowly lowered his hands. Phew. Confirming that the monstrous entity was gone for good, he let out a long breath and relaxed his stance. Does this mean we've officially cleared the 59th floor? Why yeah. Having finally defeated the undisputed strongest entity on the floor, Suna wanted confirmation that their objective was complete. Overwhelmed by what he had just witnessed, Finn could only offer a vague, stammering reply. Following Finn's orders, the vanguard packed up and left the 59th floor to regroup with the standby team waiting on the 50th floor. During the long trek back, not a single person spoke. The sheer, apocalyptic shock of the ex-burner had burned itself so deeply into their minds that no one knew what to say. Upon rendezvousing with the rest of the familia on the 50th floor, they took a brief rest to patch up before the entire expeditionary force began the long march back to the surface. What exactly happened down there? As they walked, Aki quietly leaned over and whispered to her peer, Raoul. The vanguard members were exuding such an intense, unapproachable aura that the standby team had been too intimidated to ask questions, plunging the entire group into awkward silence. What happened, you ask? Raoul tried to formulate an answer, but he quickly realized it was impossible to explain the catastrophic spectacle to someone who hadn't seen it with their own eyes. I guess you could say Tsuna did something completely beyond human comprehension again. Realizing words would never do it justice, Raoul settled for the simplest truth. Sensing she wasn't going to get a clear answer, Aki dropped the subject, and the familia fell back into heavy silence. 5 days after departing the 50th floor, the expeditionary force reached the lower floors, making it halfway back to the surface. What's that? A scream. What the hell is going on back there? Suna, Ace and Bet, who were positioned near the front of the formation in a massive open cavern, suddenly heard chaotic screaming erupting from the rear guard. Finn, make the unit run. It's a poison worm swarm. Gareth, who was holding the rear, sprinted forward with a look of absolute panic. Pouring out of the tunnels behind them were hundreds of grotesque, purple, maggot-type monsters, each roughly 30 centimeters long. The supporters in the back were scattering in terror. Suna and the vanguard instantly drew their weapons and engaged the repulsive creatures. Suna, be careful. Poison worms secrete a hyperlethal toxin. It even works on people with poison resistance. Ace warned him frantically, providing the tactical data he lacked. Poison worms were infamous. Unlike monsters that relied on physical violence, they specialized exclusively in abnormal status attacks. They were considered one of the highest threat-level monsters in the dungeon because of this specific trait. When adventurers leveled up, they sometimes acquired development abilities, specialized, passive skills that differed from basic stats like strength or agility, manifesting based on an individual's unique experiences. One of these was abnormal resistance, which granted the user a high tolerance to poisons. However, the ultrapotent neurotoxin secreted by the poison worms completely bypassed and overpowered the abnormal resistance ability. Suna watched in horror as dozens of Loki Familia members collapsed, writhing in agony as the purple toxin ate away at their nervous systems. He gritted his teeth in extreme frustration. This wasn't a monster party. While the sheer volume of monsters was similar, the spawn radius was entirely different. A monster party was highly localized to a specific room or corridor. This swarm was pouring in from everywhere, infecting the entire floor. It was a full-blown irregular. We push straight to the 18th floor. Drag anyone who can't walk. All hands, run. Their magic swords and potions were already nearly depleted from the war with the spirit. Judging that fighting a protracted battle against a hyperlethal swarm would only result in a massive body count, Finn ordered an immediate, unconditional retreat. Hearing his command, the adventurers abandoned the fight and focused entirely on escaping. Despite being hounded by the irregular swarm, Suna and the Familia successfully broke through to the safety point on the 18th floor. However, the cost was severe. 1/3 of the entire expeditionary force had been incapacitated by the poison worms. The only silver lining was that, miraculously, there had been 0 casualties. They had immediately set up a makeshift camp, laying the poisoned, groaning adventurers out on bedrolls. We managed to reach the 18th floor, but they had escaped the immediate physical threat, but the poison was still actively destroying their comrades from the inside. The crisis was far from over. Is there no cure? It's not impossible. But to cure a toxin this potent, we either need to return to the surface and buy a massive stock of specific antidotes, or bring Ermid down here. Ermid? It's the name of the top healer in Orario. She belongs to the Dien sect Familia. Her high-tier healing magic is potent enough to neutralize poison worm venom, Gareth explained. But Ermid is a healer, not an active combat adventurer. Escorting her down to the 18th floor would be incredibly difficult, Riveria added. So our only option is to go back up and buy the antidotes. That's correct. But antidotes for poison worm venom are incredibly rare. Amassing enough to treat this many people will take a significant amount of time. We only have one choice, Finn said grimly. Will their bodies hold out until then? My detoxification magic can temporarily suppress the symptoms and slow the spread. They shouldn't die before we get back. I see. Suna let out a breath of relief, thankful that even though his comrades would have to endure agonizing pain until the medicine arrived, they weren't going to lose their lives. Wait a minute. Just as that relief washed over him, a sudden realization sparked in his mind. Don't tell me. Suna lowered his gaze, staring intently at the ring on his right hand. Might be able to detoxify them. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 46, Detoxification. 1,338 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 46, Detoxification. I might be able to neutralize the poison. What? Finn, Gareth, and Riveria were unable to conceal their sheer disbelief. It was common knowledge in Orario that only Ermid, the city's top healer, could cure the venom of a poison worm. Back when we fought, Finn, I snapped you out of your berserk state, didn't I? Suna asked. That's right. Finn's eyes widened as the memory clicked into place. My flames possess the characteristic of harmony. That's why I was able to return your berserk state back to the way it was before, Suna had told him. Finn now realized just how versatile that characteristic truly was. If I focus my flames solely on purging the venom, I think I can do it without burning anyone, Suna explained. I knew his flames possessed the power of harmony, but to think they could actually act as an antidote. Finn thought, thoroughly astounded. To think I lowered my guard, assuming the battle was over. Riveria mused. Who would have thought he'd astound us in matters of healing as well? Gareth marveled. Up until now, the trio had only been shocked by Tsuna's overwhelming combat prowess. It had never crossed their minds that he possessed such miraculous healing capabilities, leaving them utterly speechless. Understood. I know you must be exhausted, but can I ask this of you? Finn requested. Yeah. Knowing from past experience that Suna never made claims he couldn't back up, Finn entrusted him with the lives of the Familia members suffering from the poison worm's venom. Having received Finn's permission, Suna walked over to the afflicted adventurers. Sawada Tsunayoshi will now begin detoxifying the poison worm venom, Finn announced to the agonizing victims and the members nursing them. Hearing Tsuna make such an outrageous claim, the surrounding adventurers were left with their jaws hanging open. Please, Finn said. Got it. Igniting his hyper-dying will mode, Tsuna approached the nearest afflicted member. Ugh. The female adventurer groaned. It's going to be okay now, Tsuna said gently. He placed his right hand on her forehead and ignited his flames. In an instant, his sky flames enveloped her entirely. He's setting her on fire. Are you trying to cremate her? What the hell are you doing? The surrounding members erupted into a panic. He had said he was going to cure her, but from their perspective, he was mercilessly setting her ablaze. However, it's warm. Instead of screaming in agony, the female adventurer's expression softened into one of comfort, and her pale complexion rapidly returned to a healthy hue. Hearing her words, the panicking members fell dead silent, watching the miraculous treatment unfold. Tsuna slowly pulled his right hand away from her forehead. How do you feel? My body feels so light. She whispered. Tsuna checked her condition. Her complexion had drastically improved, her ragged breathing had steadied, and she was even able to sit up. Seeing a woman who had been writhing in agony just moments ago completely revitalized, the onlookers were struck speechless. You still need to rest, Tsuna advised. I've only purified the toxins in your body. I haven't healed the physical damage the venom caused, nor have I restored your stamina. Understood. She murmured, slowly lowering herself back onto her back. All right, next. Having successfully treated the female adventurer, Tsuna moved on to the next agonizing patient. One by one, he purified the lethal poison worm venom with his sky flames. 40 minutes after he began, Tsuna finished detoxifying every afflicted member. That should do it, Tsuna sighed, wiping his brow. Thank you, Finn said warmly. I truly cannot thank you enough for this. What's all the racket? Bet grumbled, strolling over after hearing the commotion of cheering adventurers. Tsunayoshi just cured the poison worm venom, Finn explained. Ha! Even Bet couldn't hide his disbelief. A lethal toxin that supposedly required specialized antidotes, or Airmid herself, had just been neutralized by a single boy. Though he only cured the poison, Finn clarified. Their injuries and stamina haven't recovered. They'll need to rest here for a while. So even if the poison's gone, we still gotta babysit here, huh? Bet scoffed, crossing his arms. Give me a break. What a massive pain in the ass. This is all because these small fry got themselves poisoned. His harsh words instantly shattered the celebratory mood, replacing it with a tense, heavy silence. Watch your mouth, Riveria warned sharply. I'm just stating facts, Bet shot back, completely unapologetic. We're stuck in this dump because these weaklings couldn't handle a little poison. Despite the vice-captain's reprimand, the werewolf showed no signs of remorse. You really are a difficult person, Tsuna said, looking at Bet with a gaze full of pity. To be unable to control yourself, only capable of spitting out words that hurt others. TCH. Bet gritted his teeth, entirely unable to retort. Seeing the usually aggressive Bet silence so easily, the surrounding members exchanged bewildered glances. Perfect timing, Finn interjected, stepping in to diffuse the volatile atmosphere. Bet, if you hate being stalled here so much, head back to the surface first and report the results of our expedition to Loki. We'll follow as soon as everyone is ready to move. TCH. Realizing Finn's intent, Bet clicked his tongue and stormed off, heading toward the surface alone. I apologize for showing you such a shameful display, Gareth sighed. Don't worry about it, Tsuna replied. Still, Gareth rubbed his chin, to hear Bet hurl such awful insults at his poisoned comrades, yet not show a hint of anger or disgust. You handled that rather calmly. I used to know a guy a lot like him, Tsuna said softly. A man who was truly kind, but fought while lying to his own heart. Tsuna's mind drifted to Launcha, the men he had fought during the battle against Mukuro Rokudo, who had tried to instigate a world war to wipe out the Mafia. Lancia had originally been a gentle soul. But after being shot by a forbidden possession bullet, he was manipulated by Mukuro and forced to slaughter his own familia. Reduced to a tragic puppet of murder, he was finally freed from the curse when Suna defeated Mukuro. Now, Lancia wandered the world, seeking out the families of the members he had killed in an endless journey of atonement. Besides, a guy who truly feels nothing for his comrades wouldn't go out of his way to say something like that. They wouldn't even care enough to be interested. An image of Xanxus flickered in his mind, the ruthless boss of the Vongola's elite assassination squad, the Varia, and the adopted son of Vongola Nono. Xanxus was the polar opposite of Tsuna. He was a man who felt absolutely nothing for his subordinates. If they outlived their usefulness, he executed them without hesitation. He was a madman who could watch his own men be devoured by a shark and simply laugh. Even after losing the ring conflict to determine the next Vongola boss, Xanxus's vicious nature hadn't changed, and he still harbored a deep desire to murder Tsuna. He tries to act indifferent, but he just can't pull it off. On top of that, he's hopelessly clumsy when it comes to interacting with people. That's probably why he always comes off as a villain looking down on the weak. Tsuna's hyper-intuition had laid Bet's true feelings bare. Hearing this profound analysis, Finn, Gareth, and Riveria stood in stunned silence. Meanwhile, halfway up to the surface. Just what the hell is up with that kid? Beast people possessed incredibly acute senses. Bet had heard every single word Tsuna had said. Knowing that his innermost thoughts had been completely seen through, the werewolf gritted his fangs in utter frustration. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters, patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 47, Chapter 47, Secret. 1,493 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 47, Secret. Having successfully cured the poison worm venom, Tsuna was called into a private tent by Finn, Gareth, and Riveria. I truly cannot express my gratitude enough, Finn said, bowing his head deeply. Please allow me to thank you once more. Thank you. And no, really, it wasn't that big of a deal. Tsuna stammered, holding his hands up defensively as Riveria and Gareth bowed alongside their captain. There's no need for humility, Finn smiled. During this expedition, you shielded us from the enemy's magic. Finn recalled how Tsuna had thrown himself into the line of fire to absorb the demi-spirit's super-long chant fire magic. And more importantly, Finn continued, that skill of yours, the one that absorbs magic and converts it into your own power. Without it, who knows what would have happened to us, much less you. Yeah, you're right. Tsuna rubbed the back of his neck. If I hadn't realized I had that skill, things would have gotten really bad. Huh. Finn, Riveria, and Gareth all froze, their eyes wide with disbelief. Seeing their shocked reactions, Tsuna flinched, wondering if he had said something wrong. Are you saying you didn't know about your own skill? Finn asked, bewildered. Yeah. I noticed something was weird when I fought that guy Otter, but I only realized it was an actual skill when I fought that blue crab. Impossible. Riveria muttered. I can hardly believe it. Gareth groaned. The fact that Tsuna had to discover his own skill through trial and error left the two veterans utterly baffled. Well, this actually ties into why we called you here, Finn said, regaining his composure. We wanted to discuss your situation. My situation? Yes. Returning to the topic at hand, normally, when a skill or magic manifests, an adventurer learns about it when their god updates their status. Discovering it entirely on your own is practically unheard of. The fact that you didn't know means your patron god likely hid it from you. Probably because it wasn't just a normal skill, but an exceptionally rare one. Finn deduced that Hestia had kept it a secret out of concern for Tsuna's safety. Is my skill really that rare? Suna asked, tilting his head. For starters, Bet is the only adventurer I know capable of absorbing magic, Riveria explained to help Suna understand his own worth. And even then, Bet relies on a specific pair of boots to do it. As far as I know, there isn't a single adventurer who can absorb magic using their own body. Let alone someone capable of converting that absorbed magic into their own power. That is simply unheard of. It's not just your magic-absorbing skill, Gareth chimed in. You have flames capable of curing poison worm venom, coupled with your overwhelming combat sense. If the rest of Orario learns of your existence, every familia in the city will try to get their hands on you. And they won't care what methods they have to use. Gareth knew the dark reality of their world. A rookie with a rare skill and Suna's level of raw power would never be left alone. What do you mean by any methods? Suna frowned. I thought once you join a familia, you can't transfer to another one for at least a year. Normally, yes, Finn nodded. But there are exceptions to that rule. Really? The first exception is if the god of your current familia is sent back to heaven. The second is if you are one in a war game. War game? Suna repeated, completely unfamiliar with the term. Simply put, it's an official proxy battle between familias, Riveria explained. The gods decide the format of the match, and the winning god claims the agreed-upon prize. Since a war game is a formal, guild-sanctioned duel, it's a legitimate way to poach talent from another faction. However, Finn warned, his expression darkening, there are familias who will resort to brute force and violent coercion to steal the talent they want, fully prepared to accept any penalties. There have been countless cases like that in the past. They'd go that far. Suna swallowed hard. Capable talent brings in money, elevates prestige, and attracts even more personnel, Gareth added. That grants them higher status within Orario, and minimizes the risk of losing future war games. Granted, only familias with significant financial backing can afford to pull stunts like that. Suna finally understood the gravity of his situation. There were dangerous factions out there willing to do anything to get what they wanted. That is why you shouldn't make your power public, Finn advised. I'll instruct everyone on this expedition not to speak a word of your abilities to any third party. Thank you. And I know it's not exactly my place to say this, but if you reach the requirements for a rank up, you shouldn't do it yet. When an adventurer ranks up, they have to report it to the guild, which makes their name, and the time it took them to level up public knowledge. If the entire city finds out a rookie who just arrived in Orario leveled up so quickly, you'll draw the attention of every major familia. Got it. Well, it's not like I can rank up anyway. Suna thought. Auranas had already strictly forbidden him from updating his level, so he couldn't do it even if he wanted to. Still, he nodded earnestly to avoid raising any suspicions. But I fought some people from the Freya Familia a while ago. Maybe that's bad. You don't need to worry about them, Finn assured him. They have a criminal record for attacking Ace. They won't go around spreading rumors about you and risking exposure. Oh, thank goodness. Suna sighed in relief, glad that the Freya Familia wouldn't be plastering his face all over town. Finn, Gareth interjected, shouldn't we tell the lad about the status thief? Right. That was careless of me, Finn frowned. Status thief. Suna blinked. As you probably know, statuses are locked by the god who bestowed the fauna, so that others can't read them, Finn began. Wait, really? Suna gasped. Huh. The three executives stared at him. Did your patron deity not explain this to you? Gareth demanded. She didn't mention anything like that. I could see Bel's status perfectly fine on his back, so I thought that was just how it worked. Are you telling me his patron deity doesn't even know? Riveria pressed a hand to her forehead, a massive headache forming. To think a deity was ignorant of basic status locking procedures was beyond belief. Statuses are written in hieroglyphs, Riveria explained with a weary sigh. Generally, only gods can read them, but there are some mortals who possess the ability to decipher them. You need to tell your goddess to lock your status the moment you return. Why yeah. I'll do that. If Finn hadn't brought this up, Suna's ridiculous stats and abilities would have been exposed the moment someone looked at his back. He made a mental note to tell Hestia immediately. Anyway, back to the topic, Finn said. Normally, a locked status is completely hidden. However, there is a drug capable of forcibly unlocking it and revealing the information. It's called a status thief. Though it's strictly an illegal item, Gareth added. You won't find it sold through any official channels, so you won't see it out in the open. Phew, that's good. Suna relaxed slightly, glad that such a terrifying item wasn't just sitting on a store shelf. That's exactly why you shouldn't relax, Finn corrected him. Huh? The status thief is sold right here on the 18th floor. In the town of Rivera. Eh? Suna shrieked. To think the item was being peddled in the exact same location they were currently resting in. Like I mentioned before, Rivera operates entirely outside the guild's surveillance, Finn explained. It's run by a man named Boris, but compared to the surface, it's practically lawless. That's why illegal goods that can't be traded in Orario flow freely down here. That's super bad. What do I do? Suna panicked, grabbing his head in distress. Calm down. Like I said, goods in Rivera trade at several times their surface value. It's not something a normal person can just casually buy. As long as you don't cause a scene and draw attention to yourself, you'll be fine. Oh, thank goodness. Suna slumped forward, completely drained of energy. Is this really the same kid? The gap between Suna's hypercompetent combat persona and his current panicking self was so staggeringly wide that the three executives couldn't help but wonder if they were looking at two entirely different people. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 48, Reunion. 1,330 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 48, Reunion. Suna finished his conversation with Finn and the executives. With several familia members still recovering from the poison worm venom, the expedition team was forced to remain on the 18th floor until everyone was fully healed. 2 days passed. The poisoned adventurers were finally showing signs of recovery. NNNNGH. Suna interlaced his fingers and stretched his arms high into the air, letting out a satisfying groan as he popped his back. What should I do today? Suna. Hi. Ace's voice suddenly whispered right next to his ear. Having approached him without making a single sound or emitting a trace of presence, the sudden interruption nearly sent Suna's heart leaping out of his throat. Sorry, did I startle you? Ace asked, tilting her head. It's fine. Anyway, what's up? I have a favor to ask. I know where this is going. There was only one reason Ace Wallenstein would ever seek him out for a favor. I just remembered. I have errands to run in Rivera. Suna hated fighting on a good day, but the thought of sparring with Ace right when their grueling expedition had finally ended was an absolute nightmare. Spouting the first excuse that came to mind, he turned on his heel and bolted. I can't believe she's challenging me to a fight right now. He cried internally. He had just wanted to relax. I won't let you escape. Ace's sheer determination was terrifying. She sprinted after him, completely unbothered by his head start. Suna yelped as he saw her rapidly closing the distance. It's our day off. Let's just rest. Suna pleaded over his shoulder. Ever since I saw that technique you used to obliterate the monster, I can't hold back the urge to fight you. That technique? You mean the X-burner? So it's called the X-burner. Yeah, you use flames as a propulsive brace and wait, no. Suna had instinctively started explaining the mechanics of his attack before catching himself. Anyway, why don't you just fight someone else? Because I can use magic against you. If we get caught, Riveria's gonna chew us out again. Deep floor brawls between different familias were strictly forbidden. When they fought on the 51st floor, they were isolated enough that the executives could easily cover it up. But this was the 18th floor. There were other adventurers passing through, not to mention the merchants from Riviera. If anyone saw the Sword Princess brawling with a supposedly unknown rookie, word would spread instantly, exposing the Loki familia's breach of conduct. It's fine. As long as we don't get caught. Riveria won't yell at us. You're clearly terrified right now. Despite her bold claim, Ace's face was completely pale, her eyes darting nervously as she spoke. Suna couldn't help but shout a retort. To Ace, incurring Riveria's wrath was the scariest thing in the world. And yet, her desire to fight Suna outweighed even that primal fear. So please, fight me. What kind of logic is that? Anyway, I'm not fighting you. Then I'll chase you until you do. And so began a desperate game of tag between a boy who absolutely refused to fight, and a girl who lived for the thrill of the blade. Please, won't you just give up already? I won't give up. 1 full hour passed. The chase showed no signs of stopping. Ace was relentless, clinging to his trail with terrifying stamina. I can't believe this is happening in another world too. His life back in Namimori had been a chaotic mess of Spartan tutoring and daily explosions. He had naively thought he'd find some peace and quiet here. Suna let out a silent wail of despair. Ohu! A massive, earth-shaking howl ripped through the forest, instantly bringing both Suna and Ace to a halt. What was that? It's probably Goliath's roar. Ace murmured, her eyes narrowing toward the sound. Goliath? The floor boss of the 17th floor. Wait, the one that spawns right in front of the entrance to the 18th floor. Suna remembered the layout Finn had taught him during their descent. We killed it 2 weeks ago when Finn and you escorted Belle's group to the surface. It's about time for it to respawn, but... If we can hear its roar all the way out here, it means someone is probably being attacked. We have to go help. Wait. Ace didn't hesitate. She immediately dashed toward the source of the roar. Knowing he couldn't leave innocent people to die, Suna quickly chased after her. They sprinted through the dense forest until they reached the entrance connecting the 17th and 18th floors. The moment they arrived, both of them froze in shock. Lying face down on the crystal earth, completely battered and covered in wounds, were Lily, a red-haired young man, and Belle. Hearing their footsteps, Belle weakly lifted his head. His trembling hand reached out and grasped Suna's ankle. Please help my friends. Belle. His consciousness was fading fast. He was in so much pain he couldn't even recognize that the person standing above him was Suna. Mustering the absolute last of his strength to beg for help, Belle's eyes rolled back, and he passed out cold. Let's carry them, Ace said urgently. Right. Suna and Ace carefully hoisted the 3 unconscious adventurers onto their shoulders and hurried back to the camp. Back at the Loki Familia camp, Suna and Ace laid the trio down on cots inside a medical tent. They immediately called for Riveria to administer healing magic. Their injuries were severe, but there is no danger to their lives, Riveria declared after examining them. They should wake up soon. Thank you, Suna said, bowing his head in relief. Riveria nodded and exited the tent to update the rest of the familia on the situation. I'm so glad, Ace murmured, looking down at Belle. I'm glad they're going to survive. Yeah. But still, to think we'd run into them like this. It was a relief to see Belle again, but finding him half dead on a dungeon floor left a bitter taste in Suna's mouth. Pardon the intrusion. A familiar voice called out, and Tsubaki strolled into the tent. I knew it was you, Wel Kichi. Huh? You know him? Suna asked. His real name is Wealth. Just like I told you before, he's a blacksmith from our familia. Oh. Tsubaki had heard rumors spreading through the camp about a group of half-dead adventurers being brought in. Recognizing the description of the red-haired boy, she came to check for herself. Still, I'm genuinely surprised someone actually bought Wealth's gear. Kid must have strange tastes, Tsubaki chuckled, eyeing the lightweight armor Belle was wearing. Strange tastes? What do you mean? The lad makes decent enough weapons and armor but they never sell. Up until now, he hasn't had a single customer. If his stuff is good, why doesn't anyone buy it? Because his naming sense is absolutely abysmal. No one wants to buy a sword with a name that makes them want to die of embarrassment. That's the reason. Suna stared at her in disbelief as Tsubaki facepalmed dramatically. Well, I've seen his face, so I'm satisfied. I'll take my leave, Tsubaki waved lazily and strolled out of the tent. Suna and Ace remained by the cots, silently watching over the injured trio. 2 hours passed. NNNN. Belle. Belle's eyelids fluttered. Suna and Ace immediately leaned in. Are you okay? Belle. Suna. Belle's blurry vision slowly came into focus, revealing Suna's face hovering over him. He blinked in confusion, unable to process why his friend was here. Suna let out a long breath, a massive weight lifting off his chest. It's been a while, Belle. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 49, Chapter 49, Awakening. 1,462 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 49, Awakening. Belle had finally regained consciousness. Suna. Why are you here? We're on our way back from the expedition. A lot of things happened, so we're camping out on the 18th floor for a bit. Miss Ace. Belle bolted upright, his face burning bright red as he realized his crush was standing right beside Suna. The 18th floor. Wait, where are Lily and Wealth? Hearing the floor number instantly snapped Belle back to reality, and he frantically looked around for his friends. They're fine. They're sleeping right next to you, Suna pointed softly. Belle turned his head and saw Lily and Wealth breathing steadily in the adjacent cots. The tension completely drained from his body, and he slumped back against the pillow in sheer relief. So that Wealth guy is the new addition to your party? Suna asked. How do you know Wealth, Suna? Someone from his familia was part of our expedition team. I heard about him from her. Ah, I see. Belle had been surprised that Suna knew Wealth's name despite never introducing them, but the explanation made sense. Still, you really gave us a scare. I never expected we'd reunite like this. Did you and Miss Ace save us? Belle asked. We found you collapsed near the entrance to the 18th floor, Ace explained. Your injuries were critical, so we brought you back to our camp. Thank you so much. You saved me again. Don't worry about it. Helping each other is what adventurers do. More importantly, congratulations on your rank up, Belle. Huh. You ranked up. Suna gasped. Well, you need to be at least level 2 to survive the journey down to the 18th floor. Am I wrong? Ace asked smoothly. No, you're right. Like Miss Ace said, I ranked up, Belle confirmed, nodding shyly. Is it because you defeated that Minotaur? Yeah. I think so. That's amazing. Congratulations, Belle. Suna beamed. Thank you, Belle smiled back. So, what exactly happened down there? Suna asked, his tone turning serious. With his nerves settled, Belle recounted the harrowing ordeal. They had been navigating the middle floors when another familia, fleeing from a horde of monsters, intentionally redirected the swarm onto them. The massive ambush pushed them to the brink, but they somehow managed to survive. However, the ensuing battle caused a floor collapse, injuring Welf. Blindly fleeing from another monster pack, they stumbled into a pitfall trap and plummeted to the 15th floor. Stranded, injured, and stripped of their items, Lily suggested they make a desperate push for the 18th floor, a safety point where monsters didn't spawn. Belle and Welf agreed, fighting tooth and nail until they finally breached the safety zone. A monster pass parade. Ace murmured, her expression darkening. Pass parade. Suna repeated the unfamiliar term. It's the act of intentionally dumping a horde of trailing monsters onto another party, Ace explained. It's a grim survival tactic adventurers use to escape death. Because the dungeon is so ruthless, there's an unspoken rule that you have to be somewhat understanding of it if there's no malicious intent. Countless adventurers have died from being pass paraded. You need to be very careful. Because Tsuna had traveled with a massive, highly coordinated expedition force, a pass parade was never a threat. Ace was giving him this warning for his own future safety. Anyway, I'm just glad you're all safe, Tsuna said. What about you, Tsuna? Belle asked, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Did you make it to the 59th floor? Barely. It was just as terrifying as Ace said. Was it really that bad? Yeah. When we reached the 52nd floor. Tsuna. Stop, Ace interrupted, raising a hand. Tsuna blinked, cutting his story short. The guild strictly regulates information about the lower and deep floors, Ace explained gently. Especially everything past floor 50. Really? I didn't know. Yes. You're not allowed to know the details of the deep floors until you reach the necessary level and acquire the proper qualifications. Besides, hearing about what happens down there might break a new adventurer's spirit. That makes sense. Suna recalled the horrifying spectacle of the dragon's pot on floor 52. The Valgang dragons stationed on floor 58 had unleashed a concentrated artillery barrage of fire from 6 floors down, turning the entire cavern into a blazing inferno. It was a sight that had nearly broken Suna, despite the countless death battles he had survived in his own world. Telling a fresh rookie like Belle about that would be incredibly cruel. I was supposed to tell Finn when you woke up, Ace suddenly remembered. Come with me, Belle. Why yes, ma'am. I'll stay here and watch over Lily and Welf, Suna offered. Thanks, Suna. Belle followed Ace out of the tent, leaving Suna alone to tend to his sleeping friends. Time passed in a blur and soon, night fell over the under-resort. The entire ceiling of the 18th floor was composed of massive crystal formations that emitted light. As the surface world transitioned into evening, the crystals naturally dimmed, mimicking the cycle of day and night despite being deep underground. Where are we? Lily and Welf finally stirred, their groggy voices echoing in the quiet tent. Hearing them wake up, Belle rushed back inside and scrambled to their bedsides. Are you okay? Do you know who I am? Please, Master Belle. As if Lily could ever forget your face. If I'm hearing the Lil Pipsqueak's usual sass, then I must be alive. Hey, Belle. Both of them responded with their usual banter, proving they were mentally intact. Belle quickly explained their current situation, and how they had been rescued by the Loki Familia. Belle, how are they doing? Lord Tsunayoshi. Suna walked back into the tent, prompting a shocked gasp from Lily. She knew Tsuna was supposed to be on an expedition, so seeing him here was the last thing she expected. Oh, you guys are awake. Thank goodness, Tsuna smiled. Hey, Lil Pipsqueak, Welf squinted at Tsuna. You know this kid? He's a member of the Hestia Familia, just like Master Belle, Lily explained to the bewildered blacksmith. He's the 3rd member of our party. What do you mean? Due to certain circumstances, he temporarily left the party to join the Loki Familia's expedition. It's great to see you again, Lily. And your name is Wealth, right? Suna asked. Why do you know my name? Wealth bristled. I heard about you from Tsubaki. You know that woman? Yeah. Oh, I'm Sawada Tsunayoshi. Just call me Tsuna. Realizing he hadn't properly introduced himself, Tsuna quickly offered a friendly wave. Right, I should probably go tell Tsubaki you're awake, Tsuna said, turning toward the flap. You don't need to tell her. Wealth shouted in a panic. Why not? I can't stand dealing with her. I'd rather pretend to be asleep than have to look her in the eye. Did you call for me, Wel Kichi? Despite Wealth's desperate protests, Tsubaki pushed past the tent flap with impeccable, horrifying timing. This is the worst. Wealth groaned, burying his face in his hands. What do you mean, the worst? And here I came all the way out here just to tease, check up on you. You're not even trying to hide it. That's exactly why I said this is the worst. I fully understand why he doesn't want to see her now. Suna thought, instantly reminded of Reborn's tyrannical teasing. He couldn't help but feel a deep sense of sympathy for Wealth. Hey, Suna, Wealth pointed an accusing finger at Tsubaki. Has this menace done anything weird to you? You no, not really. You don't have to hold back on my account. Spit it out. Wel Kichi, Tsubaki narrowed her single eye, even I might actually get mad at that one. Tsubaki sighed exasperatedly. Despite her standing right in front of him, Wealth showed absolutely no fear or respect, mouthing off to the captain of his familia without a second thought. Besides, Tsubaki grinned, slinging an arm over Tsuna's shoulder. Tsunakichi and I are comrades in arms who've crossed the line of death together. Why would I do something weird to my brother in arms? Comrades in arms? Wealth raised an eyebrow. Tsunakichi went all the way down to the 59th floor with me. Huh. Wealth had known that Tsubaki was joining the Loki Familia's deep floor expedition. But he hadn't possessed the slightest inkling that Suna, a kid who looked like he belonged in a classroom, had gone with them. The blacksmith's brain short-circuited. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 50, Hero. 1,346 words. Want to read ahead? Join my Patreon for just $7 to get early access to all upcoming chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Chapter 50, Hero. Wealth's jaw hit the floor. The revelation that Suna had ventured into the legendary 59th floor had completely shattered his worldview. Tsubaki. You're not supposed to say that. Suna panicked, waving his hands frantically. My bad, Tsubaki chuckled unapologetically. It's just that you're so absurdly strong, I keep forgetting you're actually level 1. Level 1. Tsubaki had casually dropped another massive bombshell. Suna practically tore his hair out, while Wealth screamed in disbelief. Wait. Wealth pointed a shaking finger at Suna. If you're in the same familia as Belle, that means you're under Hestia's blessing, right? Is that true, Tsunakichi? Tsubaki asked, tilting her head. Yeah. Hearing Wealth's deduction, Tsubaki realized for the first time that Suna was part of the Hestia familia, and Suna sheepishly confirmed it. Wait, you know about our familia? Suna asked Wealth. I thought we were pretty obscure. Our goddess and Hestia go way back, Tsubaki explained, taking over the conversation. They were close friends up in heaven. When Hestia first descended to the lower world and didn't know her left from her right, Lady Hephaestus took her in and looked after her. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Though after a few months of Hestia doing absolutely zero work and living like a lazy moocher, our goddess finally snapped and kicked her to the curb. What the hell were you doing, Hestia? Suna screamed internally. Goddess. Belle's sweat dropped. Lady Hestia. Lily sighed, rubbing her temples. Wait, hold on. We're getting off track. Welf shouted, waving his hands wildly. There's no way any of this is true. A level 1 surviving the deep floors is literally impossible. I don't know the exact reasons, but Lord Tsunayoshi possesses strength completely unfathomable for a level 1, Lily stated matter-of-factly. She's right, Belle nodded firmly. Tsuna's been training me, but I haven't won against him a single time. Even now that I've ranked up, I still don't feel like I could ever beat him. You've gotta be kidding me. It sounded like a complete fairy tale, but Belle and Lily had no reason to lie. Welf was forced to accept the reality staring him in the face. Please don't tell anyone else about this, okay? Suna asked nervously. All right. Not that anyone would believe me even if I did, Welf muttered, still reeling. Even if he ran through the streets shouting that a level 1 had conquered the deep floors, he'd be tossed in the loony bin. He swore to keep the secret. Dinner is ready. Are you all feeling up to it? Ace poked her head into the tent, interrupting their conversation to let them know the meal was prepared. The entire camp gathered outside for dinner. Listen up, everyone, Finn's voice carried over the crackling campfires. As I'm sure you've all heard by now, we are hosting guests tonight. They are courageous adventurers who laid their lives on the line for their comrades to reach this 18th floor. I'm not asking you to become best friends with them, but as fellow adventurers, I ask that you treat them with the utmost respect. Now then, let's eat. With Finn's speech serving as a firm warning to prevent any unnecessary friction, the massive banquet began. Argonaut. Tiona practically tackled Belle the moment he sat down. How did you beat a Minotaur at level 1? Come on, give us the details, Tioni smirked, sitting on his other side. We're giving you food and shelter, aren't we? The least you can do is share. Yeah, I want to hear it too. Tiona cheered. Belle's unprecedented feat of soloing a Minotaur as a level 1 had fascinated the Amazonas twins since they first witnessed it. They were convinced that uncovering his secret might give them a hint to push their own boundaries. Argonaut. Suna tilted his head, confused by the nickname. You seriously don't know about Argonaut? Aki asked, pausing mid-bite. No. It's one of the most famous hero tales in the world, Raoul explained. It's about a protagonist named Argonaut who gets tricked by basically everyone, but somehow stumbles his way into defeating a Minotaur and becoming a hero. You really haven't heard it? Well. I was never really interested in that stuff, and all I did was train back home. Ha ha ha. Realizing that Argonaut was common knowledge in this world, Suna offered a strained, nervous laugh to cover up his ignorance. Aki and Raoul exchanged weirded-out glances. But if anyone's going to become a hero like Argonaut, it's definitely Belle, Suna smiled warmly. Despite having known him for a short time, Suna genuinely believed Belle had the heart of a hero. Are you kidding? You're the one most likely to become a hero out of all of us, Suna, Raoul said softly, almost intimidated by his own statement. Why? Suna asked, looking genuinely baffled. What do you mean, why? Because you're ridiculously strong, Aki sighed, rolling her eyes. Literally no one in this camp would disagree with that. Having witnessed Suna's terrifying power firsthand, the idea that anyone else was closer to being a hero was absurd to her. I could never be a hero, Suna said, his smile fading into a melancholic expression. Stop trying to act cool, Suna. You're not cut out to be a hero. Reborn's words from his training during the future arc echoed in his mind. A long time ago, a friend of mine told me that I don't have what it takes to be a hero, Suna explained. Hero. Aki and Raoul repeated the English word, confused. That's what we call an heroic figure, where I'm from. Noticing that the English term hero wasn't commonly used in Orario, Suna quickly corrected himself. But that was before you came to Orario, right? Raoul pressed. You have a fauna now. No, it's still the same. I can't be one. Heroes are amazing people who save the world, right? I don't want to save the world. If someone else is willing to do it, I have absolutely no intention of fighting. Suna spoke those words with utter conviction, despite the fact that he had actually saved his own world from Byakuran's tyrannical rule. But to Tsuna, he hadn't fought to save the world. He had fought solely to protect his friends. To begin with, I hate fighting, Tsuna admitted. I don't want status and I don't want fame. As long as I can live a normal, peaceful life, I'm perfectly happy. Aki and Raoul stared at him, completely dumbfounded. Almost every adventurer in Orario dove into the dungeon seeking wealth, fame, or glory. Yet here was a boy with enough power to conquer the world, claiming he hated fighting, and just wanted to be normal. Aki and Raoul felt a complex knot tightening in their chests. Like many others, they had grown up idolizing the hero tales, dreaming of becoming legends themselves. They had fought through hell to reach level 4. But after seeing the insurmountable wall of true genius, monsters like Finn and Ace, they had been forced to accept that they would never be the heroes they dreamed of. And yet, the boy sitting in front of them, who possessed the very power they desperately craved, wanted absolutely nothing to do with it. He had the power to be a hero, but zero desire. They had the desire but not the power. It was a bitter, confusing pill to swallow. Why did you become an adventurer in the first place, Tsuna? Raoul asked, unable to contain his burning curiosity. That's... Tsuna opened his mouth to answer. Suddenly, Jaya wa. A woman's blood-curdling scream tore through the peaceful night air of the 18th floor. Tsuna, Belle, and Lily's eyes snapped wide open. That voice. Let's go. Support this fanfic by leaving positive review, comments, and power stones. For advanced chapters. Patreon.com/negative translations. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.